Chapter 1326, Purple Soul Brahmak. Strength and Speed. This was the clash between the peak forms of close combat. Xia Fei with his level 8 law of speed, and Yu Man with his max level law of strength, facing each other head-on. Rumble. It felt like the very sky itself solidified, and the entire planet seemed to have been plunged into hell, turning grey. Soon, this solidification became a turbulent explosion. Xia Fei and Yu Man, one who possessed a huge amount of spirit energy, and the other whose body was an aggregation of energy. The explosive force from this collision was so great that even 10,000 nuclear bombs being exploded in unison could not compare. Those blue blood warriors that were in the vicinity were sent flying, while the soul-eating black beetles that were stealthily trying to creep in were also obliterated by that powerful impact. They were just like two balls of lightning that had collided, giving out a hair-raising sound, while beams of electric light flickered constantly. Boom! Xia Fei and Yu Man broke away at the same time. Xia Fei retreated over 100 steps before he managed to stabilize his footing. Yu Man did not have it easy either, similarly sent hurtling far away after that forceful collision. Yu Man stared at Xia Fei incredulously, then looked down at his own body. There, on Yu Man's cerulean soul gem body, was a crack that Xia Fei's fiendish blade Nirvana had created. A lot of his energy had been drained away by Nirvana, and his body had dimmed slightly right now. How vicious! Yu Man hissed, his eyes almost tearing. He bellowed, "Just who exactly are you?" Using a sleeve to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, Xia Fei smirked, "The one who will be taking your life, of course." Whoosh! Xia Fei began his second round of attack the moment he finished his reply. Reality had proven that the blue blood's cerulean soul gems were by no means impossible to kill. Nirvana was the enemy of all energy and living beings. What Xia Fei wanted was a persistent barrage of attacks. Repeatedly. The moment Yu Man's soul gem cracked open, that would also be the moment he died. Divine armor! To me! Yu Man's voice boomed, as he spread his arms open. The soul-eating black beetles around began to stick to him like they had been magnetized. Originally, Little Goldie and Furble had successfully stopped these beetles from pouncing on Xia Fei, but now, it was like the insects had suddenly learned how to fly, and were whizzing to Yu Man's body at high speeds. This battle between Xia Fei and Yu Man had not been a 1-versus-1 fight at the start. Because Yu Man was from the Royal Man clan, he was able to command his people, and thousands of Blue Blood Destiny Dragoons ought to have heeded his commands and surrounded Xia Fei. But unfortunately for him, these Blue Blood warriors in the desert were currently mired in pandemonium. Their eyes were green with envy, desperately fighting to snatch the purple substance that had been uncovered from the sands. This purple substance was very similar to the cerulean soul gem that the Blue Bloods possessed, except they were smaller in size, and purple in color, looking very much like clenched fists. There's purple soul Brahma here. Oh heavens! Am I dreaming? They are all mine. Mine. Xia Fei did not expect the purple crystals to actually have such bewitching powers that the Blue Blood warriors would even ignore Yu Man and begin fighting with each other, scrambling to get their hands on it. As the sand was sucked away by the black hole, many chunks of purple crystals were uncovered. The warriors began to make their way down to the desert, digging in a frenzy. At the same time, the fight between Xia Fei and Yu Man had reached a fevered pitch. Yu Man was now covered from head to toe in those black beetles, the little bugs scurrying all over his body constantly, making for a slightly disgusting sight. Law of Primal Chaos. Boom! Xia Fei swung out his left fist while also cleaving down with Nirvana in his right. In the havoc, many black beetles climbed up Xia Fei's body. Each of them had sharp pincers like drill bits, and were directly trying to burrow into Xia Fei's body. It was fine for those on his chest, since the Sky Devil War Armor Flying Eagle plume was extremely tough and the insects could not get through it, but the same could not be said for Xia Fei's arms. He felt as if he was being stung by a swarm of bees. But Xia Fei could not be bothered by all that. Everything came with a price, and he needed to end this right now. If he were to give Yu Man enough time to gather more of those beetles, then he would be forced into a passive role in this battle. The soul-eating black beetles could damage the soul, so Furble and Little Goldie were helpless against them. After all, the insects were far too small. Yu Man was nimble and quick. Ranged attacks could not harm him, so melee combat was Xia Fei's only option. Making that choice meant that Xia Fei would have to take a certain amount of damage. Xia Fei's decisively bet on his speed and equipment being more formidable than Yu Man's. A speed of 30 million meters per second and his war armor fiend scar. These were enough to hold off those soul-eating black beetles for a tenth of a second. A tenth of a second was all the time a speedster like Xia Fei needed. He got close. Xia Fei closed in on Yuman while fending off the countless black beetles. He thrust out a punch with his left that was imbued with his max-level law of primal chaos. On his left arm rested the 8-bladed fiendish blade Nirvana. Yuman had no idea just how powerful Xia Fei's law of primal chaos was, and had mistaken it for the same type of attack that he had withstood before, so he used his arm to block it. Crunch! A crisp sound rang out. Yuman's soul gem body was subverted by Xia Fei's law of primal chaos, shattering upon contact. It was only at that moment that Yuman panicked in fright. Unfortunately, it was far too late, and Nirvana had already landed squarely on Yuman's head. That one strike opened up Yuman's head quite a bit. Cerulean soul gems were truly sturdy, and while this opening was not large, it was enough for Nirvana to lodge in. Swoosh! Nirvana exuded a black mist and began rapidly devouring Yuman's energy, like a vampire sucking blood. Yuman was shocked. He had completely not expected that the attack Xia Fei made in the beginning would be leagues below this attack with the law of primal chaos. They were practically heaven and hell. Imbued with the law of primal chaos, Xia Fei's fist was powerful enough to break a blue blood's indestructible soul gem. Yuman hurriedly used his right hand to pull at Nirvana, but it was too bad that Xia Fei moved much quicker than him. Another punch with his left shattered Yuman's remaining arm with one swift blow. Everything had happened in a split second. Xia Fei did not use the law of primal chaos for 2 attacks, and this sudden use of the subversive strength allowed him to turn the tables on his opponent. With that done, Xia Fei lifted his leg and left. His entire body was currently crawling with the black beetles, and he was in a very precarious circumstance as well. Whoosh! Xia Fei used the strong winds created by his speed to get rid of the bugs, while Yuman was in the distance, looking like a drunkard, wavering all over the place. Nirvana's powerful devouring capability was causing him to lose consciousness. Yuman is dead. A blue blood warrior let out a terrified cry. The Man royal clan held a very esteemed position in the blue bloods' hearts, believing they were the most powerful royal line. Now that Yuman had been defeated after only a few rounds with Xia Fei, it left the Destiny Dragoons all stunned. Squelch! Just as those words left his lips, someone came streaking in from the side, a sword swung right at his head. This individual was instantly beheaded as the assailant snatched away the purple crystal in his hand. Xia Fei frowned. What are these things that they can actually cause the Destiny Dragoons to descend into such a frenzy? Radix shook his head. I don't know, but it must be something very important, otherwise they wouldn't be desperately scrambling to get a hold of them. The changes to the evaluation battlefield were extremely strange. Originally, these people had been gathered by Yuman to kill Xia Fei, but instead Xia Fei was now just an onlooker as the Destiny Dragoons fell into chaos. After his previous 2 experiences, Xia Fei had gained plenty of insight as to how he could obtain the elemental immemorial mystical armament. Xia Fei did not need to do anything. All he had to do was get near the armament, and the armament themselves would climb up his body. Whoosh! Like an obedient kitten, the fire elemental immemorial mystical armament Lux Gloria circled around Xia Fei a few times before finally diving into Xia Fei's right leg. Instantly, Xia Fei felt his blood boil. His body temperature rose, like he was having a soak in a sauna room. It was very warm, but also very comfortable, and his whole body felt at ease. Plant, water, earth, and fire. 4 of the 5 immemorial mystical armaments had been gathered. All that was missing was the metal immemorial mystical armament, and Xia Fei could combine the 5 elements together. But there was something Xia Fei still did not understand. Why did the immemorial mystical armament need to embed itself in his body? Right now, his 4 limbs had been occupied by an immemorial mystical armament each, so would the final metal immemorial mystical armament need to occupy his head? Presently speaking, aside from the plant immemorial mystical armament that Xia Fei originally possessed, the other armaments had hardly improved Xia Fei much. That was aside from the water immemorial mystical armament Terror Genesis that would occasionally provide a 3rd layer of defense for Xia Fei during critical moments, while the other immemorial mystical armaments would all quietly remain where they were, like they were asleep. Most likely I'll have to wait until the 5 are all gathered before something will trigger and happen, Xia Fei muttered to himself. Radix said, the metal immemorial mystical armament is the strongest, and the one out of the 5 elements that had the greatest combat strength. Even if you've already obtained 4 of the 5, you still can't let your guard down when you encounter the metal immemorial mystical armament. Xia Fei nodded. He had nothing to add, so he swept his gaze toward the battlefield. Without you man, the soul-eating black beetles were gradually dying off, unleashing a final attack in their madness before dying, which ended up killing off several dozen blue blood warriors as a result. The insects had already grown a lot weaker, and were hardly a threat to the warriors now. Return. Xia Fei said to Little Goldie. Little Goldie hurried to close the black hole, returning the desert back to normal. It was just that there was a lot less than before. Like a piece of cake with a big chunk taken a bite off, it looked like a segment of the desert had a large indent in it. Raising an eyebrow, Xia Fei mused, well, no matter what those strange purple crystals are, let's just grab a bunch of them first. Whoosh! With that said, Xia Fei turned back to the desert, peacock blue at the ready. The plant acted like an excavator, its long leaf blades flying as it dug through the sand, searching for the purple crystals. Though the purple crystals were precious, there were still a limited number of them. After searching for almost 2 hours, practically digging out the planet in the process, Xia Fei had only found about 20 or so pieces of them. As for the others, they of course gathered even less. A single chunk of purple crystal would often invite a bloodbath the moment it was found. It was not just the Destiny Dragoons of the Blue Bloods, even the humans from the Holy Light Dragoons and some Dark Moon Dragoons were fighting for possession of these purple crystals. Xia Fei was elated upon seeing this scene. The more of a pandemonium this battlefield became, the more beneficial it was for him. After all, as more people ended up dead, no one would notice that Xia Fei was the one who had killed you man. It was rather late, and so Xia Fei returned to the location where Wang Dingtian was recuperating. All he saw was the crafty old fox with a fully regrown arm and a healthy flush on his cheeks, brimming with vigor. Xia Fei thought about it some and retrieved a piece of purple crystal from his spatial ring, asking him, I wonder what sort of benefit this thing here has. It's enough to stir the dragoons in this battlefield into a frenzy searching for it. It's complete bedlam outside here. Wang Dingtian squinted at it before letting out a gasp of shock. Purple soul Brahma? This is a sort of condensed soul, even more valuable than a blue blood soul gem. How could the evaluation battlefield have such a thing? Chapter 1327, Grand Silken White Rain Lotus. Purple soul Brahma. How could the evaluation battlefield have such a thing? Wang Dingtian gasped in shock. Xia Fei asked with a furrowed brow, could this be a type of soul gem? Wang Dingtian had made a complete recovery by this point, so he stood up and let out a long sigh. It has been years. It was during the era when the Annihilation universe was in its golden age, where there were plenty of incredible soul skills, and many warriors that were powerful beyond measure. That crystal in your hand, each of them represents the life of a warrior. Xia Fei was startled. Suddenly, he felt that these purple crystals were a bit hot to the touch. Each of them represented the life of a warrior. What did that mean? Turning lives into crystals? This must be a matter-type soul art, Xia Fei muttered to himself. Wang Dingtian smiled and turned to face Xia Fei. There's no such art with the law of matter. Purple soul Brahma absorbs the soul of a person, and condenses them into a body of energy. Because this is a condensed form of a living soul, that is why I said they are very similar to the blue blood's cerulean soul gem. Condensed soul? Is there such an ability out there? Xia Fei asked, shocked. Wang Dingtian thought nothing of it. It was very common in the past. Back then, there were plenty of experts about, and there were the more powerful law powers of time and life that you've not ever seen before. Warriors that possessed those two law powers are what you'd call heaven-defying. Of course, it was also rare to find people like you that could cultivate the law of speed and the law of space to your degree. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and said softly, I haven't seen the law of time, but I've seen the law of life. Honestly, I don't think the law of life is anything amazing. Many don't even learn it, and the version I've seen isn't used for combat, but to increase the user's lifespan. Wang Dingtian pointed at Xia Fei and laughed, you're a sly one. You clearly know that my clan has an advanced version of the law of life, so you specifically mentioned this to me. Xia Fei did not give an answer. Indeed, he was interested in learning about the Sky Devil's version of the law of life that Wang Dingtian's clan possessed, which was why he had intentionally picked the topic. Wang Dingtian continued, it is very easy to neglect the issue of what version of law it was, since they are all considered to be life energy. They are not as strong as soul energy, but the difference here is like university and high school, everything in high school will look easy after entering university. But anyone having such a mentality would be sorely mistaken. You're the perfect example of this. You've already mastered soul and spirit energy, but do you dare say the law of speed is useless? Xia Fei was taken aback, but answered firmly, of course not. Without speed supporting me, there would be no way for me to bring my spirit energy to bear, no matter how much I became. Honestly, I've learned plenty of things in my life so far, and speed has been what has been propelling me forward this whole time. Without it, I'm afraid I might not have lasted until today. Wang Dingtian smiled, you're correct. Speed is what you relied on the most, and it is akin to a tree. The law of speed is the roots, while your spirit energy is the leaves. Only a tree with strong and deep roots would be able to grow up strong, with widespread branches and leaves. The law of speed you learned is very good, it has strong elasticity, and is an advanced legacy version. As for the laws of time and life, there are no places it exists outside of the Annihilation Universe, because even the partial and inferior versions of the law have been collected by the Annihilation Universe. Xia Fei mused, no wonder the law of life and law of time disappeared from the lore realm at the same time. It turns out it was those people from the Annihilation Universe pulling the strings. Xia Fei knew this very well. The lore realm had possessed the law of time and law of life a long time ago, but it had inexplicably disappeared after. Had Xia Fei not met the old monster Oro, he might not even be aware of either law's existence. Wang Dingtian thought nothing of it. It's not so much them pulling the strings. The Annihilation Universe already dominated the many universes, and they did everything in broad daylight. It was not like anyone would be able to stop them or anything. Xia Fei thought about that and said, how did our conversation get derailed into law powers? You haven't told me about those purple crystals yet. Wang Dingtian tapped his head absent-mindedly and laughed, seeing that purple soul Brahma has dredged up plenty of memories, so I could not resist and elaborated a little. It's also that you have an understanding of how the universe was like in the past. The purple soul Brahma were the souls that the experts of the Brahma race stole, condensed into a sort of life energy. There's this legend in the Annihilation Universe that life energy is able to help peak Annihilator tier experts make a breakthrough. That is why everyone was so desperately snatching up the purple soul Brahma, it is all in order to become a godlike existence. Every single one of those purple crystals is priceless. Xia Fei asked curiously, so what you mean to say is that level 9 annihilators could become even stronger after using the purple soul Brahma? They could transcend to an even higher domain. Wang Dingtian waved his hand dismissively. It's just an urban legend. But I do know that there's no way the purple soul Brahma could help peak annihilators advance. Instead, it's very helpful to lower level warriors, given that the crystals are not just mental energy, but also a condensed form of a warrior's life. It is different from the usual soul energy, or the even higher grade spirit energy. If the Brahma race had not disappeared a long time ago, their technique that could draw someone's life and condense it into energy would not have been lost to the ages. That is why these purple soul Brahmas are so expensive. There are plenty of peak annihilators around, and many are willing to purchase them at exorbitant prices. Even if you can't sell them, it'd be great even if you were to just try it. With that said, Wang Dingtian paused and asked Xia Fei, your law of speed has reached level 8. That's right, Xia Fei confirmed. Then the purple soul Brahma could help you break through to the peak. It's worthwhile to try, Wang Dingtian told him confidently. Xia Fei was extremely shocked. The law of speed was the most difficult law power in all the universes he knew of. Xia Fei had even managed to cultivate the law of primal chaos to its max level, yet the law of speed was still one level shy. That was enough to show just how difficult this heaven-defying law power was. If this strange purple crystal could help Xia Fei break through to the peak law of speed, then it would definitely be a great thing. A speed of 60 million meters per second. It would be the closest thing to reaching light speed in the universe. With his fiend wings unfurled, he could shuttle through galaxies and the 9 heavens. Just having this thought made Xia Fei feel an unbridled sense of excitement. While the immemorial mystical armaments were great, they were something that he could not see or touch, given how he had no idea when he would complete the process of the 5 elemental immemorial mystical armaments being combined as one. But his law of speed was attainable. Seeing his grand ancestor Xiaogukan, he knew it was possible. Xiaogukan only had 5 soul marks, many levels under Xia Fei, but if they were to really fight, Xia Fei might not win. This was because Xiaogukan's speed was an entire level greater than his. Furthermore, as long as he managed to max out his speed, Xia Fei could immediately learn the chilled ligament Ghost Valley body reinforcement art of the unrestricteds. That would push his speed even further, going beyond the 60 million meters mark. Since ancient times, aside from the broken wing Sky Devil Pale Tooth, no one had ever reached a speed beyond 60 million meters per second. Xia Fei would be the fastest person alive if he could master Chilled Ligament Ghost Valley. Even if Xia Fei had 9 soul marks, becoming a peak annihilator spiritualist, he would merely be on the same level as some of the top powerhouses, hardly any stronger than the others. But an increase in his speed would allow Xia Fei to stand ahead above the rest. He would become the most powerful speedster. There were plenty of upsides to this, countless even. As long as Xia Fei could reach the peak of his law of speed, it would not be impossible for him to challenge the peak annihilator experts despite still being a level 1 annihilator. That was speed. The most powerful and the most complex law power. Xia Fei's face slowly flushed red, appearing extremely excited. Wang Dingtian was observing Xia Fei's reaction the entire time. Now you know, that the purple soul Brahma would be considered a treasure by anyone, but you'd view it as a peerless treasure, Wang Dingtian mused. Because of your unique identity, I am quite curious to see you shatter the peak of the law of speed. Xia Fei forced himself to calm down and asked, what about my identity? Nothing, Wang Dingtian looked like the old fox that he was and intentionally waxed profoundly. At the end of the day, you're not aligned with those old fogies of the annihilation universe, so there's no drawback for me if you become stronger. After Wang Dingtian had crossed swords with the 4 great soul familiars, Xia Fei had a simple conversation with Palatutha's soul familiar. Given this old fox's identity and how he recognized the immemorial mystical armaments, he should now be aware of the fact that Xia Fei was a descendant of the fiends. With your foundation, you'll need 10 pieces of purple soul Brahma in order to make your breakthrough and attain the max level law of speed, Wang Dingtian commented casually. Xia Fei showed no reaction. He had managed to excavate 24 pieces from the desert, which meant he would have leftovers even after promoting twice, so he had enough on hand. Reaching a hand out, Wang Dingtian said, well, after telling you so much, what I've shared should be of help to you. Why don't you give me 2 pieces of purple soul Brahma from your leftovers? It just so happens that I have a grandson who could use it. Wang Dingtian looked towards Xia Fei to gauge his reaction to his statement, only for the young man to shrug. I didn't force you to say anything, and you told me everything of your own volition. If you really want these purple crystals, give me something of value in exchange for them. Wang Dingtian shook his head and sighed, I knew you were someone who would be unwilling to take a loss. Choose one object from these here then, but I want 3 purple soul Brahmas for it. Saying that, Wang Dingtian flicked his wrist, and a grand assortment of items appeared on the ground in an instant. There were so many, they numbered well into the thousands. Xia Fei sighed. Wang Dingtian was indeed a wily old fox. Xia Fei had barely arrived at annihilation for a handful of days, and had almost no knowledge of many things about it. Letting Xia Fei pick out a single item from this huge pile might seem fair on the outside, when really it would be banking on his greatest weakness, a lack of knowledge. Xia Fei thought to himself that he could just reject the exchange if he struggled with it. After all, there was no harm in keeping the purple soul Brahma anyway, given how highly sought after they were. Sweeping his gaze over the pile of items, Xia Fei looked over them as he observed Wang Dingtian's reaction. The moment Xia Fei's eyes moved over a botanical preservation canister, Xia Fei noticed Wang Dingtian's breathing suddenly stopped for the briefest moment before returning to normal. Approaching it, Xia Fei nonchalantly picked up the canister and said, forget it. Seeing as this is a fated meeting with the esteemed elder, I'll just take a loss here and exchange the crystals for this thing here. Are you sure? Wang Dingtian croaked awkwardly, his voice several octaves higher than usual. Yeah, Xia Fei sighed, as he hand-fed 3 fist-sized purple soul Brahmas to him. Wang Dingtian clenched his fist, and in doing so stashed away everything strewn on the ground, turning to leave. He only took several steps before he came to a stop and asked in annoyance, how could you tell that it was valuable? Xia Fei chuckled lightly, I don't have to know if something is valuable. All I had to do was observe your reaction and know what I should do. Damn! Wang Dingtian's expression darkened, unable to hold himself from uttering a curse. Xia Fei's observational skills were top-notch, and the moment Wang Dingtian's breathing faltered, Xia Fei understood that he cared deeply about what was inside the canister. Something that could make someone like Wang Dingtian feel like that had to be something worthwhile. Wang Dingtian shook his head and sighed, how unlucky of me. Had I known, I wouldn't have sought to exchange these crystals with you. I would be better off just going out there to snatch a few myself. What you have in your hand is the grand silken white rain lotus, a remnant from God's Eden. You better cherish it well. Chapter 1328, Re-establishing God's Eden. Grand silken white rain lotus was a remnant from God's Eden? Xia Fei was flabbergasted. He hurriedly opened up the botanical preservation canister to take a look inside. In the Annihilation universe, people had the habit of using similar preservation canisters that were automated for water and sunshine to store plants and such. Xia Fei easily opened it up. Inside he saw half the canister was filled with translucent liquid that HD to be the nutrients provided for the plant. In addition to the sunlight and a climate-controlled sealed interior, it could even simulate the natural environment inside, similar to what Xia Fei often used. A pretty little flower was floating in that transparent liquid, milky white in color, and smaller than a thumb by a tiny bit. It gave off a faint fragrance. The grand silken white rain lotus gave off a very strange salty scent, like a combination of the smell from a seafood market and a garden. Most botanical preservation canisters would not harm the plant in any way as long as they were not unsealed for too long, but Xia Fei had only opened the canister for not even a second, and the white flower began to yellow and wilt. Oh no! Xia Fei gasped as he quickly resealed the canister, and then opened the top layer of the transparent peephole. At this moment, that flower that originally had milky white petals actually began to turn grey from its pale yellow. Its condition was visibly worsening. What's going on? You only opened the canister for a bit, yet the flower immediately began to wilt. Radix was nonplussed. Xia Fei pinched his nose as he said in a morose tone, "It's the humidity. The more amazing a plant is, the harsher its expectations toward the environmental conditions. It looks like the grand silken white rain lotus was unable to adapt to the dry desert environment. Given how extremely fragile it is, even just a grain of sand was fatal to it. Then what do we do? This plant from God's Eden was exchanged for 3 purple soul Brahma. It'll be a huge waste if it is ruined." Radix panicked. Xia Fei gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "Fortunately, the grand silken white rain lotus was not exposed to the desert air for too long, so it won't wither immediately. All we can do now is seek Chu Jingfeng for help. They must have an idea on how to save it since they were the original caretakers of God's Eden." Wang Dingtian dashed off and arrived at a spot some 10 kilometers away from where Xia Fei was. He smiled. "Sure enough, the 5 ancient apexes did not even spare me a glance after I, Wang Dingtian, barged into the dragoons' evaluation battlefield. Looks like those old fogies have reached a point where they can't stand one another." Further away from him, those neophyte dragoons were still desperately digging for purple soul Brahmas. Unfortunately there were not too many that were left, seeing how Xia Fei himself had already taken away over 20 of them, leaving scant few of the others to fight over. However, that did not stop how fervently they continued to search for them. After all, even experts who had reached peak annihilator desired these purple soul Brahmas, so they would still make for a great gift if they could find one and give it to their clan patriarchs. Besides, it was also a miraculous item that the warriors could keep for themselves so as to rapidly advance, making it a finer item than they could ever hope to chance upon. "Come back to me." Wang Dingtian stretched his arms up toward the sky. An amber door hundreds of kilometers wide abruptly appeared. It was the divine weapon that he had used to cover the entire evaluation battlefield. The amber door shrank rapidly, until it was finally just the size of his palm. Wang Dingtian took it into his hand and with a cold harumph, departed from this place. Furnace Citadel. This battle that was originally supposed to last 24 hours ended hastily after only 4 hours. Despite the shortened time, it was still a historic event where the neophyte dragoons had taken the most casualties during an evaluation ceremony since its inception. The death toll had surpassed 500, with nearly 1,000 heavily injured. The people who came to watch the fight were all in shock. This was an outcome that none of them could have expected to happen. Wang Dingtian, the 4 great soul familiars, they were all characters that could wreak havoc and annihilation with a tap of their feet, and even the dragoon legions were helpless when dealing with them. After removing the protective barrier, scout ships were sent one after another into the desert in an effort to retrieve all the injured and dead warriors back to the Furnace Citadel. As expected of the unexpected, Xia Fei was immediately brought to meet old man Hong Xian, without seeing anyone else. On the table was a medallion with the insignia representing the qualifications of a dragoon, threaded through a metal chain so it could be worn over the neck. Hong Xian let out a long sigh and pointed toward the medallion, "Take it and leave. The ceremony has been cancelled." Xia Fei nodded indifferently, picking it up from the table. Hong Xian had also been the one who handed Xia Fei his registration the last time. Evidently, he was Xiu Zaishan's person, so he did not trouble Xia Fei. When Wang Dingtian left, his location was about 10 kilometers away from you. I believe you must have been with him sometime during those 4 hours. Hong Xian lifted his head up to look at Xia Fei. Xia Fei displayed his trademark innocent smile and answered softly, I don't know any Wang Dingtian. Hong Xian placed his hand gently on the table, you don't have to fake it, since I already know. You're the one who killed the descendant of one of the 10 kings of the Blue Bloods, you man. The Destiny Dragoons who are still alive are witnesses. Xia Fei shrugged, there were plenty of people who died this time around, and it happened all due to their struggles to snatch up those purple crystals. Even the Destiny Dragoons themselves fought fiercely with each other to get their hands on them. Xia Fei did not say anything more. The old man Hong Xian was someone who got sharper with age, so he of course understood what Xia Fei was insinuating. As long as Hong Xian could shift the blame of what happened to the appearance of the Purple Soul Brahmas, he would essentially be able to cover up the majority of what had transpired. The key here was whether he stood with Xia Fei. Hong Xian let out a bitter laugh, indicating that Xia Fei should leave. It was apparent he already understood what he meant with that comment. Xia Fei and Shane began their voyage back. Shane kept asking about the situation on the battlefield, but Xia Fei was occupied with his thoughts, worrying about that grand silken white rain lotus dying, and was in a hurry to contact Chu Jingfeng. Chu Jingfeng was not someone welcome in the Annihilation universe, and was a contact that Xia Fei wanted to keep secret. Xia Fei had no way of contacting him in front of Shane, so he could only patiently wait until he had the time alone to do so. The transportation network in the Annihilation universe was well developed, so it did not take too long for Xia Fei and Shane to return back to the 29th place. Pointing toward Qiu Zaishan's office, Shane said, the leader's waiting for you. It's fine if you don't wish to tell me anything, but there's no way you can hide things from him. Xia Fei nodded and soon knocked on the door to the office. Qiu Zaishan seemed to have just finished a phone call with someone, and was still holding onto a Bixia orb in hand with a pensive look on his face. Take a seat. I've already been informed about what happened on the evaluation battlefield, as well as what happened to you man, Qiu Zaishan chuckled bitterly. You are really quite talented in making a mess out of things. The steward of the Furnace Citadel was directed by someone to target you, so of course we at the 29th place had to show him who he ended up messing with. Now, everyone around the universe knows that you are someone that the 29th place supports, but you've actually killed you man. Xia Fei remained silent. Qiu Zaishan did not look at Xia Fei with reprimand in his eyes, and there was a visible mix of surprise there as well. He really had not expected Xia Fei to manage to slay you man. After some thought, Xia Fei asked, so, who exactly is Wang Dingtian? Qiu Zaishan frowned, he was someone that did not join the Heroes Alliance back in the day. There will always be some people in this world that would not care if the universe was facing extinction, even if the Mega Dragons were knocking on his front door. Wang Dingtian and his clan were that kind of people. He's considered a resident of Annihilation, but he has no relations with us. Neither have anything to do with one another. Xia Fei nodded slightly. Seeing how cunning Wang Dingtian was, he could also tell that the man was very scheming, even being able to fool the 4 great soul familiars. There was a brief pause in the conversation before Qiu Zaishan continued, since you've killed you man, it was a good thing that the battlefield descended into pandemonium, so the Blue Bloods would not openly trouble you. However, you need to hand over a piece of Purple Soul Brahma. That item has plenty of people mesmerized, especially some old monsters that will do anything in their power to get a few for themselves. Xia Fei very readily placed a piece of the purple crystal on Qiu Zaishan's table. He still had 20 of them in his spatial ring, so he was not too heartbroken about having to hand one over, so he could at least account to those above. Leaving Qiu Zaishan's office, Xia Fei made up an excuse to slip out of 29th place, heading to a birch forest by the foot of a mountain to contact Chu Jingfeng. The image of Chu Jingfeng's rosy cheeks soon appeared, almost as if he had been drinking. I heard that you were an expert when it comes to stirring up trouble, and this time I'm completely convinced of this. Just a routine Dragoon Legion evaluation battlefield was reduced to its current state, and you probably contributed at least half to it, Chu Jingfeng remarked as he laughed out loud. Xia Fei was not in the mood to banter, so he immediately broached the subject, 2 things. I've gotten some Purple Soul Brahma, and Wang Dingtian told me that they are things that could help me make the breakthrough to reach peak law of speed. However, there's no word about it in your Serpent Swallowing Whale manual, so I was wondering just how I should use them, and if there are any side effects. You really dispensed with the ceremony there, Chu Jingfeng grumbled. It's true that my Serpent Swallowing Whale did not make any mention of the Purple Soul Brahma. That is because when I was writing it, I firmly believed that with the disappearance of the Brahma race, the Purple Soul Brahma would no longer appear anymore. As for how to use it, that's a little difficult. Every purple soul Brahma contains a life, and you ought to know what's so difficult about that since you've devoured life before. Xia Fei was startled. Initially when he was helping treat Xiu Yi, that evil spirit that she was harboring in her brain region that he had absorbed nearly managed to eat him up. The entire ordeal was still fresh in his memory. Indeed it would be very difficult. Spirits have their own consciousness, and I'll need to eliminate that first before I can utilize it, Xia Fei said after some thought. That's right. So what's the second matter? Chu Jingfeng asked. Xia Fei pulled out the botanical preservation canister containing the grand silken white rain lotus and calmly explained, I used 3 purple soul Brahma to exchange with Wang Dingtian for this grand silken white rain lotus. But I had no idea just how fragile this plant was, and accidentally opened the canister. The moment the grand silken white rain lotus interacted with the dry atmosphere and dirt, it immediately changed color. Chu Jingfeng's ruddy face turned pale instantly as he exclaimed in bewilderment, You have Wang Dingtian's grand silken white rain lotus? Yes. Quick show me. Chu Jingfeng leapt up to his feet as he said that. Xia Fei did not dare to open the canister again, so he stuck the Bixia orb right next to the peephole on the canister. What the heck? Aren't you far too careless? That's the grand silken white rain lotus from God's Eden. It's an absolutely godly item. Chu Jingfeng was pulling at his hair after he inspected it, his voice cracking from the heartbreak. Xia Fei watched as he began pacing back and forth in the room with his brow furrowed tightly. It has already begun to turn grey, which means this grand silken white rain lotus is already about to wither away. It has 72 hours at most. Chu Jingfeng muttered under his breath with his head bowed. Suddenly, Chu Jingfeng's figure shuddered, almost as if he had come to a remarkable decision. He steeled himself and solemnly said to Xia Fei, Right now I'll give you a set of coordinates. Head on over there right away and meet me. Where is this place? Xia Fei asked, curious. With how things are, there's but one solution left. Chu Jingfeng looked at Xia Fei and enunciated each word with a pause, Re-establish, God's Eden. Chapter 1329, Pool of Life. Whoosh! Xia Fei met up with Chu Jingfeng, who had picked up his disciple Su Luanbu along the way, and the 3 of them made their way toward God's Eden together. What good luck! To think my master would actually be willing to bring you to God's Eden. I begged him for many years, and he only acquiesced to bring me there just once, Su Luanbu said to Xia Fei with a smile. Meanwhile, Chu Jingfeng was constantly keeping his eye on the status of the grand silken white rain lotus, making a record once every 15 minutes, just like a doctor treating a patient. Xia Fei thought nothing of it. So what? This time when he's headed to God's Eden, your master first thought to call you along. Su Luanbu waved his hand and said awkwardly, That's because he's afraid he can't handle it by himself, and he needs me to lend a hand. You might not know this, but my master values God's Eden more than his own life, and him bringing you there is not only because of that grand silken white rain lotus you have, but also because he trusts you. That was when Chu Jingfeng came over to Xia Fei's side after he was done recording. His eyes were stern. How's the situation? Xia Fei asked. It's really terrible. The furnace citadel has extreme heat waves and is full of dirt and sand. Furthermore, the humidity was too far off, those are fatal conditions to the delicate grand silken white lotus. Right now, I only hope it can hang in there until we reach God's Eden. Chu Jingfeng sighed. Changing the topic, Chu Jingfeng began talking about Xia Fei. There's still 2 days to go on our trip, will there be any problem with Xiuzation? Xia Fei replied, I'm just a malingerer in the 29th place. Aside from matters associated with the fiends, Xiuzation doesn't let me participate in anything else. It's like he had me join them all solely for the sake of solving the mystery behind the fiends. This time I've asked for a week of leave, and he approved it without even batting an eye. Chu Jingfeng nodded. Xiuzation's wife died while he was investigating the fiend's ruins, which is why the fiends are a matter really close to his heart. He always held the belief that there were people afraid of him uncovering the secret behind the fiends, which was why they had her killed. But it was because of that he became even more determined to investigate the fiends, all for the sake of drawing out those people to deal with him again. This way, he will be able to learn just who it was all those years back that hunted him and his wife down. You're an important pawn in the eyes of Xiuzation. Xia Fei said nothing. Xiuzation using him to investigate the fiends was an evident fact, but it was not too detrimental to him, either, so he was not too bothered by it. Follow me. Chu Jingfeng brought Xia Fei to the cultivation chamber on board the warship. Chu Jingfeng's warship was very well equipped, and the cultivation chamber was only second to what the 29th place had. It made Xia Fei's eyes shine. It's still early, so you can use this room to absorb your purple soul Brahma, Chu Jingfeng told him. Xia Fei wrinkled his brow and looked around. This room is a little small. I need a lot of space when cultivating my law of speed. Chu Jingfeng was unamused. It's your fault for learning the law of speed. It'll be too late by the time we reach Eden, so I will teach you how to absorb the purple soul Brahma now. Every one of them contains a complete soul, so you'll need a bit of technique. Xia Fei was taken aback, but quickly agreed. 2 days later, in some foreign location in the endless expanse of stars, Xia Fei had not taken a step out of the cultivation chamber in the last 2 days. He knew very well that Chu Jingfeng was sincerely intending to teach him how to absorb the purple soul Brahma. On top of that, he did not want Xia Fei to learn just where God's Eden was located. God's Eden was a magical garden that the 4 great sky devils had constructed. There were all kinds of fauna and flora there, along with precious and rare plants. It was said that many of them could be used to improve a warrior's capabilities. Ever since ancient times, there had been many who would drool over God's Eden, wanting to get their hands on the miraculous fruits found there. That was why Chu Jingfeng was so cautious about the existence of the place. Even if Xia Fei was of the fiend's bloodline, Chu Jingfeng had no desire to tell him everything about God's Eden. There was some powder in front of Xia Fei. It was what was left behind after he was done with the purple soul Brahmas. After the energy inside the crystal had all been absorbed, what remained was nothing more than waste. Xia Fei had followed Chu Jingfeng's instructions and absorbed a total of 8 purple soul Brahmas over 2 days. Whoosh! The doors to the cultivation chamber swung open, and Chu Jingfeng entered quickly. We're here. Xia Fei hurriedly got up and made his way to the command deck with Chu Jingfeng. When Chu Jingfeng saw the pile of powdered remains of the purple soul Brahmas on the ground, he gasped, "How many did you absorb?" 8, Xia Fei answered calmly. Chu Jingfeng went pale. He quickly examined Xia Fei's body, who could hear the panic in his voice. 8. 8 entire purple soul Brahmas. Just what did you do? Do you feel your body heating up? Like you're about to explode or something? Xia Fei pondered his question and answered, I do feel a little hot, but it's within levels I can tolerate. Chu Jingfeng was absolutely shocked. Purple soul Brahmas were a type of life energy that had a consciousness of its own. To store it like Xia Fei was, without using it, was incredibly dangerous. Even Chu Jingfeng himself would only absorb about 5 of them in one go. Any more and the energy would become conflicted, and would damage his brain region. But Xia Fei could absorb 8 purple soul Brahmas in one sitting, an outrageous amount. Let's not talk about this first. Quick, follow me. Chu Jingfeng said after he came back to his senses. A short time ago, the warship had arrived at a brand new planet, with lovely white clouds floating in the sky and ruined walls and rubble strewn on the ground. These were visible indications that this had once been a very prominent location. There were collapsed buildings all around the area, the angular buildings clearly construction that had originated from the fiend race. Upon closer examination, Xia Fei noticed that there were images of amazing plants and animals carved upon them, showing just how many years had been spent building this garden. This garden covered a large area, and Xia Fei could not even see its boundaries. The many cobblestone paths extended away from him, while the many buildings were exquisite in construction, with bridges and lakes that made for picturesque views. The one who took charge of the construction of God's Eden was Medicinal Cauldron Prince, the only one who was a cultured scholar among the 4 great sky devils. That is why the garden had been so tastefully built, but it is too bad that it was destroyed in the end, Su Luanbu said with some regret. Chu Jingfeng retorted earnestly, look at the situation we're in, how could you still be in the mood to chat? Land the warship, we're going to hurry and send the grand silken white rain lotus to the final pool of life. Understood, Master. Su Luanbu quipped lightly, yet he guided the ship very dexterously with his hands, piloting the warship to land by a hill just outside of the garden. Why aren't you landing it right in the garden? That would save us some time. Xia Fei pointed out inquisitively. This is God's Eden we're talking about. Chu Jingfeng brayed, somewhat angrily. Even if it is an abandoned garden now, it is still the most precious legacy that the Lord Sky Devil left to the world. Not even a bit of damage to the garden is allowed. Xia Fei stuck his tongue out. There was no room for amity when talking about this garden in Chu Jingfeng's eyes. See, That's my old stubborn master, Su Luanbu pouted. Whoosh! The warship was parked, and Chu Jingfeng sprinted out after grabbing the botanical preservation canister, forcing Xia Fei and Su Luanbu to hurry to catch up. Though he was not a speedster, Chu Jingfeng had a very decent cultivation. He was very familiar with the paths here, and as he raced through the overgrown garden, he kept calling for Xia Fei and Su Luanbu to keep pace with him. In no time at all, the three men arrived at an artificial pool. While the other pools around had all dried up, this one still had water in it. Chu Jingfeng jumped into the pool with a splash, not concerned with the silt or weeds around him as he made his way to the center and gingerly set the botanical preservation canister down. This is the last pool of life water. In several years' time, the water here will dry up, and when that time comes, God's Eden will completely lose all its life force, Su Luanbu explained to Xia Fei. This last bit of water did not look remarkable, but Chu Jingfeng cherished it greatly. Xia Fei simply could not understand what was so magical about the life water. Chu Jingfeng opened up the canister. This time, the grand silken white rain lotus did not rapidly wilt as it had last time. It looked like the garden's environment was quite suitable for its growth. Placing the lotus in the water, Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu proceeded to shut their eyes in unison, activating some art. The little white flower floated on the water, unmoving. Gradually, the surface of the water began to glow, like a group of fireflies were being born on the water's surface. Bits of light gathered around the grand silken white rain lotus, and the small flower immediately regained its luster. As time passed, the lotus began to grow out its roots, which were as thin as bean sprouts. Chu Jingfeng wiped away his sweat, elated. It's a good thing that we came here in time, and managed to save this grand silken white rain lotus. However, we can't let down our guard just yet. We'll need to wait until its root system is completely developed and subsequently transplant it to some moist soil near the water. Only then will it be able to grow healthily. Lifting his head up, he looked around at the abandoned garden and sighed, the once illustrious God's Eden now doesn't even have a single sacred plant left. I'm sure my grandfather would faint from the heartache if he ever witnessed such a scene. Xia Fei could also feel the sorrow as he asked, did God's Eden die off on its own, or was its ruin caused artificially? Chu Jingfeng replied, when the four great sky devils departed, God's Eden began to languish, so there was no need for anyone to do anything to it. Honestly speaking, the people of the Annihilation universe wish God's Eden was perfectly fine, as they would then be able to get their hands on its miraculous fruits and plants for themselves. Ruining it would not be beneficial to anyone. In order to ensure that grand silken white rain lotus could survive, Xia Fei and the others needed to stay on God's Eden for several days. Xia Fei took advantage of this time to cultivate his law of speed. Chu Jingfeng was very strict, only allowing Xia Fei to be active outside of God's Eden. Given that there were plenty of hills surrounding the garden which acted as natural protection for God's Eden, Chu Jingfeng brought Xia Fei past them. The scene nearly caused Xia Fei to gasp out in surprise. It turned out that God's Eden was not built on a planet, but an endless expanse of space. There was a long and narrow corridor that surrounded the garden, much like a running track as might be found in a stadium. Standing atop it allowed him to see a magnificent view of the stars. You never would have guessed this, right? Chu Jingfeng smiled. Xia Fei nodded, indeed, I never would have guessed it. To think that God's Eden would actually be completely man-made. And here I was thinking that I was on a planet. Chu Jingfeng thought nothing of it. People who have not been here would never realize it. There's a legend in Annihilation, stating that God's Eden was built atop a large turtle's back, and that this turtle would wander across the sea of stars with the garden on its back, which is why no one has ever been able to find God's Eden. Xia Fei chuckled, the person who came up with that story must have had quite the vivid imagination. Chu Jingfeng sighed, sapient beings have been fascinated with God's Eden for a long time, which is why there are all sorts of legends and folktales out there. There are few and far who could really make their way here. You may begin sprinting, but please remember that the purple soul Brahma's energy needs to be used all in one go for it to be most effective. Chapter 1330, Fiend Wing Broken. Xia Fei's law of speed training needed him to trace his law patterns while sprinting at his top speed. This was a unique training method that the Skywing clan had come up with. Grand Ancestor Xia Gukan had no idea if it was something passed on from the fiends, but it was Xia Fei's belief that it was very likely to be the case. As the most powerful martial technique Xia Fei had in his arsenal, no matter what Xia Fei had learned, he had never once given up on his speed cultivation. After all these years, he had gotten quite used to the alternative training method that the Skywings had come up with. While speeding, Xia Fei attempted to unleash the energy he had gained from the Purple Soul Brahmas. It had not been easy absorbing the Purple Soul Brahmas, and using them was quite the challenge as well. After all, they contained the energy someone had collected over their entire life, and Xia Fei was seizing all that for his personal use. Without being capable of finer energy control and possessing a tenacious willpower, there was no way he could have controlled the impact that came from that instantaneous burst of energy. But Xia Fei was very clever when using this energy. First he used spirit energy to trace out the pattern, then, when there was no way for him to carry on and he encountered problems, he would swap over to using Purple Soul Brahma to push on. This method was somewhat similar to a racing car using its second engine. Some of those cars would add a set of combustion injection parts on top of their engines, akin to a jet rocket. Every time the main engine reached its maximum speed and the car could not go any faster, the second engine would kick in and further increase the speed by a significant margin. The entire process was surprisingly smooth. Sure enough, the life energy contained inside the Purple Soul Brahma was exceptionally suitable for advancing his law of speed. It might not have been as effective if he had used the energy to progress his soul mark instead. The law of speed was still under the realm of the physical, and the soul mark was considered a mental power. The Purple Soul Brahma contained both physical and mental energy. It was most definitely a highly sought-after treasure for a warrior. His soul mark was being drawn bit by bit, even as Xia Fei's speed kept breaking past the 30 million meter limit. At the same time Xia Fei was cultivating his law of speed, the master and disciple duo of Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu were not loafing about either. The Chu clan had once been the gardeners of God's Eden, and they valued this grand garden as highly as the four great sky devils themselves. Given how the place was now in such a state of disrepair, Chu Jingfeng was very heartbroken. Xia Fei's possession of the very last grand silken white rain lotus was like the final symbol of God's Eden, and Chu Jingfeng had absolutely no desire to see it wither. 24 hours passed. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu had been keeping an eye on the growth of the grand silken white rain lotus, not once leaving its side. Master, if you love God's Eden so much, why not just refurbish it once over, go gather some flora and fauna and it would still look rather dazzling. Why let the garden continue to fall into disuse? Su Luanbu suggested softly, unable to stand seeing Chu Jingfeng look so anguished after coming here. What do you know? Chu Jingfeng said gravely. What plants are out there that could qualify to be nurtured here in God's Eden? If you must know, what were once grown here were the highest grade precious treasures found across all the universes. Transplanting all those common plants into God's Eden is practically blasphemy. You're the only one who could come up with such a bad idea. Su Luanbu did not agree. I just couldn't stand seeing how sad you are. Even if we forget about transplanting plants over, it shouldn't be too hard to give the garden a facelift at least. It just so happens that Xia Fei's here, and he's a speedster. I dare bet that it would not take a day for him to change how this place looks. The man had been rather discourteous, including Xia Fei in his plans without asking. Chu Jingfeng sighed and lowered his head. You don't understand. God's Eden has declined naturally. It wouldn't be hard for me to refurbish it, but that does not mean that God's Eden will return, even if I have all the buildings rebuilt. It's far more suitable that I leave it like this. Su Luanbu did not think he was wrong, feeling that his master was just being confused in his old age. That was when a loud explosion could be heard from outside the garden, like an atomic bomb had been detonated beyond the border. The final pool of life water shuddered. The entire garden shook, worrying Chu Jingfeng. Xia Fei has attained max level in his law of speed. Su Luanbu was startled. He leaped up to the nearby hill and looked away. Chu Jingfeng thought about it a little, and then climbed up the small hill next to him. How majestic! Is this the prowess of the max level law of speed? Su Luanbu exclaimed. The two men saw two large wings dragging behind Xia Fei's back as he circled like a streak of light around the corridor that formed the border of God's Eden. Perhaps it was because Xia Fei had reached max level with his law of speed, but even his fiend wings had become much sharper. Their exaggerated appearance made them look diabolical, a chilling sight for anyone who set their eyes on him. 60 million meters per second. What you're seeing now is the fastest speed a sapient life form can achieve. The very apex of speed. Chu Jingfeng pointed at Xia Fei excitedly. Actually, what Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu were seeing was just Xia Fei's afterimage, because he was simply too fast at the speed he was currently at. Su Luanbu crooked his head to the side and asked, then what about Pale Tooth? I heard the Lord Broken Wing Sky Devil's top speed was godlike. Chu Jingfeng answered in a deep voice, Lord Palatutha's speed is the fiend's secret. No one knows. Max level. Your law of speed has reached max level. Radix said excitedly. Xia Fei, you've finally completely maxed out your law of speed. From here onward, you've attained the fastest speed in the universe. Awoo! Furball and Little Goldie howled, their faces red with excitement. Chu Jingfeng was happy watching this. It had been years since God's Eden had been this lively, and now that Xia Fei had broken through and attained the highest level of the law of speed, even the plants in the garden seemed to be excited. Xia Fei's demonstration of speed was still continuing. The 9 law patterns rose up, as did his soul mark. Like before, the soul mark swallowed the law of speed's law pattern with a great rumbling, so from now on, speed and his soul mark would become as one, never apart anymore. This was not the first time this had happened. Xia Fei's unrestricted soul spirit mark was like a huge furnace that absorbed everything, smelting them into Xia Fei's strength. Unwittingly, the situation was starting to turn peculiar. Xia Fei was still sprinting fast, maintaining his top speed of 60 million meters per second. He was streaking around like a bolt of lightning, his fiend wings cutting the air like a sharp blade. Rumble. God's Eden's perimeter corridor had been built a long time ago, and it was unable to withstand the pressure from Xia Fei's superspeed. Some parts began to crumble. Furball and Little Goldie were exotic beasts, and they possessed innate keen observation. They stopped their cheering as they stared strangely at Xia Fei. A measure of concern could be seen in their eyes. Chu Jingfeng took a deep breath and yelled, Xia Fei! Quick, slow down! The corridor can't withstand it any longer. It was like Xia Fei was a demon reborn. The fiend wings on his back were becoming darker and darker. Even the wings of a hellspawn could not compare. Without any exaggeration, it was quite apparent that Xia Fei's fiend wings were even more fiendish than his grand ancestor Xia Guoken. Xia Fei snorted, and dashed right out of God's Eden. He entered into the sea of stars and began soaring through space. The fiend wings underwent yet another change. Without being restricted by the perimeter's path, Xia Fei's speed increased even further, while his fiend wings expanded even further. His sprinting figure was becoming even more unrestrained, like a wild horse that had shaken off its reins. No, he was more like a demon unbound. Lightning crackled everywhere he passed. The bolts of lightning surrounded God's Eden. At this point, even the simplest fool could tell that Xia Fei had not just broken past the speed limit, but had also shed some sort of restriction of his own. But no one had any clue just what sort of restriction it was. Xia Fei came streaking in from afar, speeding past Chu Jingfeng's head as he shouted loudly, I'm in a bit of trouble, I can't seem to stop right now. Chu Jingfeng was stunned, exclaiming, you'll be expending a lot of strength moving at such high speeds. If Xia Fei can't stop, he might very well die from exhaustion. Su Luanbu panicked, what could possibly be forcing Xia Fei to be unable to come to a halt? We don't have the time to ponder so much right now. What's most important right now is to stop him first. Chu Jingfeng said. Xia Fei circled back very quickly. He was now sprinting in the air above God's Eden, not daring to stray too far from the place. Listen to my command, we can stop him if we work together. Chu Jingfeng barked. A speed of 60 million meters per second. Even if he were to streak by in an instant, all Chu Jingfeng could see was his blurred figure, and it would be too late by the time he could react and make a move. Thus, Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu had to preemptively prepare themselves. Crossing cloud net. When Xia Fei was still a black dot in the distance, Chu Jingfeng began to activate a law-powered device. A huge white net appeared, like a web that a gigantic spider would have woven. It was highly resilient. Xia Fei was moving too fast and was no different from an arrow, instantly penetrating through Chu Jingfeng's crossing cloud net. Their first attempt at stopping him had failed. Chu Jingfeng gritted his teeth and growled, Half Moon Sea. Rumble. There was yet another loud echo as Chu Jingfeng used 2 law devices this time. Crossing cloud net and Half Moon Sea. One was a powerful net with superb resilience, while the other was a half-moon-shaped green object, looking like a jelly that was floating in mid-air. Not only did they hope to stop Xia Fei, they also had to do it without harming him. This was a situation that made even the jack of all trades master Chu Jingfeng scratch his head. While he was certainly someone with many means, he actually lacked the appropriate devices that could specifically deal with the situation they were currently in. The fiend wing and a maxed out law of speed. The crossing cloud net broke once more, while the half-moon sea shattered when Xia Fei rammed right through it. 2 law devices. Those were 2 peak-grade law weapons. The color drained from Chu Jingfeng's face. Xia Fei had a pair of fiend wings and had reached max-level law of speed. He was a powerful existence, even if he was not using any weapon. Not to mention the fact that the fiend wings on his back were also weapons. Xia Fei had turned into an unstoppable cannonball. Su Luanbu had a brainstorm and suggested, "Master, use the Tahara Buddha star. Xia Fei has peacock blue, so let him grab Tahara Buddha star with it, and he'd be able to stop himself." Chu Jingfeng was startled and nodded, "Yes, that's the only solution we can try now." The Tahara Buddha star was the Chu clan's guardian. An annihilator-grade law weapon. Chu Jingfeng was the compiler of the 1000 soul ranking, so of course he would not include his own items in the rankings. The strength of his Tahara Buddha star was definitely a superb law weapon worthy of the top 100 in the 1000 soul ranking. Chu Jingfeng swung out an arm, throwing a bead toward the stars. In the next second, the bead transformed. It grew 10 million times larger, becoming a transparent crystal orb that spanned well over 10 kilometers in diameter. "Use peacock blue and grab a hold of this." Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu shouted in unison. Radix, Furball and Little Goldie could feel their heart in their throats right now. Xia Fei understood what they suggested, and sent out peacock blue from his right hand. It extended out like a demonic hand. Peacock blue grabbed onto that Tahara Buddha star, and grasped onto it firmly. There was a series of ear-piercing sounds, as Xia Fei forcefully grabbed onto the Tahara Buddha star, and his momentum kept him sprinting forward for several hundred kilometers. The surface of the peak-grade soul orb looked like it was about to crack open. Finally, Xia Fei came to a grueling halt, his face scarlet from the strain, and his entire waistline seeming to have gone down a size. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu hurriedly ran over to Xia Fei, but that was when something strange occurred yet again. There was a crisp sound that echoed through the air as Xia Fei let out a long sigh. The fiend wings on his back had broken off. Chapter 1331, God's Eden Rejuvenated. Snap! This sound was not loud, akin to what one might hear when ice cracks on the surface of a frozen lake. However, an earth-shattering change came with the sound. Everyone watched as the 2 black fiend wings on Xia Fei's back broke off. "Your fiend wings! They broke!" Su Luanbu shouted as he froze in his tracks. Chu Jingfeng did not say a word. He examined Xia Fei with a shocked expression as 4 words reverberated in his mind. Or to be precise, a person's name. Broken Wing Sky Devil. Broken Wing Sky Devil. Broken Wing Sky Devil. Everyone knew that the fiend race had 4 great sky devils, and that it was due to their existence that the fiends had managed to grow from a small clan on the borders of the universe into the 3rd major sapient race, able to rival the humans and blue bloods. They became the undisputed kings of stratagems and tactics. One among the 4 was called the Broken Wing Sky Devil, who went by the name of Pale Tooth. He was a speedster, and he had used a pair of broken fiend wings. A very long time ago, the 4 great sky devils had departed mysteriously, and had not returned since. After the fight to the death against the mega dragons and the eradication of the fiends, it was only now that Xia Fei, someone of the fiend bloodline, had similarly had his fiend wings broken. Just what did that mean? Xia Fei was not a true fiend, yet he did have a portion of their blood in him. The Broken Wing Sky Devil Pale Tooth was a speedster, just like Xia Fei. The Broken Wing Sky Devil got his name because of the broken wings on his back, and that was now the same for Xia Fei. Chu Jingfeng could feel his brain wanting to explode with the implications. There were too many fantastical thoughts running through his mind, and for some unknown reason, when he saw Xia Fei's fiend wings break off, the first thought that came to his mind was the Broken Wing Sky Devil, Pale Tooth. Huuu! Xia Fei squatted down on the ground, his head lowered. His heavy and haggard breathing made him appear very relieved. His 2 broken fiend wing stumps resembled 2 blades on his back. The 2 wings were floating in mid-air. Having lost their owner, they looked like fallen sails, appearing somewhat helpless. The wind blew, and the originally formless fiend wings scattered, like black soot that covered God's Eden with a layer of ash. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu lifted their heads up reflexively, reaching out a hand to grab the grey remains of the fiend wings. However, this grey matter turned intangible and passed through their fingers before finally falling down on the ground. No one thought that a miraculous scene would appear after the remains of the fiend wings landed on God's Eden. The garden that had already fallen into a dilapidated condition actually came alive. Fresh flowers blossomed from within the weeds, almost as if the turn of spring had come. Chu Jingfeng was in a frenzy, watching the changes happen with great incredulity. He gulped audibly before charging into the garden so he could closely examine this surprising transformation. Xia Fei had already gotten up to his feet by this point. He looked skinnier than he was before, though he was still fairly spirited. He lit a cigarette and walked up beside Su Luanbu before coming to a halt. Furball and Little Goldie saw that their master was fine and happily leapt into Xia Fei's arms. Radix also floated nearby, carefully observing Xia Fei's fiend wing stumps. Whoosh! Xia Fei's fiendish energy was dissipating, even as his broken wings gradually disappeared. Why did your fiend wings break? Su Luanbu asked curiously. Xia Fei shook his head, I have no idea. The instant I broke the threshold of peak level law of speed, the fiend wings kept propelling me to keep accelerating, not allowing me to slow down at all, only until the end when they broke off. Everything happened without me being consciously aware of what was transpiring. Did it hurt? Xia Fei chuckled, the fiend wings were originally formless, so how could I have felt any pain? That was when they heard Chu Jingfeng yell from afar, come here quick. Come take a look. Xia Fei and Su Luanbu were startled, and rapidly made their way to Chu Jingfeng's side. All they saw was the old man sprawled over by the edge of that final pool of life water as he watched the water's surface in excitement. Chu Jingfeng pointed to the center of the pool as he exclaimed, I don't believe this. Life water is flowing anew. This is a miracle. It's the sign that God's Eden has recovered. Xia Fei and Su Luanbu hurriedly inspected it closely. They spotted some tiny bubbles rising from the center of the pool, almost like the effervescence one might see from an opened bottle of champagne. Water was flowing from underground, and while it was not much, it was definitely a sign that the pool was rejuvenating. Chu Jingfeng looked up to the stars, barely able to contain his excitement as tears flowed freely down his face. The situation had developed in this completely unexpected trajectory, such that God's Eden was actually rejuvenating its life force. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu both held the belief that Xia Fei's broken fiend wings and God's Eden rejuvenation were closely linked. The fiend wings breaking were equivalent to Xia Fei losing a weapon in his arsenal, and that was originally a bad thing. But God's Eden had thus rejuvenated because of it, so it had turned this negative into a positive. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu were now very busy, the master and disciple taking a field trip to inspect the huge God's Eden, hoping to uncover more evidence that life was returning to this place. After some time, Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu rushed back to Xia Fei, giddy with glee. Chu Jingfeng pulled out his notebook and loudly declared, there are a total of 1,280 springs across God's Eden. Now one of the springs has returned, and the underground humidity for 4 springs is on the rise too. Those are definitely signs that God's Eden has begun to rejuvenate. Xia Fei nodded, then have the fruits and all the amazing plants that grew rampantly throughout the garden, have they returned as well? Chu Jingfeng remarked, these springs of life water are the basis of God's Eden. As long as the springs of life water have recovered, the underground water system of the entire garden will return. Water is the source of life, and first the water system must return to normal. But it is my belief that as these springs begin to pour forth, and the pools of life water begin to collect, the plants in God's Eden will make a comeback once more. Chu Jingfeng was not wrong in his assessment. Plants could not grow away from water, and what God's Eden demanded was not normal water, but the powerful life water. Only when they had enough of that spring's source could God's Eden bloom again. Do you know exactly the reason why the springs are flowing again? Xia Fei asked them. Chu Jingfeng pointed at Xia Fei, of course. You? Me? Xia Fei was speechless. This was the first time he had taken a step in God's Eden, and he had not completely made sense of everything that had transpired here, so how could he be linked to the garden's rejuvenation? The broken wing sky devil. You're exactly like the broken wing sky devil, Lord Paletooth right now. Chu Jingfeng was excited. A very long time ago, from my grandfather's generation there began this suspicion, wondering why the garden began to languish and wither away when the 4 great sky devils departed. So many blamed my grandfather for failing to take care of God's Eden, nearly aggravating him to death, but I must let you know that my grandfather took care of God's Eden in the exact same manner when the Lord Sky Devils were here or not. He was diligent, and was never slack in his duties. Besides, it was Gale Sky Devil, the medicinal cauldron prince, who had personally instructed my grandfather on how he should be taking care of God's Eden, so how could it be wrong? Xia Fei nodded his head slightly. The Chu clan was proficient in miscellaneous studies, so if they lacked the capability, they would not have been chosen by the 4 great sky devils to become the gardeners of God's Eden. Xia Fei was also very confident in Chu Jingfeng's grandfather's ability in this regard. It was only today that I finally realized. God's Eden was the Sky Devil's garden, and it's akin to you and your holy beast Shatterstar. If you were to leave, what would happen to Shatterstar? Chu Jingfeng asked him. Xia Fei was surprised by the sudden question, but he looked at Furball and said, I'm afraid Furball would be very sad. That's exactly it. Chu Jingfeng declared firmly. God's Eden has a soul of its own. When the 4 great Sky Devils left, God's Eden must have felt lonely, and so slowly languished as time went by. But what has that got to do with me? Xia Fei asked again. Don't you understand? When your fiend wings broke off, that meant you've already freed yourself from some kind of restriction. Whether in terms of your aura or appearance, you've begun to develop in the direction of the broken wing Sky Devil Pale-Tooth. God's Eden must have felt the similarity in your aura with its old owner of the past, which is why it has regained its life force. Chu Jingfeng explained fervently. Xia Fei shrugged. He felt that the connection between his fiend wings breaking off and the moniker of the broken wing Sky Devil to be too far-fetched. Subconsciously, Xia Fei felt that he was a human being, someone who ate fried pasta noodles and smoked cigarettes. He felt uncomfortable hearing Chu Jingfeng liken him to an old monster like the broken wing Sky Devil. But Xia Fei could not deny that without the fiend wings, he instead felt much more at ease, and his fiendish aura did not weaken, but instead became even stronger. After a pause, Chu Jingfeng said once more, the broken wing Sky Devil Pale-Tooth was also a speedster, and his fiend wings broke, just like yours did. This happens to reflect an ancient truth of the universe. What is this truth? Xia Fei wondered. Everything in the universe, unbroken and unstablished. Only after things are broken can precedence be set, becoming unparalleled under the heavens. Chu Jingfeng said. Breaking off your fiend wings is similar to transcending to a brand new realm. Right now, you're just like Lord Pale-Tooth, both of you having a pair of broken wings. That is why the limits of speed you can achieve are also the broken wing Sky Devil's limits. Xia Fei was shocked. If he possessed the same speed potential as the broken wing Sky Devil Pale-Tooth, then that would surely be something worth being thrilled over. Everyone knew that the speedster Pale-Tooth was the fastest. No one could beat him in that aspect. A normal speed warrior would have a limit of 60 million meters per second, which was the current standard that the Skywing clan's grand ancestor Xiaogukan possessed. Meanwhile, the limits that the broken wing Sky Devil had definitely went beyond that. With a speed that was as keen as a knife's edge, even just edging over the known speed limit was an amazing thing. To become like the broken wing Sky Devil? Xia Fei had never once considered it, nor did he dare to even dream of it. But the situation right now had proven that after Xia Fei's fiend wings were broken, God's Eden was experiencing a rebirth. Xia Fei, Chu Jingfeng, Su Luanbu all became very excited. They were looking forward with great expectations to their future. They all began to restore the garden back to its former looks, cleaning the drains, removing weeds, and making repairs to the walls. Xia Fei was a speedster, so of course he moved quickly. It took just a little over a day for God's Eden to look completely renovated. Pebblestone paths were completely swept clean, and aside from the lack of amazing plants, God's Eden looked no different from how it appeared to be before. After everything was done, Chu Jingfeng brought Xia Fei over to the pool, and buried the grand silken white rain lotus in a hole he dug in the wet loam beside the pool of life water. The first plant of God's Eden thus took root once again. Chapter 1332, A Special Assignment. After planting the grand silken white rain lotus, Chu Jingfeng was extremely excited. This is the first plant in the new God's Eden, but it won't be the last. As long as we work hard together, I'm sure we can restore this garden back to its former glory. Xia Fei pursed his lips and asked, I'm more of a pragmatist. Can you tell me what the benefits this grand silken white rain lotus will have for me? Chu Jingfeng rolled his eyes at Xia Fei. The way he saw it, Xia Fei was far too much of a utilitarian. The revival of God's Eden was such a major event, yet Xia Fei could still keep calm. It was almost as if Xia Fei only cared about the plants, and not the garden. The grand silken white rain lotus will not be of any use to you, but its fruit is utmost precious. As for what it can do, I'll need to check my grandfather's notes, as I can't determine that just yet. That is just how the plants in God's Eden work. The plants themselves aren't anything strong, it is the fruits of the plants that can change warriors on a genetic level, which is why they are called miracle fruits. Chu Jingfeng explained to Xia Fei. Xia Fei nodded his understanding. It was not hard to comprehend the logic behind this, bananas were delicious, but that did not mean the banana tree was also delicious. It looked like he would have to patiently wait for the grand silken white rain lotus to bear fruit before he could get what he wanted. Even if God's Eden had not been rejuvenated, Xia Fei had also managed to break through and attain the max level law of speed. He was in a good mood knowing he had made such an amazing achievement, so he worked together with the master and disciple duo to clean up God's Eden nicely. Xia Fei had taken some leave to come here, so he could not stay for too long. As such, he bade farewell to Chu Jingfeng and planned to return back to the 29th place. Chu Jingfeng thought about that and said, "That's good, too. God's Eden will take some time before it rejuvenates, and is not something we can rush along. It just so happens that I need to make a trip back home too, so that I can browse through the diary my grandfather wrote when he was a gardener for God's Eden. Let us meet in Varanasi in 3 days' time, and we can come back here then." Xia Fei frowned. 3 days? Isn't that a bit too soon? After all, I'm still working for the 29th place. If I keep running off whenever, I'm sure I'll draw the attention of Xiuzation. Why don't you two go ahead, and I'll just come over sometime later. No way. Chu Jingfeng clutched Xia Fei's sleeve and earnestly made his case. The reason why God's Eden has rejuvenated is because you have the same aura as the broken wing sky devil. If you don't come visit, the garden will still wither away. Xia Fei was shocked. Even a fool could tell what it would mean if God's Eden were to make a complete recovery. This was a God-given treasure. The effects from the miracle fruits the 4 great sky devils had left behind were extraordinary, and they would surely be able to help Xia Fei climb to even greater heights in a short time. Xia Fei definitely had no desire to see God's Eden fall back into ruin. It was the exact opposite, seeing as how he wanted to see this garden develop even further than anyone else. After some thought, Xia Fei said, "Okay. I'll hurry back as soon as I can find the time. But the 4-day travel time to make the trip back and forth won't be easy. Plus, just how many people know the location of God's Eden? It would be bad if someone else were to discover our secret." Chu Jingfeng did some mental calculations before answering, "There are plenty in Annihilation that know of God's Eden, but I'm afraid only those old monsters who survived the great battle are aware of its exact location. As long as we are sufficiently cautious, we ought to be able to keep this secret under wraps." With that said, Chu Jingfeng and Xia Fei went off to find Su Luanbu. Shocked, he stammered, "What are you two looking at me for? God's Eden is also beneficial to me, I definitely won't be divulging any information about it." Xia Fei turned to Chu Jingfeng, "It's best if you two don't split up." Chu Jingfeng nodded in agreement, making Su Luanbu feel upset. It could not be helped, Xia Fei was not someone who could trust someone easily, and because Chu Jingfeng had saved Xia Fei's life in the 8th universe that time, he had been able to trust him. He still needed time to see if he could do the same for Su Luanbu. Caution in all things was the way to live longer. Xia Fei had always kept this principle in mind. Xia Fei said goodbye to Chu Jingfeng and flew back to the 29th place. Before departing, Chu Jingfeng personally ran Xia Fei through the method to enter God's Eden. It had to be said that the 4 great sky devils had quite the scheming character. To think they would design the garden so intricately that most people would not be able to locate the garden without proper instruction. That was because God's Eden was actually not even in fiend territory. Returning back to the 29th place, Xia Fei was called to Xiuzation's office. He looked to be in a good mood today, almost as if there was something to be happy about. "Yi has attained the law tier," Xiuzation told Xia Fei happily. Xia Fei was startled. Truly it was frustrating to compare oneself with others. It took him several years for him to reach the law tier when he first started out with special ability, yet Xiu Yi only took a handful of months and could begin cultivating law powers already. Smiling, Xia Fei flashed him his trademark innocent smile and unleashed a barrage of flattery. "Miss Yi has unparalleled potential. I'm sure her accomplishments in the future will be limitless." Xiuzation nodded, "That brat's extremely similar to her mother, wanting to be strong in everything, so much so to the point that she would even forego rest and sleep, just forcing her way and forging her path forward." Speaking of his wife, Xiuzation's eyes could not help but turn red, grabbing Xia Fei's arm, "You're a great benefactor to my Xiu clan, so be at ease. As long as I, Xiuzation, helm the 29th place, there will not be anyone out there that would dare touch a hair on you." Xia Fei kept quiet. Initially, Xia Fei had agreed to Xiuzation's invitation precisely because Xiuzation's humanity was still intact. He was able to endure the decades, all in an effort to avenge his fallen wife, and was willing to offend the entire Annihilation universe in the process. Xia Fei had thought that following Xiuzation would not be a poor choice. Where were you these last few days? Happy people are often in good spirits, so Xiuzation engaged in some good-natured small talk. Xia Fei replied, Annihilation is a remarkable place. Since I've made it here, I of course had to take some time to travel around. There's nothing for me to do here in the 29th place anyway, so I wandered about for several days. Xiuzation took him at his word. Actually, given his current state, he would have believed anything Xia Fei told him. Humans were emotional creatures, after all. I called you over because I had two matters to speak to you about. First, the purple soul Brahma you gave up the other day was not for naught. The higher-ups have already agreed to officially recognize your identity as a dragoon, as well as a member of the 29th place. In the future, you'll be able to pick up assignments on the Black Ops system, and earn some extras on the side. We of the 29th place had never been conservative, and I actually actively encourage my men to earn whatever they can. There's no way to survive in this universe without money. Next, Xiu Yi's condition has been unexpectedly good, so it looks like you've already completely cured her. That is why I would like to trouble you with another matter. There's an elder that I would like you to take a look at. Xiuzation observed Xia Fei's reaction once he was done. Xia Fei chuckled, as long as it is the leader's orders, Xia Fei will do his utmost to fulfill it. Xiuzation shook his head a little awkwardly and intoned in a low voice, it is just that this elder isn't fond of showing his face, so I'll need you to humble yourself and wear an eye mask when you arrive. You can't look, nor ask too many questions. In fact, you shouldn't speak a word unless he asks you to, nor reveal any information about what you've learned to anyone outside. This is a special assignment, and not only will it affect your future, but it could also concern the fate of the 29th place. Xia Fei answered seriously, this one will take heed of the leader's orders. When I arrive, I'll be both mute and blind, which ought to keep your mind at ease. After he was done handing over his instructions to Xia Fei, Xiuzation dismissed him. As for when Xia Fei would be asked to meet this mysterious old person, Xiuzation did not say. All he mentioned was for Xia Fei to wait for further news. Humans were unpredictable creatures. Xiu Yi had made a full recovery, and was even able to rapidly make advancement with her cultivation, so Xiuzation's love extended even to the crows on top of his roof, his gratitude reaching Xia Fei as well. Not only did Xia Fei enjoy even more freedom in 29th place now, even Shane, the person who had been keeping an eye on him, no longer followed him around. It was almost as if the 29th place had truly accepted Xia Fei as a part of them. Whatever information Xia Fei wanted to browse, he did not even need to request it from Xiuzation, and could directly gain access to the archives by himself. Xia Fei did not ask about the wave that the incident during the Dragoon evaluation battlefield had caused, and Xiuzation did not mention a word about it, either. It was like the name 29th place had some magical powers, as Xiuzation could get Xia Fei to join them immediately, even despite being a Devil Shadow Dragoon. That was evidence of just how powerful his backing was. The commotion that had resulted from the evaluation battlefield might have already been suppressed by the Black Ops. Xia Fei had no intention of just staying in the office all day. He was still thinking about God's Eden. That place might very well become the greatest trump card that Xia Fei had in his life so far. Only the devil would know if those miracle fruits could propel Xia Fei even further. Having made plans to meet Chu Jingfeng 3 days later, it was now the third day. Xia Fei planned to randomly choose an assignment on the Black Ops assignment system, and then meet Chu Jingfeng under the guise of heading out to earn a bit of money. That was when Xiuzation hurried over to find him. He even brought along an elderly individual whom Xia Fei was familiar with, the patriarch of the Blue Blood Psadin clan, Roderick. Roderick was acting very courteous to Xiuzation. Xia Fei knew that the Psadin clan had been in quite a serious quandary the last time they'd met. When the Devil Shadow Dragoons that were under their jurisdiction all became turncoats, the Psadin clan had a hard time washing their hands of the association. It was very likely that the Psadin clan had been protected by Xiuzation and were now underneath them. It's time. Follow Roderick, Xiuzation spoke in a serious tone. Xia Fei was surprised. It looked like it was time for him to treat that mysterious individual, so he followed Roderick and boarded a ship. As for where he was bound, Xia Fei had no clue. Though Roderick was polite to Xia Fei, it was clear that he was conflicted deep down. That was probably because Xia Fei was the last Devil Shadow Dragoon, and the entire Psadin clan had suffered at their hands. Besides, Xia Fei had also been someone Roderick had personally recruited back when, and he was feeling a mixed bag of thoughts with everything that had happened. The ship soon landed. Roderick took out a set of specialized eye masks and said to Xia Fei, "You will be on your own. Not only does your personal exotic beast have to stay, the same goes for that blade of yours, as well." Xia Fei heeded Roderick's words and left little Goldie, Furball, and his fiendish blade Nirvana behind on the ship. Evidently, Roderick also knew about the personal soul servant that resided in the blade. If Radix were to follow Xia Fei, there would be no point in keeping things wrapped in secrecy like this. After having done all that, Roderick himself placed the eye mask over Xia Fei's face, and had him put his hand on his shoulder and follow him. Xia Fei no longer had his sight, but he could still hear and map out the path they took in his mind. 179 paces, turn left. Passing a bridge, underneath is running water. There are even a few catfish. A blue stone path that seems to have been newly paved. The pebbles are distinctly angular. This way, Xia Fei slowly mapped out his surroundings as he walked, until he finally reached a somewhat dimly lit room. "Sit here. In a while, someone will come and meet you. Remember, you may not take off your eye mask, for any reason," Roderick emphasized that severely before quietly leaving. Chapter 1333, A Quack. Xia Fei waited patiently while wearing the eye mask. There was a thin layer of metal on the outer layer of the eye mask. Black cotton fabric padded its inside, making it more comfortable to wear. Actually, Xia Fei had his eye technique, as well as origin of heaven from the Triclopian fiend clan. Forget even a simple eye mask like this, even if it was a wall made from broken dragon stone, Xia Fei's vision could still penetrate it. But Xia Fei did not want to do that. He shut his eyes and pondered the contents of Chilled Ligament Ghost Valley. That physique-strengthening art came from an ancestral grandmaster of the spiritualist sect, and now that Xia Fei had achieved max level in the Law of Speed, it meant he would be able to learn the Chilled Ligament Ghost Valley, making his body even more powerful. A strong body meant even greater speed, and Xia Fei had truly achieved the highest speed in the universe. On that basis, even if he increased by just a bit more, that would still reach unparalleled levels of speeds where he could insta-kill everything in his way. Just as he was toying with that thought, he heard the sound of a door opening and the footsteps of two people, one in front of the other, entering the room. The one in front's footsteps were sure and firm, a sign of high cultivation. The one behind was slightly flighty, which most likely meant being drunk. Each step taken was soft and skittish. The two of them sat by Xia Fei's side, and he heard a sharp voice ask, "This is?" An elderly voice immediately answered, "Ah. This man is Xia Fei, one of my students has sent him over to have a look at that old problem of mine. It's rare for my men to show concern for old me, so I don't see any harm letting this young one have a look at me." With that, the elderly individual addressed Xia Fei, "Xia Fei, being unable to see you face to face is also a hardship of mine. You may call me old yet, and beside me is Mr. Wu. He had been the one treating me all these years, and is also a good friend of mine." Xia Fei nodded with a smile, "Greetings, Old Yet, and Mr. Wu." Mr. Wu spoke up, "Treating Old Yet is an honor to us doctors. You must be careful, got it?" His tone was arrogant, like a master lecturing his disciple. Xia Fei was mildly displeased deep down, but he did not voice it. "Let me ask you a few questions," Mr. Wu asked testily. "Have you read the complete encyclopedia of pathology by Zhang Xuan?" "No," Xia Fei answered truthfully. "The 3,000 case studies of soul injury." Xia Fei could hear the dismay in his voice as he asked another question. "I haven't read that, either. How about the theory of complementary energy?" "No to that, too." Whoosh. Mr. Wu's expression was aghast as he pointed straight at Xia Fei, "If you haven't even studied any of those, what qualifications do you have to treat others? Who's your teacher? Tell me his name." Xia Fei's personality was the sort that would not play hard or softball. Mr. Wu's words offended him, so Xia Fei decided to just ignore him. He offered cupped hands to the one that went by Old Yet and said, "Venerable One, are you actually interested in having myself treat you, or are you here to test my medical knowledge? If it's the latter, then Xia Fei will take his leave here." Old Yet chuckled, "Say no more, Mr. Wu. Whether Xia Fei is capable or not, we'll know the answer once he gives it a try. Come, my young friend Xia Fei, what is your treatment plan?" Xia Fei replied softly, "It's very simple. I'll use my spirit energy to comb the Venerable One's body, and I'll immediately know if something's off once I'm done." "Definitely not. Mr. Wu was shocked as he warned old Ye, using spirit energy to comb the body would require letting down your bodily defenses totally. It would be terrible in the event that this rascal harbors ill intent and uses this chance to assassinate you. Old Ye was a little displeased, and he also ignored Mr. Wu. He rolled up his sleeves and extended his arm out toward Xia Fei. Come, show me what you are capable of. Mr. Wu was stunned, and was left awkwardly sitting by the side, hatred toward Xia Fei brewing intensely inside him. Xia Fei extended his hand out and grabbed onto old Yi's arm. His spirit energy was hair-thin, slithering out and into old Yi's body, examining his condition. After about 2 minutes had passed, Xia Fei retracted his arm and extended cupped hands to old Ye. This old one is still in good health. Though Xia Fei can't see, I could tell that you're a deity-like individual, and I am deeply impressed. Flattery worked best in every scenario, and after Xia Fei discovered how amazing old Yi's cultivation was, he decided to first flatter the man, as was his habit. Mr. Wu glared at Xia Fei, letting out a light snort. Old Ye laughed, just flattery will get you nowhere. Speak, tell me what's wrong with this body of mine. Xia Fei nodded, no amount of words I offer would beat practical action. There are some who are just waiting for me to make a joke out of myself. If this venerable one is willing, I can first give you a list, and if you prepare everything as I instructed, you'll know once you try. Xia Fei spoke with words within words, clearly directed toward Mr. Wu. The man bristled as he felt his teeth itch, but thinking of it in another manner, Xia Fei was young and must be taking a risk by giving a prescription so as to compete with him. Mr. Wu had been treating old Yi's illness for many years, and so he knew his master's condition like the back of his hand. He refused to believe that there was anyone in the many universes that could treat the old man. With that thought in mind, he turned to old Ye. Since Xia Fei speaks with such confidence, it's worth a try. Who knows, maybe there really is someone as enlightened as him. Xia Fei shut his eyes and guessed that the face on this Mr. Wu must have a sinister smile right now. Old Ye nodded his agreement. Xia Fei wrote down a list with his eyes still covered, and handed it over. Old Ye glanced at the list and shook his head repeatedly. Xia Fei was using the food supplementary therapy he had learned from serpent-swallowing whale. There were plenty of fruits and vegetables written on the list, and not even a single precious ingredient. No matter how he looked at it, it looked more like a recipe he would give to a cook than a prescription to treat an illness. Mr. Wu finally could not hold back his laughter as he said, if these foods could treat his illness, then I'll eat this table right here. Old Ye, there's no need to consult him any further. This twerp is clearly trying to prank you. Old Ye was slightly hesitant. Someone who Xiu Zetian recommended could not have been terrible. Besides, Xiu Yi had indeed recovered thanks to Xia Fei, so he momentarily felt at a loss over what to do. That was when Xia Fei blurted out, "Deal." Mr. Wu was stunned. What do you mean deal? Xia Fei laughed. You said that if this list of ingredients could treat the venerable Yi's illness, you'll eat this table in front of us. If I fail, I'll eat it. Are you making a wager? Mr. Wu asked. Exactly, Xia Fei said softly. Fine. Then I shall take you up on it. Let's see how you'll be eating this rosewood coffee table. Mr. Wu huffed. That was when old Ye pursed his lips with a furrowed brow. Xia Fei, these foodstuffs that you've asked me to eat, what are they in accordance with? Xia Fei answered, Venerable One, you're actually in great health. The reason why you often feel short of breath is because there's a hurdle in your heart that you can't get over, which is what's causing your qi blood to stagnate. Your symptoms include being careful not to get angry, as your lips will turn purple the moment you do, and your left little finger will twitch uncontrollably. On top of that, this accumulation of qi blood is blocking your meridians. That is why when you cultivate further, your spirit energy constantly flushes through your entire body. While it is a comfortable feeling, you soon find yourself in a worse mood, feeling like you've lost something. My final analysis is that this is a mental hurdle that over time has turned into a sort of illness that's affecting your health. When Xia Fei was done with his explanation, old Ye and Mr. Wu were left dumbfounded. The latter strongly disagreed with Xia Fei's diagnosis that this was a mental hurdle, but the symptoms were right on the money. Being able to determine old Yi's condition with just a single examination so thoroughly was proof that Xia Fei was very capable. Old Ye squinted his eyes and gave Xia Fei a look over once more. Whoosh! Old Ye tossed Xia Fei's list with a swing of his hand, sending it shooting out the room sharply, where someone outside caught it. Go make preparations for everything on the list. Old Ye rumbled in a deep voice. While food supplementary therapy might seem simple, plenty of secrets were actually hidden within it. The sequence of the food being eaten, whether it needed to be cooked, and how long it needed to be cooked, each and every aspect needed to be paid close attention to, and even if Mr. Wu was present throughout the process, Xia Fei was not afraid that he would be able to secretly steal this knowledge. Besides, the most important part of Xia Fei's process was not the food, but his rare spirit energy of healing, being able to send his spirit energy into Old Yi's body and see an immediate effect. Not long afterwards, the entire treatment was complete. Old Yi rubbed his chest in surprise and said to Xia Fei, "How magical! It has already been many years since this old man has felt this relaxed sensation." "Xia Fei, just how did you do it?" Xia Fei laughed. "Actually, it's all thanks to the good foundation the Venerable One has, most likely because you trained hard when you were younger. I merely did a little more on top of that foundation, it's not a big deal." Old Ye felt great hearing Xia Fei's flattery, nodding happily, "That's right. Back then, I killed my way through armies, risking my life in the process. For the sake of building a strong foundation, I spent countless seasons cultivating. People tend to endure hardship when they are young so that they can enjoy their old age, now it really makes sense." While Old Ye was in a good mood, Xia Fei of course had to strike while the iron was hot, bragging even further about how amazing Old Yi's cultivation was, and how extraordinary his physical fitness was. Mr. Wu was deeply irritated hearing all this, and he quietly cursed under his breath, "Hypocrite." Xia Fei heard what he said and chuckled, "Master Wu, Xia Fei has already fulfilled what's expected of me, so I'm wondering when you'll start to eat this table." Xia Fei knocked on the table surface as he said this, a crisp and bright sound that caused Mr. Wu's face to pale. Old Ye could tell that the situation was getting awkward, so he laughed, "Xia Fei, you can't be discourteous. Mr. Wu had been fretting immensely over my health all these years. I ask that you not to pursue this matter on account of me." Xia Fei offered a fisted salute and earnestly said, "Old Ye, the more I take you into account, the more I'd need to settle this score. You originally had a mental hurdle, and for it to actually turn into an illness just goes to show that you have been misdiagnosed all this time. I'm sure you are well aware who the one at fault for that is." Old Ye was startled. He turned to look at Mr. Wu. He was of course innocent, since he lacked the healing ability Xia Fei had. No one else could have done a better job than Mr. Wu had done so far. If his luck were to blame, it would be his fault for provoking Xia Fei. He was someone that was obstinate and vengeful. Old Yi's expression chilled as he said again, "In any case, you need to show this old man some face." Smack! Xia Fei raised his hand and chopped off a corner of the table with his hand that was about the size of his palm. He said, "I respect you, so I'll only ask that he eat just this one small piece." Mr. Wu was finally done eating the wood. Xia Fei did not see how he did it, but it sounded pretty terrible from the sound of it. Mr. Wu retired with a bitter expression on his face. Old Ye sighed as he watched him leave, "Your unforgiving temperament. You gain nothing from offending Wu Yangkai." Xia Fei chuckled, "I simply can't stand that quack misdiagnosing your condition, which was why I had to teach him a lesson. There are rules in every profession. Take me, for example. I rarely treat anyone, since my original profession is a warrior. Since Mr. Wu is actually a doctor by profession, he ought to be much better than me, an unorthodox doctor." Xia Fei was a good talker, and the words that came out from his mouth were easy on Old Yi's ears. It sounded like Xia Fei was not really looking to take revenge for the slight, but was instead angry with Mr. Wu's behavior. Without even realizing it, the distance between the two people grew much closer. Changing the topic, Xia Fei mentioned, "I won't deny it, your illness still needs some treatment, and it'll take me quite a bit of effort to search for some rare ingredients. Unfortunately, I'm too busy with my job, otherwise I could help you run this errand on your behalf, to get what you need as soon as possible." Xia Fei purposely sighed after saying all that, waiting for Old Yi's response. The elderly man first stiffened, but soon laughed, "That's nothing. The 29th place has plenty of manpower as it stands, so there's no need for you to do much. I'll talk to Xiu Zaishan later and get him to help you with whatever you need." Xia Fei had been waiting for him to say this. His words were as good as Xia Fei getting his hands on a treasured sword. From here on out, Xia Fei could use Old Yi's name at any time and leave 29th place to visit God's Eden without even needing to give them a heads up. Chapter 1334, Accelerated Growth in God's Eden. Roderick sent Xia Fei back to the 29th place. Sure enough, Xiu Zaishan immediately called for Xia Fei and commended him, "You've done very well this time, even better than I expected. From today onwards, I'll be giving you the highest pass clearance, allowing you to use the warships here whenever, as well as access to a variety of data resources. Of course, this is all so you can find what you need as soon as possible, to help that venerable elder make a full recovery. Don't abuse it. Xia Fei nodded with a smile. It won't be an abuse of my authority if I wander around the Annihilation universe, would it? Xiu Zetian froze, but soon laughed out loud. Of course not. I nearly forgot that you've only just arrived in Annihilation, and there are still plenty of places you've not yet been. But you must remember, helping treat the venerable elder is of the utmost priority. If you achieve that, there will be benefits coming your way beyond what you currently enjoy. Xia Fei did not care. His goal was to get freedom to move about the Annihilation universe, as that was the only way he could visit God's Eden. As for Old Ye and his little illness, Xia Fei was already confident he could cure it. He merely wanted to intentionally drag things out a bit, so he could fight for better conditions. With that, Xia Fei pulled up a large screen, first letting Xia Fei see if there was anything in the Black Ops warehouse that Xia Fei needed. After all, there would not be any need for him to run around the universe if it was right there in their backyard. Xia Fei glanced through it once over and said, "Sorry, there's nothing in the warehouse that I need." "What exactly are you searching for that even the Black Ops warehouse doesn't have?" Xiu Zetian asked, curious. Xia Fei answered, embarrassed, "My pharmacology knowledge is unorthodox, so all I know is how what I need looks like, but I have no idea what they are called. Let's do it like this, I'll write down what I need here and you can help me look too. Perhaps we can gather what's needed sooner if we adopt a two-prong approach to this." "That works, too," Xiu Zetian agreed. Xia Fei wrote down a few descriptive sentences and handed it over to Xiu Zetian. Xiu Zetian read through it and immediately knitted his eyebrows together. Are there such things in this world? Xia Fei had randomly come up with a few items, so of course they do not exist. Xia Fei had done this so as to deal with his errands. Xia Fei firmly assured him that they are definitely real, and the depressed Xiu Zetian had no choice but to accept the list. God's Eden. Xia Fei arrived 3 days later than Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu. The latter was all panicked since the pool of life water did indeed appear to show signs of drying up while Xia Fei was away. Xia Fei related what had happened to Chu Jingfeng before finally saying, "Even if I now have gotten the authority to come and go freely in 29th place, I still need to be careful. That is why I have swapped 2 ships outside, and arrived here after many transits." Chu Jingfeng nodded, "You did good. It's never bad to be cautious. We must not let others learn that God's Eden is rejuvenating. Are you confident that you can treat that old man that Xiu Zetian made you diagnose?" Xia Fei answered softly, "The old man calls himself Old Ye1, and his cultivation is incredible. I reckon he must at least be standing at the peak of the Annihilation universe. The fall of a leaf, and you know it's autumn. My guess is he is one of the 5 ancient apexes, Autumn Erudite." "Autumn Erudite?" Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu gasped, looking very surprised. Xia Fei asked, "How much do you two know about Autumn Erudite?" Chu Jingfeng thought about it before answering, "Autumn Erudite is a remarkable person. He's the most orthodox out of the 5 ancient apexes. Back in the day, he held the #1 spot in the logistics division, and it was because he needed to take charge of the logistics division that he did not show up in the front lines of the final battle. Others, like Vandez or Gregory, have plenty of rumors flying behind their backs, but Autumn Erudite is the only one who everyone only had praises for. Even the other ancient apex who was also part of the logistics division, Thunder, was Autumn Erudite's underling back then. If your conjecture is right, then that means Xiu Zetian has Autumn Erudite as his backer. It is no wonder he dares to be so bold in how he deals with everything. So it turns out that it's the most powerful member of the 5 ancient apexes that has his back," Chu Jingfeng analyzed. Su Luanbu stroked his chin and muttered, "Master, I think Xia Fei's conjecture is reliable. I also recall something, Autumn Erudite's daughter seemed to have married a fiend, who then disappeared without any trace after the Great Cleansing. Speaking of which, if there was anyone among the 5 ancient apexes who would not be disgusted with the fiends, it would be Autumn Erudite. That is why Xia Fei's identity could be kept under wraps so well, even going so far as to let him inherit the rank as a member of the Devil Shadow Dragoons." Chu Jingfeng also felt that this made a lot of sense after their discussion, saying to Xia Fei, "No matter the case, this person who calls himself Old Ye is someone worth paying close attention to. As a fiend, you're destined not to have too many friends, so you can't let anyone who could accept you go, especially in existence like the 5 ancient apexes. Xia Fei understood what Chu Jingfeng meant. In his view, Xia Fei's identity should have been exposed long ago, though Xia Fei and his relationship with the Ig Dragon clan and Yang Guang's family were good, and while Chu Jingfeng could also be considered a friend of Xia Fei's, having more support could never be considered a bad thing. With that said, Chu Jingfeng excitedly retrieved a small botanical preservation canister and said to Xia Fei, "These are seeds from God's Eden. The medicinal cauldron prince gifted these to my grandfather, and they include some of the seeds to plants that will bear miracle fruits. As long as we are able to nurture all of them, God's Eden will surely be able to make a comeback." Xia Fei was stunned. God's Eden had been languishing for eons, and being able to find the seeds of those miracle fruits was hardly an easy feat. Though there were not many of these seeds, they nevertheless held all the hope Xia Fei had for the place. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and plant these seeds," Xia Fei urged. The speedster Xia Fei was now a gardener, learning from Chu Jingfeng how to tend to the plants. Xia Fei was someone who would often dabble in a miscellaneous spread of knowledge, and had now added yet another skill to his repertoire, plant cultivation. Xia Fei regretted somewhat that he did not learn anything from the botany spiritualist Hulan when they were traveling together, since that could have been conveniently put to good use now. Xia Fei missed Hulan quite a bit the moment he thought of this. The spiritualists of botany had since dwindled, and he had no idea where Hulan had ended up. It would be great if he was able to find him and his fellow botanists and invite them to come tend to God's Eden. Hulan was not a fighter, but he was loyal like a sturdy oak tree, and was someone dependable. Soon, the first plot of God's Eden had been re-established. Besides the grand silken white rain lotus, over 100 other seeds were also planted. Unfortunately, these seeds belonged to Chu Jingfeng's grandfather, and Chu Jingfeng himself had no idea what they were, or just what they would look like when grown. Furthermore, there were several miracle fruits that had been harvested to be seeds. Those fruits had all been edible, but for the sake of the long term, they had no choice but to abandon the idea of eating them. In any case, God's Eden was looking more like its name. It was just too bad that those seeds would need time to sprout and blossom. The grand silken white rain lotus was the only one visible when Xia Fei looked on from outside the garden, while the rest were still buried deep in the soil. Suddenly, Xia Fei had an idea, recalling that when Hulan first followed Xia Fei, it was because Xia Fei's spirit energy was the rare healing type, which was beneficial to the growth of plants. The Xia Fei of today was incomparable to how he was then, and there was an ocean's worth of spirit energy all stored up inside his 7th brain region. If this energy were to be unleashed, would it help the plants of God's Eden experience rapid growth? Xia Fei told his idea to Chu Jingfeng, who felt that it was worth a try. Thus, they individually transplanted the grand silken white rain lotus away, doing the experiment on it. This way, even if it failed, it would not affect all the other seedlings. The little white flowers were very pretty. Xia Fei took a deep breath and shut his eyes. He placed one hand on the ground and injected spirit energy into the ground, which was then gently diffused through the soil. Xia Fei was being very careful. It was not easy for God's Eden to recover, so every plant was immensely precious. Xia Fei was unwilling to lose even a single one of them. His spirit energy was like earthworms burrowing into the ground, before turning into water droplets that proceed to melt into the soil. Soon, that grand silken white rain lotus felt Xia Fei's spirit energy, and gave off a faint glow. It worked. It's actually effective. Su Luanbu exclaimed in shock. Xia Fei's spirit energy and plants were originally irrelevant existences, yet the former was actually effective on the plants. It was absolutely incredible. Not to mention that this spirit energy could drive the rapid growth of the plants found in God's Eden. After some time, the sound of water could be heard beside them. It was like there was a group of earthworms swimming in the water. It was not anything loud, but Xia Fei and Chu Jingfeng could hear it flowing very clearly, given how the warriors at their cultivation tier had keen hearing. Chu Jingfeng hesitantly walked over to the side of the pool to take a look, and soon cried out in delight, "Amazing! Truly amazing! The speed at which the life water is spouting out from the spring is at least twice as fast as before." Xia Fei and Su Luanbu also rushed over to look. Sure enough, it had not even been a full hour and the pool of life water had increased by an entire inch in diameter. Even more life water was being generated. Clap! Chu Jingfeng grasped Xia Fei's hand and gushed excitedly, "This is heaven's will. To think that the trick to help God's Eden come alive is actually in your hands. As long as you keep sending your spirit energy into the garden, it will help the springs re-emerge, revitalizing the entire garden. The three men were very excited. For 2 whole days Xia Fei sat on the ground, placing one hand on the soil and slowly releasing his spirit energy. He did not rush the process. While Xia Fei's spirit energy was the healing type, it was still an absurd amount of energy. The biosphere beneath God's Eden was still very weak, and all it would take was a minor accident for the powerful spirit energy to just overwhelm it entirely. Having nothing else to do in the meantime, Xia Fei took one of Chu Jingfeng's grandfather's diaries and read it. The grandfather lived up to his name as the gardener of God's Eden. He was very conscientious about what he did. While it was just a daily record of what he did, the pile of diaries was as tall as a little mountain, which just went to show how much effort the man had put into maintaining the garden. Xia Fei's right hand did not leave the ground at all, his left hand flipping through the diary. He was a speedster, so he was able to read through the diary very quickly. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu were also beside Xia Fei, the three working together to search for any clues regarding God's Eden. Xia Fei glanced at a few pages after opening the next diary, and then let out a puzzled sound. Hey, come over and take a look, Xia Fei called out. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu closed their diaries and leaned over. Xia Fei pointed at what was recorded in his book, reading out, on X year, X month X day, the first batch of jade dragon frost was delivered from the nursery. Their quality was terrible, so it looks like the photosynthesis in the nursery needs to be strengthened. Medicinal Cauldron Prince is beginning to worry a little. He feels that he might not finish cultivating the jade dragon frost before he leaves. I have no way of helping him, so all I can do is be anxious beside him. After reading the passage, the three were left stunned, with Su Luanbu asking, why does it sound like the Medicinal Cauldron Prince was cultivating some plant that needed its seedlings to first grow in the nursery, before being transplanted to the garden proper? Xia Fei wondered out loud, where is the nursery? I've searched the entirety of God's Eden, and I saw no signs of any nursery. Chapter 1335, Nursery and Enemy. Where is the nursery? I've searched the entire God's Eden, I saw no signs of it, Xia Fei asked. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu were also equally surprised. They had no idea that there was a nursery in God's Eden, and after some thought, Chu Jingfeng said, let's read on. There might be further answers in later entries. Thus, the three continued reading through Chu Jingfeng's grandfather's diary. After they were done, Xia Fei closed the book and exclaimed, this jade dragon frost sure is amazing. To think that it would actually stump the Gale Sky Devil, Medicinal Cauldron Prince. I wonder just what's so different about this miracle fruit that makes it so difficult to cultivate. Su Lanbu shrugged. The 4 great sky devils kept trying to cultivate jade dragon frosts before they departed, not succeeding in the end and eventually leaving extremely unwillingly. I think that there's some sort of secret behind this plant and that mysterious nursery, too. It's almost as if the 4 great sky devils were looking to fight someone and were trying to rely on the power of the jade dragon frost. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to get their hands on it in the end, so we have no idea if they lost their fight because of that. The 3 men let out a sign in unison. Just what sort of figures were the 4 great sky devils? They were able to single-handedly elevate the fiends to become peak existences in the universe. A plant like jade dragon frost was something that these 4 desperately wanted, and that was proof enough to show just how extraordinary it was. Chu Jingfeng shook his head. This won't do. We must locate this nursery. Even though the jade dragon frost failed, that nursery was once where many amazing plants got cultivated, and it surely served an extremely important function to God's Eden. Everyone agreed, and so they each began searching through that mountain pile of diaries Chu Jingfeng's grandfather had left behind. As someone who had served God's Eden for countless years, he was naturally very meticulous. Even what he ate that day, if it upsetted his stomach, and which tree bore fruit, he would record all these events in his diaries. This was a huge pile of diaries, and even a speedster like Xia Fei could only shake his head as he stared at the work ahead. With blindfolds on, Xia Fei was brought to that house he had been to the last time so that he could visit that person who called himself Old Yet. Xia Fei had already set an appointment prior that no matter what, he would come over once every 10 days. The distance between God's Eden and this location was rather far, and the quickest travel time would still take him at least 3 days and a half. However, Xia Fei had no way of reducing this. After all, it was because of this old Ye that Xiuzation had given him so much freedom, allowing him to devote all his efforts and energy to restoring God's Eden. Xia Fei used his unique healing spirit energy to help comb through old Ye's body once, and that made the old man feel so good he nearly moaned in pleasure. Xia Fei, if not for you still needing to seek those ingredients you require, I'd really want you to stay here so that you could comb through my body with your spirit energy every day. Old Ye let out a comfortable sigh and said. Xia Fei laughed. It's best for you not to do that, Venerable One. We need to think with the ultimate goal in mind, which is why I must find the most suitable medicinal ingredients for you so as to completely treat your illness. Besides, having only just arrived in the Annihilation Universe, I do wish to wander some more. Staying here and spending my day with you will bore me greatly. Old Ye laughed out loud. I knew that you're not someone who would be content with sitting around. Forget it, having you come once every 10 days is already enough as it is. It's not good for humans to be too greedy. Rest assured that as long as you can help cure me, this old man will give you immeasurable rewards. Xia Fei laughed as he chatted with Old Ye a little before getting up to take his leave. He was rather talented with his tongue and would always say things that the old man enjoyed hearing. Watching Xia Fei leave, Old Ye's expression turned serious. He beckoned over 2 of his men and inquired sternly, You still have the list of ingredients that Xia Fei wrote down, right? Yes. Good. Go instruct the others below to put other matters aside and focus all their efforts on collecting the medicinal ingredients Xia Fei wrote down. There must not be any mistakes, Old Ye stated solemnly. His men had no choice but to nod and agree, keeping the dejection they felt hidden inside. What Xia Fei gave them was no prescription, and the only thing treating Old Ye was Xia Fei's healing spirit energy. The so-called medicinal ingredients Xia Fei needed were all fabricated. A cactus that lived in the depth of the sea, a giant salamander living in magma that could learn human speech. How could such things exist? Perhaps only between the pages of novels. These 2 underlings got depressed but did not dare to go against Old Ye's orders. One of them spoke. Why don't I send people to follow Xia Fei, so as to see where he's going to find those things? Old Ye laughed out loud. Fool! Xia Fei has only been in the Annihilation Universe for a handful of days and hardly knows his way. Where will he go to find such things? Then why is he always in a hurry to leave? The underling asked, confused. He's still young, and it's his first time being in the Annihilation Universe, so of course he will find everything interesting and fresh. He's just finding an excuse to have fun on the outside, Old Ye reasoned. Don't bother with what Xia Fei's doing. Just do what I told you guys to do, that's all that matters. Understood. These 2 underlings answered reluctantly. After leaving the room, the 2 exchanged incredulous looks and let out long sighs. They would really have to pay a heavy price to find things that did not exist in this world. Xia Fei, whose thoughts were only on God's Eden, was simply going through with the motions when treating Old Ye. While getting the venerable old man's help was not a bad thing, Xia Fei still firmly believed that he should depend on his strength. Right now, his efforts were all devoted toward God's Eden and nothing else. Returning to the garden, he spotted Chu Jingfeng with his disciple happily chattering beside him. Both men must have not gotten a wink of sleep recently, seeing as their eyes were bloodshot from reading the diaries all night. We found it. Xia Fei, we discovered the coordinates of the nursery. Chu Jingfeng hollered loudly. Su Luanbu pointed to himself, declaring smugly, It's me who found it first. Chu Jingfeng, who was in a good mood, playfully smashed his knuckle on Su Luanbu's head. All right, this is all thanks to you. I'll be sure to let you eat your fill when the miracle tree bears fruit. Saying this, Chu Jingfeng handed Xia Fei the diary, which recorded the coordinates of the nursery. Xia Fei read the entry and did not share the same excitement as Chu Jingfeng. This set of coordinates is located in a planetary belt? It's far too general, it won't be easy finding an ancient nursery located in a vast star field. Chu Jingfeng grabbed Xia Fei's shoulder and said, Don't worry, I've got my methods. Let's head out right now. Luanbu, stay behind and watch over the garden. Whoosh! They boarded Chu Jingfeng's warship and headed for the coordinates written in the diary. As it was not too far away, it only took them about 12 hours to travel with spatial arrays and the ship's warp drive. Perhaps the 4 great sky devils had considered the problem with transportation, so they chose a location that was about a day's travel to and from God's Eden. Xia Fei thought about it and asked, Just what exactly is this method you've got to locate the nursery? Chu Jingfeng pulled out a half-translucent crystal ball from his spatial ring and replied, With this thing right here. Xia Fei knew that this was Chu Jingfeng's strongest soul weapon, the Tahara Buddha star, but he had not fully understood what the device could do just yet. You probably don't know this, but the Tahara Buddha star in my possession is a clan inheritance, something that was placed in God's Eden's pool of life water for many years. That's why the Tahara Buddha star resonates strongly with it. Even if it's a nursery, there's no way it won't have water. As such, there's no need for us to find the nursery. We just have to use the Tahara Buddha star to locate signs of life water, and we'll be fine, Chu Jingfeng explained. Xia Fei nodded vigorously. That's right. The diary did mention that the nursery is located in a place with an extremely harsh environment, so we can use the super radar to scan places like that, and then use Tahara Buddha star to test them one by one. The two proceeded to do just that. According to the series of diaries Chu Jingfeng's grandfather left behind, the nursery was located in a pitch-black place without any sun exposure, and it needed a large amount of artificial sunlight to subsist. Furthermore, the very air was covered in this substance called red fiber, which was extremely harmful to plant life. The reason why Jade Dragon Frost ultimately failed was the combination of terrible environment and the presence of the fiber. Soon, the radar system search came out with a list of locations with similar geomorphic features. Xia Fei and Chu Jingfeng looked into these places, sending forth the Tahara Buddha star to each. Whoosh! The warship came to a halt once more. This was already the 12 locations Xia Fei and Chu Jingfeng searched. It was a long valley, where the cliffs to either side stood tens of thousands of meters tall. Light did not shine down into the valley, with only the cold breeze that blew through the landscape. Quickly look, this could be the red fiber. Chu Jingfeng used a transparent glassware that captured the microorganisms in the air before observing it under a microscope. He spotted the presence of reddish substance in the air, looking very much like micro-earthworms that were only visible under the microscope. There's no need to look, this is the place, answered Xia Fei softly. He then proceeded to unleash his killing intent, pulling out the fiendish blade Nirvana from his spatial ring. Chu Jingfeng hurriedly lifted his head, only to find Xia Fei's two eyes shining like pearlescent orbs. He was using Origin of Heaven, his most powerful eye technique. Xia Fei had no need to check the microscope because his vision's even stronger than any microscope there might be. Even the microorganisms in the air could not escape his eyes. Why have you taken out your weapon? Chu Jingfeng asked curiously. Not just that, Xia Fei appeared to be very serious as if he was prepared to begin a massacre. Xia Fei did not say a word and only did a hand gesture, beckoning Chu Jingfeng to follow him. Chu Jingfeng swallowed and took out his Tahara Buddha star as well, hiding it in his palm. Assist me! Xia Fei blurted out. It was as though he had discovered something, for he said those words in a haste. He then used his fiendish speed to charge out. Assist! Trouble! Danger! Chu Jingfeng was stunned. This was why speed was so heaven-defying, their combat strength alone was terrifyingly powerful. Just by relying on their extraordinary speed, one could be on the offensive or defensive in a split second. Xia Fei asked Chu Jingfeng to assist him, clearly because he had found an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Alas, this was not a guaranteed ambush attempt, and he could not be certain he could retreat unscathed, which was why he had directly asked Chu Jingfeng to provide assistance. Fast! Faster! Chu Jingfeng's face went red. He was not like Xia Fei, nor was he a speed warrior. He would have an extremely hard time just trying to catch up to Xia Fei. Tahara Buddha star, go! Chu Jingfeng ran for a short distance but still saw no sign of Xia Fei, so he decided to just activate his legacy Death Star. He used Tahara Buddha star to drag himself forward, further improving his speed. Before he could even catch sight of Xia Fei, Chu Jingfeng first saw rent corpses flying through the air. Xia Fei must have torn through the enemies when he charged ahead, not even slowing down as he smashed through the corpses, tearing them apart. Blood and broken bones floated in the air, as the entire cliff wall was splattered with green brain juice. Rumble! A great battle began in the valley ahead. All he saw was a black hole opening up, created by none other than Little Goldie. Who is he facing? Is there a need to open a black hole just to deal with them? Chu Jingfeng's heart shuddered. Chapter 1336, Hell Brigade. Faster! Faster! Chu Jingfeng yelled madly, as Tahara Buddha star brought him closer to the battlefield with its fastest speed. Finally, Chu Jingfeng could make out the battlefield in full. The fight in the valley was taking place on this open space of land, with Xia Fei up against an entire army. These creatures had frightening appearances, looking like crocodiles that could stand upright, their bodies covered in thick scales. They all held weapons in their hands, and heavy and thick tails were dragging behind them. Clearly, this was a brigade that came from hell. The nursery was hidden in the cliff, and these strange creatures had already begun sieging its front door. No wonder Xia Fei did not formulate any plan and just charged in. It was because he was trying to prevent these frightening creatures from gaining entry to the nursery. No wonder little Goldie had opened a black hole, it was because the enemy's numbers were innumerable, and he wanted to send a portion of the enemy forces into the black hole so as to lessen Xia Fei's load. Furball, Little Goldie, and Peacock Blue were all going crazy. This was an entire army brigade. They numbered in the tens of thousands. Tara Buddha Star, shatter. Rumble. After Chu Jingfeng had taken stock of the battle situation, he joined in with his strongest move. Everyone saw that semi-transparent Tara Buddha Star shatter, turning into countless crystal daggers that flew everywhere under Chu Jingfeng's control. They killed anyone and everyone in sight. Break for me! Xia Fei hollered, as his entire person shot out like a beam of light. His target was that large banner at the back of this hell brigade. This golden banner, which fluttered in the wind, must be where the commander of the army brigade was located. Moving at great speeds, it was a brutal style of attack. Xia Fei was like a knife, forcibly penetrating into the enemy's midst. He sprinted directly to that golden banner, placed a single hand on the standard, and exerted force. Rumble. That banner, which had been stuck firmly into the ground, was lifted up into the air by Xia Fei, as he broke it with his bare hands. You're all dying today! Xia Fei bellowed menacingly like a living demon. Awoo! Exotic beasts followed their master, and if Xia Fei was a coward, so would Furball and Little Goldie. Unfortunately, Xia Fei was ferocious. Furball and Little Goldie were invigorated, letting out thunderous roars as they dashed toward the enemy. The army banner was a symbol of an army's fighting spirit. They would stand tall and proud if the flag stood, but the loss of the flag would similarly be a huge blow to their spirits. Xia Fei understood this concept very well, which was why he had immediately made a move toward the Hell Brigade's army banner. Whether they intended to fight or not, it was important to ruin the enemy's mind first. He was as ruthless as they came. Even Chu Jingfeng could feel his blood surging. This was what it meant to truly enjoy a fight. Whether it was against a single foe or tens of thousands, killing was all that mattered. If there was more to kill, then they should carry on killing. Squelch! Nirvana slashed freely, slaying 2 soldiers in a single swing of the sword. At the moment, Xia Fei was already covered in blood from head to toe, but he was still holding Nirvana in hand as he yelled, "The nursery of God's Eden is mine. Anyone who stands in my way shall die." What a powerful aura, a truly crazy display of fiendish energy. Though his fiend wing was broken, Xia Fei's fiendish energy was significantly greater than before. When he exerted his full force, it was akin to a living, breathing demon. That was when someone from this Hell's Brigade suddenly swore. "It's the accursed fiend clan again." Xia Fei was startled. He turned around to look, only to find someone hiding at the very end of the brigade. This individual had a frame far larger than the average soldier in this army, his fat face a distinct feature that made him stand out from the rest. Does he understand my language and knows about the fiends, too? Xia Fei thought to himself. Pointing with his fiendish blade Nirvana, Xia Fei declared loudly, "Kill onward in that direction." Awoo! Furball and Little Goldie, both already red-eyed from killing, pounced forward. They did not hesitate to carry out Xia Fei's order, while Chu Jingfeng consciously stood at Xia Fei's back to cover his rear. Though Chu Jingfeng had a peak annihilator cultivation and was the Chu clan's inheritor of God's Eden, he was only Xia Fei's helper when it came to fighting. After all, Xia Fei, this speedster, was the lone wolf on any battlefield. Impact force was not something that could be measured in terms of level. Rumble! Fiend Lock lashed out. Xia Fei felt that his killing speed had been abysmal thus far, so he decided to pull out Fiend Lock, sweeping it across a wide area. Ever since Xia Fei learned how to utilize Fiend Tier, Fiend Lock had turned into a mighty weapon in his arsenal, which radiated with astronomical amounts of energy. Every strike left warriors in shreds. Huge chunks of rocks were even constantly breaking off from the 2 cliff walls flanking the valley, creating a scene more terrifying than an earthquake. At Xia Fei's command, his group made their way in the direction of that creature, which had spoken just then. Every slash from Nirvana and every bite from Furball or Little Goldie meant another death to their enemies. Chu Jingfeng was controlling that peak soul weapon, providing the perfect defense for Xia Fei's rear. Despite it being their first time working together, the combat strength that both demonstrated was insane. Dead bodies lay scattered messily in their wake, practically forging their path ahead in the sea of their enemy's blood. Xia Fei stomped his foot down and caused the head of a creature to explode, brain matter and viscera flying everywhere. This valley had turned into hell itself. This was not Xia Fei's hell but his enemies, instead. That creature, who understood Xia Fei's words, started panicking. Evidently, Xia Fei's savagery and viciousness terrified him. He kept backing away as he urged the other creatures around him to become his meat shield, blocking Xia Fei's advance. Alas, Xia Fei had already been killing to the point he was seeing red. How could any of these creatures fend him off? Xia Fei, Furball, and Little Goldie were covered in blood. Even Chu Jingfeng was drenched in blood as they made their way forward on this gory battlefield. They were no different from meat grinders, heartlessly butchering everything that stood in their way. Xia Fei hoisted up that creature who could speak with one hand. The entire army had been decimated by the hands of Xia Fei and Chu Jingfeng. Even someone as worldly as Chu Jingfeng felt high-spirited. This had been an enjoyable fight. It was a complete and total victory. 2 men and 2 beasts slew an entire army. This was actually the first time Chu Jingfeng had done anything like this in his life. It must be said that the speed Xia Fei possessed was truly deranged. A speed reaching 60 million meters per second was practically light speed. Most of the enemies on the battlefield had died at Xia Fei's hands, and of course, at those 2 vicious pets with him. Speak. Where are you from? Why have you appeared here? Xia Fei pointed Nirvana at the creature and growled. Fiend. Evil fiend. Accursed fiend. This monster was shouting vehemently, almost as if he shared some great hostility toward the fiends. Xia Fei felt very puzzled. The fiends had gone extinct for many eons past, and he had no idea just what tragedy his ancestors had visited upon these creatures that they would still hold such deep-seated hatred toward the fiends even after all this time. Squelch! The sword in Xia Fei's hand swung, and he cut off the thigh of this creature. Fresh blood spurted freely almost at once, gushing out like a fountain. Chu Jingfeng grimaced. He found Xia Fei's methods of torture somewhat distasteful, which was why he turned to enter the nursery and take stock of the situation inside. Hearing the heart-wrenching cries from the creature behind him, Chu Jingfeng shook his head and chalked it up to that creature's bad luck, to have ended up in Xia Fei's hands. The entrance to the nursery had been blown open by those creatures, and had Xia Fei not desperately rushed in to stop them, those creatures might already have flooded inside. Chu Jingfeng went in and took a look, promptly heaving a sigh. There was still another door inside, and it was still in perfect condition, not suffering any damage at all. Xia Fei's peacock blue was guarding this entrance, and the moment it saw Chu Jingfeng, its blue leaves parted to open a path, almost as though it possessed intelligence of its own. Chu Jingfeng was surprised. No wonder he had not seen peacock blue appear anywhere during the battle. It turned out that Xia Fei had sent it to guard this door, so as to ensure that the nursery would not fall into the wrong hands, before charging to the enemy's ranks with Furball. Behind Xia Fei's madness was conscientious cautiousness. Even when he had to jump into the fray sense any preparation, Xia Fei would still make accurate calculations, and this ability of his was even more frightening than his speed. No one would like to bump into an enemy like Xia Fei, who possessed such a fearsome intellect. The first floor of the nursery was littered with dead bodies, most likely the handiwork of Peacock Blue. While momentarily dazed by the scene, Chu Jingfeng arrived at the second entrance and opened the sealed door after entering the password he found in his grandfather's diary. At the same time the door opened, a blast of air was released. Chu Jingfeng hurried in and shut the door behind him. The nursery's environment was unique, the door could not be left ajar for too long, or else it might affect the plants growing inside. Seeing everything made Chu Jingfeng ecstatic. This was an ancient nursery that belonged to God's Eden. To think that it had been operational the entire time. The many saplings and seedlings he found inside truly dazzled him. After some time, Chu Jingfeng met Xia Fei outside the nursery. He saw him sitting on the ground, smoking a cigarette, looking like he had something on his mind. It's great. The nursery has over 1,000 different saplings and seedlings. They're all alive, too. We've really struck the jackpot this time. It'll be difficult for God's Eden not to make a comeback at this rate. Too bad that there's still no Jade Dragon Frost sapling stored in the automated cultivation system. I retrieved some specimens, including the seeds of Jade Dragon Frost, so that we can head back and study them for a bit. I also stored all those seedlings into botanical preservation canisters. We can bring everything over at one go. These creatures have already found the nursery, so we can't risk leaving any of these seedlings inside anymore. It'll be too dangerous. What do you think of this arrangement of mine? Chu Jingfeng rattled off in his excitement, but Xia Fei merely nodded his head slightly in response. Chu Jingfeng looked around and asked curiously, "Where's your captive?" "Dead." "Did he tell you who's the one pulling the strings, and where they came from?" Chu Jingfeng asked. "I don't know who's the mastermind, but he did say that he had seen a fiend army," Xia Fei stated calmly. Chu Jingfeng was stunned. He hurriedly asked, he had seen an army of fiends? When was this? 2 years ago, Xia Fei answered. 2 years ago? Chu Jingfeng was rendered speechless. This was impossible. The Devil Shadow Dragoon had betrayed the Annihilators, disappearing without a trace, while the Fiend clan in the Annihilation universe was slain and wiped off the face of the universe as a result. How could those creatures have seen an army of fiends? Could he be intentionally telling you a lie because he knew he would die anyway? Chu Jingfeng asked. Xia Fei nodded. I can't eliminate such a possibility, but what I don't understand is where did these creatures even come from? How did they locate the nursery of God's Eden? They didn't seem to be a sapient race of the Annihilation universe. They're definitely not. Chu Jingfeng confirmed this. He picked up an intact head of a creature from the ground and stored it into a preservation canister. I know of someone that may know where these creatures hailed from. Let's head back to God's Eden and deal with these seedlings first, we can go meet him after, Chu Jingfeng suggested. Who would know where they came from? Xia Fei asked inquisitively. The 8th universe, Ig Dragon King Yang Guang, Chu Jingfeng replied matter-of-factly. Chapter 1337, The Looming Threat of the Draconids. Chu Jingfeng and Xia Fei immediately made their way back to God's Eden. Chu Jingfeng handed over the seedlings they had found to Su Luanbu, instructing him to open up a new garden and plant a batch of these seedlings. As for the precious Jade Dragon Frost, it was decided that they would not handle them just yet. Su Luanbu had followed Chu Jingfeng for many years, and he was capable of doing this much. As such, Xia Fei and Chu Jingfeng departed immediately for the 8th universe, where Ig Dragon King Yang Guang resided. The Ig Dragon clan lived very fulfilled lives. After hearing what Xia Fei and Chu Jingfeng had encountered, Yang Guang immediately became restless, shouting, "Quick, hand over the head of that creature to me." Chu Jingfeng was startled. It was not hard to tell from Yang Guang's demeanor that the old dragon felt very disturbed by this account, almost as though what they had described caused him to recall something unsavory. Chu Jingfeng took out the head of the creature and placed it on the table. Ig Dragon King Yang Guang first froze, but the expression on his face soon turned severe as he muttered under his breath, "So they appeared in the end, these evil creatures." What appeared? Are they sapient life forms or just monstrous creatures? Xia Fei and Chu Jingfeng asked at the same time, their curiosity clearly piqued. They saw Yang Guang wave his hand dismissively, gesturing that they should save their questions for later. The old Dragon King then reached out his right hand and flicked a sharp finger. Usually, Ig Dragon King Yang Guang would maintain his human appearance, and this finger of his would be hidden. Swish! Yang Guang cut open the creature's head and picked out a small piece of blood-red flesh with his finger before cutting it open. There was a drop of blood inside. The moment it came into contact with the air, this drop of blood immediately burned intensely, as if it were a flame that had shot out well over 10 meters. Fortunately, Yang Guang's hall was vast, or else this could have started a fire. After it finished burning, a heavy acrid smell, mixed with the stench of spilled blood, filled the hall. It was as though they were in the middle of a bloody battlefield, with the corpses of dead warriors already in the state of decomposition. Sighing, Yang Guang's deep voice rumbled. It's been too long, and only a handful of those who survived that battle remain, which explains why neither of you two knows how frightening this thing is. That battle! Xia Fei exclaimed in shock. Do you mean that battle between the dragons and every other sapient life form? Indeed. Yang Guang waved his hand and released a sliver of his draconid qi, instantly burning that evil head into ash before spitting in distaste. That's the Hell Brigade under the command of the Draconids, codenamed Immortal Black Flame. They're the evil henchmen of the Draconids, and the head you brought back belongs to a commander. That drop of blood is genuine Draconid blood. Their type has intelligence higher than that of the average soldier of the brigade, Ig Dragon Yang Guang said as he recalled this information from memory. Xia Fei and Chu Jingfeng became flabbergasted and did not recover for quite some time. The immortal black flame had appeared in the Annihilation universe. Did that mean that the Draconids had already found a breach and were closing in on them? If that was true, then a great calamity would be heading to the Annihilators, as well as every sapient life form across all the known universes. The last generation of the Hero Alliance had gotten wiped out, and the Annihilations were no longer capable of clashing with the Mega Dragons head-on. There was a pause before Yang Guang continued speaking. The immortal black flames are formed mainly by mixing humans with the blue bloods. As powerful as the Draconids may be, they are few in number. That's why they often snatch the universe's populace and then reproduce them to be their puppets. The method of reproduction is very evil, too. They'll leave a warrior with only their heart, and with that as the base, they can proceed to grow the rest of the organs and body. I once saw with my own two eyes the graveyard where the Mega Dragons had produced warriors, with each of their still beating hearts buried in the ground, connected to a strange tube that fed them nutrition, which would then recreate the bodies with the hearts as the cores. Creatures, who undergo something like that, will have long since lost any sort of sapiency, becoming complete horrors. That's just the method they use on humans. The Blue Blood's reproduction method is even worse. Mega Dragons will pull out a Blue Blood soul gem and proceed to shatter it completely. They'll then use the fragments of the soul gem to recreate a new body. If a human gets captured by the Mega Dragons, they'll face physical torture, but a Blue Blood will face both physical and spiritual torture. Hugh. Yang Guang let out a long sigh after saying all. He then muttered heavily, "This day has finally come." Xia Fei pondered for a moment before asking, "What's going on with that drop of blood you extracted moments ago?" Yang Guang replied, "Every Hell Brigade comprises of 10,000 people, and among them, one will have a drop of dragon's blood implanted in their head, so as to make it easy for the creatures and their master to practice. The head that you brought over happens to belong to the brigade commander of that army." Yang Guang turned towards Xia Fei and Chu Jingfeng and asked, "Did I just hear you two say that you had slaughtered the entire Hell Brigade?" Xia Fei and Chu Jingfeng nodded at the same time, causing a slight smile to form on Yang Guang's face. "Not bad. That's some powerful strength you two have got there, nearly at the level of the Hero Alliance back in the day. However, both of you probably don't know this, but the Draconids have a million counts of that same army you encountered, and either of you two has yet to meet the most powerful Blue Blood Puppet Brigade." Xia Fei and Chu Jingfeng had once more received shock. A million army with each having the same number meant that the Draconids commanded a puppet army that numbered in the 10 billion. Among those armies, the strongest was the Blue Blood Puppet Brigade, while Xia Fei and Chu Jingfeng had merely slain the weakest type. Of course, such armies could still not hold a candle to the actual Mega Dragons. Pressure. Immense pressure. The universes were currently facing the threat of Mega Dragons, making everyone present suddenly find it hard to breathe easily. Though Xia Fei did not like the Annihilation universe, no one would be spared if the Mega Dragons made a comeback. Yang Guang asked, "Was it this one who said that they had encountered a fiend army 2 years back?" Xia Fei nodded. Yang Guang frowned. "That's really strange. Let's ignore his claim in the meantime. A Hell Brigade's commander will have some measure of intelligence, so they're quite crafty. There's no need for you two to be too worried. Going by the last Great War's events, the Mega Dragons will likely send puppet armies all over to fan the flames first, snatching away the things that can be a threat to them. Only after all that's been done will the real war break out, so we should still have some time." Though the Annihilators rarely mentioned it, everyone knew very well that the universe had never been stable, and that they ultimately lived under the looming threat of the Mega Dragons. Xia Fei and Chu Jingfeng had no idea if the Annihilation Universe's 5 ancient apex knew that the Mega Dragons' puppet armies had since appeared and if they had made preparations for another grand war. They did not consider revealing news of this, either, since that would implicate the secrecy of God's Eden. Returning to the garden, Chu Jingfeng and Xia Fei began to work like crazy alongside Su Luanbu. They expanded the miracle fruit that they were nurturing on a large scale. Even the usually jovial Su Luanbu became a tad more serious, following in his master's steps to become completely buried in hectic work. He asked Chu Jingfeng what Egg Dragon King Yang Guang's reaction was, and the latter told him that on the day he visited with Xia Fei, the king had rushed his son Yangji into the dragon cave, not allowing him to leave until he finished cultivating. Su Luanbu, of course, realized how serious the situation was just from hearing that. It looked like even the Egg Dragon King was preparing for the worst-case scenario. Yang Guang even said that he would not rule out the possibility of cooperating with the Annihilators despite how much he hated them. Xia Fei did not interfere with the work in God's Eden and merely dived deep into cultivation. Still, he kept injecting spirit energy into the grounds of God's Eden so as to hasten the garden's revitalization. In the blink of an eye, it was time to pay old Ye a visit again. Xia Fei left with his mind full of many thoughts and arrived at that little wooden hut of the mysterious elder. As always, Xia Fei combed Old Ye's body. However, just as he was leaving after accomplishing the task, Old Ye called him and said while chuckling, "I prepared something for you. You can see it when you return." Xia Fei was too preoccupied with his thoughts, so he did not take the old man's words to heart. He left the wooden hut, boarded Roderick's ship, and took off his blindfold, only to find Roderick holding a botanical preservation canister. "What is this?" Xia Fei asked, curious. "What you wanted," Roderick answered. "What I wanted?" Xia Fei was stunned. He could not recall himself telling Old Ye what he wanted. "It's that list of strange ingredients that you jotted down. It hasn't been easy." Old Ye mobilized all his assets before he could find one, "but you don't have to worry too much. With what Old Ye is capable of, as long as you say that something exists, he'll surely be able to find it." With that, Roderick handed that botanical preservation canister to Xia Fei. Xia Fei was immediately dumbstruck. That list was something he had randomly come up with, and they were all the things that could not be found in the world. Just how could any of them be found? How ridiculous was that? Peeking through the canister opening, Xia Fei was dumbfounded. Inside was a cactus, neither too big nor too small, completely immersed in seawater. "That's what you wanted, right?" A cactus found in the bottom of the deepest trench, born from volcanic rock. It's shaped like an infant, and its flowers resemble purple butterflies. The moment someone gets near it, it'll begin to shrink underground. Roderick rattled off the strange description that Xia Fei had given. The universe was filled with wonders. Who would have thought that the cactus that Xia Fei had fabricated on the spot would actually exist? Furthermore, its growth habits were exactly as what Xia Fei concocted. Xia Fei even began to suspect if he possessed some precognition ability, given just how frighteningly strange this situation had turned. Xia Fei brought this botanical preservation canister to God's Eden. Chu Jingfeng asked about it, and he truthfully told him what had happened, only to end up causing Chu Jingfeng and his disciple to roll on the ground in laughter. Su Luanbao clapped Xia Fei on the shoulder, and while still clutching his stomach, he wheezed, "You're truly quite something. You came up with some random stuff for Old Ye to find, and he actually managed to find it. Tell me, a salamander born beside magma and a monkey born from a rock, just how did you come up with all those things?" Xia Fei pursed his lips and stayed silent. If Old Ye really found the monkey in a rock, then this would really be a journey to the West one. Who was to say that would not be possible? Chu Jingfeng faced Xia Fei seriously after he was done laughing. "Come, look. I made a new discovery regarding the Jade Dragon Frost." Xia Fei started and followed Chu Jingfeng into the laboratory. This laboratory was something he had temporarily set up in just 2 days, and it was tailored specifically for researching the Jade Dragon Frost, the miracle plant that had tempted even the 4 great sky devils. Inside this laboratory was a super microscope, which Chu Jingfeng pointed to as he said, "The shocking discovery is right there. You'll understand when you see it for yourself." Xia Fei casually placed that canister with the cactus inside on the table and stared into the microscope for a good while, becoming more and more surprised as seconds passed. "Spores?" Xia Fei lifted his head, puzzled. Chapter 1338, Jade Dragon Frost. Xia Fei was puzzled after he examined what was under the microscope. "Spores? What's so strange about that?" Chu Jingfeng answered gleefully, "These are no ordinary spores. Look at the speed that they're dividing and reproducing, it's absolutely stunning, almost as if they're fighting against something." Xia Fei carefully examined the spores again. Sure enough, they seemed to be under serious assault, resisting the harm from the environment that they were in through constant cellular division, as though they were cultivating the law of speed. Chu Jingfeng said in a deep voice, "You need to know that these are spores that haven't been stored in any protective devices, which goes to show that, after so many years, they've evolved to the point where they can achieve equilibrium with the environment. The Jade Dragon Frost is no longer as fragile as it used to be." Xia Fei was startled. Jade Dragon Frost was a very fragile plant, and the 4 great sky devils had to set up a specialized nursery with the appropriate environment just so they could try nurturing it. Alas, the 4 great sky devils had failed. Not a single Jade Dragon Frost had survived. Apparently, that plant did not come from where sapient life flourished and, instead, came from some unknown universe. It was still fine during the germination period, as the plant's outer shell would act as a protective layer for it, but the moment the Jade Dragon Frost began to grow and take root, it would be under the environment's constant assault, wilting and dying as a result. This situation was akin to throwing a human into the sea. Without any access to breathable air, they would die, so unless they suddenly grew gills and transformed into a merperson, there would not be any way for a human to escape from the difficulties the environment presented them. After Xia Fei understood this, his whole body shuddered and he croaked, "Are you saying that enough time has passed for the jade dragon frost to adapt to its surroundings?" Chu Jingfeng nodded gravely and said in an impassioned voice, "The 4 great sky devils didn't fail. They found a way for the jade dragon frost to survive, and the only thing they lacked was time, unable to wait for this very moment today." Xia Fei remained seated in his chair, his emotions in turmoil for the longest time. The flow of things had been made clear at this moment. No one knew where the 4 great sky devils had gotten the seed of jade dragon frost, only that they were hoping for such a miraculous plant to sprout. Alas, unable to adapt to its surroundings, the plant was a failure despite them having spent many years nurturing it. Later, when the 4 great sky devils had departed, the nursery, which they had constructed, had not stopped operating and had automatically kept following their last directives, constantly nurturing the jade dragon frost within. Time flew by, and the fiends had eventually found themselves pushed to the edge of extinction. The existence of the nursery was all but forgotten. Xia Fei, who had recently begun working with Chu Jingfeng to rejuvenate God's Eden, incidentally stumbled upon the secret of the nursery. From that time on, the automated nurturing system had managed to accomplish the work that Lord Sky Devil had entrusted it back then and had even successfully nurtured a jade dragon frost, which could survive being in the Annihilation universe. This was an amazing legacy. Spanning across countless thousands of years, the 4 great sky devils' lifelong regret had finally been resolved. It was just that Xia Fei became the one who could get his hand on the surviving jade dragon frost. With that, Xia Fei could only feel his hands tremble from his excitement. The plant, which the 4 great sky devils had cherished so much, something which they had not managed to nurture before leaving, was now in Xia Fei's hands. Perhaps this would become a precious treasure that could transcend the known universe. Very soon, Xia Fei calmed down in the face of this excitement and composed another analysis. "How confident are you that you can get this jade dragon frost to bear fruit?" Xia Fei asked. Chu Jingfeng gave it some thought and answered, "I say it's about 50%. The jade dragon frost is currently in a state of equilibrium, while God's Eden has just begun to return to its former lush state." Xia Fei nodded slightly. "Looks like we need to be faster. That Hell Brigade was headed to the nursery earlier. It could be because they had caught wind of jade dragon frost's existence and God's Eden even." With that, Chu Jingfeng and Xia Fei opened the botanical preservation canister. They cut a piece of the cactus within in preparation for transplanting it. This was when they heard the water in the canister slosh. Xia Fei turned to look and did not see anything strange. What both Chu Jingfeng and he failed to notice was that the cactus had actually split open, and a pink tongue had surreptitiously protruded from a small crack, which very deftly snatched something away from the table. The test results would take some time before they would be ready, so Xia Fei closed the canister and stored it back into his spatial ring. Later, after Xia Fei had departed, Chu Jingfeng tidied the table, only to discover that one of the jade frost dragon seedlings had gone missing. "Could I have counted wrongly?" Chu Jingfeng tilted his head to the side and wondered. God's Eden was abnormally busy. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu were busy expanding the acreage of the garden, while Xia Fei was busy unleashing his spirit energy to the place. God's Eden was like a monster, which viewed Xia Fei's spirit energy as food. In these past few days, God's Eden had already been restored with 5 pools, which were enough to irrigate 5 not too large gardens. Xia Fei had intentionally increased his spirit energy input to God's Eden, from the trickle at the start to 1,000 units at present. Rumble. Suddenly, God's Eden swayed gently, prompting Xia Fei to halt his energy provision. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu stopped their works as well and strolled over, both asking, "What's going on?" Xia Fei shrugged. "Nothing. I've increased by a bit the amount of energy I'm providing today, and in doing so, it seems to have triggered some underground system of this garden, causing tremors." Chu Jingfeng said, "God's Eden is amazing in that it has a complete ecosystem underground. Not only does it have a life water spring, it even has an underground network. Everything was created by Lord Medicinal Cauldron Prince after much effort all those years back, so you must be extra careful with it all. If we were to lose this underground ecosystem, the entire God's Eden would be gone. Lord Medicinal Cauldron Prince is already gone, there's no one else left at present who understands the profundity of God's Eden, not to mention repair the complex underground system." Xia Fei nodded and told Chu Jingfeng to be at ease. It was only after the master-disciple duo had left that Xia Fei's eyebrows knitted. "Penny for your thoughts?" Radix asked. Xia Fei looked at the ground beneath his feet and replied, "The underground system of God's Eden has always seemed strange to me. That moment just now seemed to be someone feeding back energy to me." Radix pursed his lips, "You sure have quite the imagination. If you don't feel at ease, you can just check with your eye technique and see if there's really someone hiding underground." Xia Fei actually did just that. Activating Origin of Heaven, he carefully combed through the underground system once over, but Xia Fei was still not rest assured after. He went to the flip side of God's Eden and examined the structure of the place once again. God's Eden was like a disk floating in space, with an energy barrier on the top side protecting the soil, water, and buildings, while its foundation was made from a sturdy type of metal alloy. "What's the matter? Found anything?" Radix asked. Xia Fei shook his head. "It seems like the only thing below God's Eden is just a densely packed set of pipes with a complex system. It's far more complex than even the nervous system that runs through a human body. Honestly, I have no idea just how the four great sky devils could come up with such a dense network, or how they even did it." Radix snorted dismissively, "They must have done it for the benefit of the garden." Chu Jingfeng had also said that the underground system is the very essence of God's Eden, and that it is of the utmost importance. "You better not dig a hole in the ground as a result of your curiosity and ruin the ecosystem created." Xia Fei clicked his tongue after hearing that. Irritated, he sent Radix back into Nirvana to keep him from nagging any more. Though the job of providing the necessary nutrients to God's Eden was dull, it was not boring. He had over 1,000,000 standard units of energy stored in his brain, so Xia Fei could keep fertilizing the garden while cultivating. Chilled Ligament Ghost Valley no doubt lived up to its name, as it was extremely strange. The existence of Chilled Ligament Ghost Valley was to help spiritualists cultivate their physical bodies beyond their limitations. Furthermore, the method of cultivating was very insane, requiring Xia Fei to use purely spirit energy to stimulate his body again and again. This process was very much similar to electrocuting himself. Letting the wires in his body link up and allowing electricity to travel through would immediately make any human lose bodily control, convulsing involuntarily, and in even more serious cases, it could outright cause death. Xia Fei thought back to his time on Earth when he heard about how a martial master of his generation, Bruce Lee, had let electricity course through his body so as to stimulate his muscles and meridians. He had not expected that this technique would use a similar method. Of course, Xia Fei's spirit energy stimulation was who knew how many tens of thousand times greater than being electrocuted. Normally, Xia Fei would also let spirit energy run through his body, but that was nothing more than running it across his meridians. Meridians were like the channels that Xia Fei could use to transport energy within his body, where even the powerful and fierce spirit energy could travel through without any problems. However, Chilled Ligament Ghost Valley was different. It used spirit energy to connect every single cell in Xia Fei's body. It was no different from turning spirit energy into chemical fluids and soaking his entire body in it. This was absolutely frightening. The first time Xia Fei tried this cultivation method, he nearly lit his hair on fire. It was like his entire body had plunged into an active volcano. Chilled Ligament Ghost Valley was truly something else. Its goal was to push the warrior right up to their very limits. Which was why it utilized such a brutal method. Mental energy is what comes after physical cultivation, and then now it is inverted, using high-level mental energy to stimulate the body. Xia Fei ended a cycle of cultivation and said to himself. The ancestors of the unrestricted sect sure were capable. To think they could even come up with such an insane cultivation method. Xia Fei had the habit of getting stronger when facing even greater might, and he saw Chilled Ligament Ghost Valley as a sort of challenge. Was Xia Fei not always challenging himself, pushing the very limits of what he was capable of all this while? According to the prerequisite of Chilled Ligament Ghost Valley, Xia Fei needed to withstand 100 standard units of spirit energy to reach the first rank. 100 standard units. It needed to be stated that spirit energy was calculated with a sort of mass metric. Those warriors in the Alpha universe would kill to obtain a single standard unit of spirit energy, and it was all because a single unit of it would be enough to turn a mountain into flatlands when unleashed. Spirit energy was the purest and most powerful form of energy in the universes. To let a body withstand 100 standard units of spirit energy without any sort of defenses, such a cultivation method would even make someone as crazy as Xia Fei feel that it was too insane. Boom! Xia Fei suddenly felt his entire body shudder while he was cultivating, and Radix exclaimed in shock, "No way, did you make a breakthrough so soon?" Xia Fei's expression changed drastically. He stared at that extra-large spatial ring on his hand, peak rainbow. Chapter 1339, God knows what plant this is. Did you make a breakthrough with chilled ligament Ghost Valley already? Radix was stunned. He looked incredulously at Xia Fei as he yelled, this is insane. You're insane. Did you really just let 100 standard units of spirit energy course through your body in one go? How did you even withstand it? Radix could not make sense of it. He could not imagine how Xia Fei had just withstood 100 standard units of spirit energy. Xia Fei did not celebrate or show any emotion at all. All he did was stare at his spatial ring peak rainbow with a strange look in his eyes. With a whoosh, Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu came rushing over after hearing the commotion, asking what had happened. Anyone would find it incredible if they heard about how Xia Fei had used his spirit energy on his own body. After all, it was a type of energy that was used to kill people's souls. No matter if the target was a god or a ghost, a single punch with spirit energy could be lethal. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu knew just how powerful spirit energy was, which was why they were worried about Xia Fei employing such an extreme cultivation method. They even tried to dissuade Xia Fei from cultivating such a crazy body technique. Unfortunately for them, not even God Almighty could change Xia Fei's mind after he had said it. No matter that the pair persisted until they were parched, Xia Fei ignored them. A believer in the price theory like Xia Fei did not care for all that. For the sake of going past his limits, Xia Fei was willing to pay the price necessary. Faced with Chu Jingfeng and all their questions, Xia Fei answered, just now I did indeed accidentally let loose a large amount of spirit energy in my body, it was not done intentionally. Rather, it was because I noticed some changes inside my spatial ring, and in my panic, it caused me to temporarily lose control of my spirit energy. Su Luanbu asked hastily, then that sound we just heard, was it actually you achieving the first tier of chilled ligament Ghost Valley? Yes. Xia Fei nodded. In about 100,000th of a second, I did indeed send 100 standard units of spirit energy into my body, but I very quickly retracted it. Even though I did not think of it, my body apparently can withstand such an amount of spirit energy. Su Luanbu wrinkled his forehead and was disgruntled, oh, are you bragging? Only you speedsters could attain such a crazy speed that you can send your spirit energy out for 100,000th of a second and retract it again. He thought Xia Fei was bragging. Due to the fact that Xia Fei had mastered the law of speed, not only was he quick, his control of spirit energy had also become a lot faster. That was definitely something no normal warrior could achieve, and was why Su Luanbu felt so unhappy. Speedsters like Xia Fei were really just too much. Conversely, it was Radix and Chu Jingfeng who were cheering, with the latter widening his eyes in disbelief. Xia Fei, that's the shortcut to cultivating chilled ligament Ghost Valley. I'm afraid even the ancestral elders of the unrestricted sect had not thought of that, and only someone like you, who has mastered both speed and possesses the unrestricted soul spirit mark, would think of it. Radix also added, that's right. Using your superior speed, you're able to rapidly extend and retract your spirit energy. Right now, you're able to withstand it for 100,000th of a second. In the future, you'll be able to endure it for an entire minute, and end up cultivating the strongest body technique. Xia Fei heaved a sigh. Just now he had unleashed a huge amount of spirit energy into his body completely unconsciously. That had indeed been very dangerous, but it was also because of the incident that he managed to grasp this unparalleled technique from the unrestricted sect. Truly, speed was king. Why should he cultivate in accordance with what his ancestors of the unrestricted sect had stated? No matter how strong they were not speedsters. That was when Su Luanbu asked, then, what was the reason that you suddenly panicked? Xia Fei pointed to his spatial ring. Because of this. Everyone here knows that a spatial ring is linked to one's consciousness, and so opening, closing, and retrieving something can all be done with a thought. That is why if something happens inside, I am able to immediately sense any changes that occur. Chu Jingfeng shook his head. That's impossible. Spatial rings are stable connections to an empty space, and the stability is absolute. Otherwise, it would not have been made into a ring. You must have been confused while you were cultivating. Su Luanbu and Radix also expressed their disbelief. The forging of a spatial ring meant the artificer needed to search for a piece of stable, hidden space in the universe. Afterward, they would use the law of space to construct a channel to that space, linking the ring to the space and thus completing the spatial ring. Any artificer of spatial rings would consider the stability of the hidden space to be of the utmost priority. An unstable space, no matter how large they were, would be useless. After all, people used these rings to store their treasures and assets inside. If the space was unstable, it could render the person bankrupt. Worse, if the space itself turned chaotic, it could even become fatal. Long ago, artificers had indeed run into some minor problems when forging spatial rings, but after all these years, the process of making the rings had already matured into this familiar regulation, and there were no longer any sort of problems nowadays. Thus, when Xia Fei said that he sensed some changes occurring inside his spatial ring, no one believed him. Peak Rainbow was an extra-large spatial ring with 1,000,000 cubic meters in storage space. There was no way it could have been created without a powerful cultivation, and it was impossible for such a well-versed master in the field to make such a mistake. Xia Fei's expression was grim. He used his consciousness to sift through the space once more and said, "There's nothing wrong with the space itself, but something happened to the things inside. It's up to you whether you believe me or not." With that said, Xia Fei waved his hand and brushed it over his ring. They watched as Xia Fei took out a monster from his spatial ring with a popping, instantly giving a fright to Chu Jingfeng and the others. It really was a monster. It looked like a giant cactus, and every sharp spine had a single white pearl stuck on its end. "This is?" Chu Jingfeng asked, curious. "That strange cactus that lived underwater that old Ye found for me. It was this thing that suddenly broke through its botanical preservation canister, and momentarily made me lose focus," Xia Fei answered. Chu Jingfeng was stunned. It had turned into this in a blink of an eye? Isn't it a freshwater aquatic plant? It could actually live when placed in seawater. Xia Fei shook his head, indicating that he was uncertain as well. "Let's go to the laboratory," Chu Jingfeng said after some thought. God's Eden had many high-tech devices beyond what it had originally installed. Chu Jingfeng quickly completed his examination of the cactus. Taking the report in hand, Chu Jingfeng made his way to Xia Fei's side, the two looking at the strange plant together. The originally small cactus was now almost 3 meters tall, and if those white spines were included, it was really hard to describe just how strange the plant was. "What's the result?" Xia Fei asked. "It's far too stunning. It's far too stunning. It's far too stunning." Chu Jingfeng did not look the part of a master at all. He repeated the same line thrice, the expression on his face very exaggerated. Those white things that look like pearls on the end of the many spines, seemed to be the flowers that the cactus bloomed. They replaced the many purple butterfly-shaped flowers that were on the top of the cactus, and I even found jade dragon frost traces in its genetics. Chu Jingfeng declared. Xia Fei was flabbergasted. This strange cactus has genetic traces of jade dragon frost. It was no wonder Chu Jingfeng was so shocked. Anyone else in his shoes would definitely feel the same. How could that be? The jade dragon frost were seeds that came from the 4 great sky devils, and this cactus was something old Ye just found deep in an undersea trench. The two had no relation to one another, so how could they share genetic similarities? Xia Fei asked, puzzled. Chu Jingfeng shook his head. It's not that the events are completely unrelated. Several days ago, you brought the cactus into the laboratory, and I discovered that a seed of jade dragon frost was gone after you left with it. Xia Fei was speechless. He mumbled in surprise, "I brought that cactus to the laboratory, and later a jade dragon frost seed is gone. Was that the doing of this aquatic cactus? But it has no hands." Chu Jingfeng replied, "I don't understand, either. But look here, the report indicates that this cactus truly has the genetic code of the jade dragon frost." Xia Fei took the report over and read it, line by line. He was someone who had learned a myriad array of knowledge, so he was able to make out at least 70 to 80% of the botanical analysis report. After he was done, Xia Fei exclaimed, "You are right. Now, the cactus not only has the genetic code of the jade dragon frost, it's even an enhanced version of it. The genetic code that originally made the jade dragon frost has been all but devoured. In its place are genes that grant it a greater survivability." "That's right." Chu Jingfeng could barely contain his excitement. This cactus is definitely a freak of nature. Living several tens of thousands beneath sea level, in a deep sea trench, who knew just how great a water pressure it had to withstand? And this is on top of the fact that it was growing in salt water, something considered fatal to most botanical life forms. It also lacks the access to photosynthesis plants are known to have. Under such conditions, the fact that this cactus could continue to live just goes to show that its survivability is comparable to your immemorial mystical armament, peacock blue. Right now, the situation is that the fragile jade dragon frost and this very tenacious cactus have combined to form a new entity. It's a completely new plant now. I have no idea how they managed to do this, but the fact is right before our eyes. The jade dragon frost has become a super mutated plant together with the cactus. Heavens, I already have no words to describe just how peculiar this thing is. God knows just what exactly this thing is. After hearing Chu Jingfeng's words, Xia Fei's mouth hung open. He had come across plenty of strange and inexplicable things in his life, but this was definitely the most outrageous. A moment passed, and Chu Jingfeng spoke even louder. The most peculiar fact isn't all this, but according to conventional plant growth, what does it mean after a plant blooms? Xia Fei thought about it and his expression changed drastically. He uttered the next sentence word by word: plants blossom, then they bear fruit. That's right. That's the result. But just look at this ultrasonic analysis chart. Chu Jingfeng said. With that, Chu Jingfeng handed Xia Fei an ultrasonic analysis chart. The chart clearly indicated that there was a small fruit inside the cactus, and it looked like a peach, red in color. Countless veins connected to the fruit in order to provide it with the necessary nutrients. This peculiar cactus not only hybridized with the jade dragon frost, but it even bore fruit. Xia Fei yelled, absolutely shocked. In a corner of God's Eden, a spring was flowing. Due to Xia Fei feeding the place with spirit energy, a pool of life water had recently begun forming. Beside this pool was a newly dug garden plot, and in that plot was planted a very strange-looking plant, the cactus with the flowers that looked like pearls. Playing it safe, Xia Fei and Chu Jingfeng had decided to open this garden and keep it independent, all for the sake of catering to this unbelievable cactus. After restructuring itself with the jade dragon frost's genes, turning it from an aquatic plant to one that is land-based, just what kind of situation are we in? It's as if every impossibility related to what we know of botany has happened all at once. Su Lonbiu shook his head and commented, God knows what plant this is. Chapter 1340, Level 2 Annihilator and Surrounded. After one short month, God's Eden had been completely transformed. 7 new gardens had been opened, and while the plants had only just started to sprout, Xia Fei and Chu Jingfeng could see a little hope. God's Eden consisted primarily of springs and pools. The springs of life gushed out of the ground and gathered in pools where their waters were stored. This water was then guided through canals to the nearby gardens. Each spring and pool was used to nourish a single garden, the gardens all being independent of one another. All of the small gardens placed next to each other formed the massive God's Eden. There was also a complicated hydrological system underground, and a life support system. In short, God's Eden was truly the handiwork of one of the 4 great sky devils. Its exquisite protection and perfect design were simply enchanting. Xia Fei felt like watching the plants in God's Eden grow was a pretty good feeling. If he had to retire one day, he wouldn't mind spending some time with Avril here, planting flowers. But Xia Fei didn't dare to relax right now. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu were running around taking care of the garden and tending to the new plants. As for Xia Fei, he cultivated while also providing God's Eden with spirit energy. The 3 of them were so busy that they hardly had time to rest. Bang! A great boom came from Xia Fei's location, which drew Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu over. It was actually quite strange. Xia Fei only had to send a little too much spirit energy into God's Eden and it made the entire garden tremble. It was like the garden was a slumbering dragon that was being disturbed by Xia Fei's spirit energy. The servant army of the Draconid, the Hell Brigade, had already appeared in Annihilator. Both Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu were very nervous about this. Historical records said that the Hell Brigade loved looting and plundering, appearing here and there in the universe to steal rare treasures and weaken the strength of the sapient races. Chu Jingfeng was the one who had drafted the 1000 soul ranking, so he had his spies. The news he had been receiving recently hadn't been very good. Some small clans in the outer edge of Annihilator had come under attack. Although there was no proof that the Hell Brigade had been behind that, everyone knew that war was drawing closer and closer. Chu Jingfeng was worried that the Hell Brigade would attack God's Eden, so whenever Xia Fei triggered a tremor, his heart would tighten. What's happening? Did you release too much spirit energy again? Chu Jingfeng asked after running over. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu both stopped in shock, for above Xia Fei were 2 soul marks. Unrestricted soul spirit marks, no less. And they were enormous, Annihilator level soul marks. You broke through. Su Luanbu shouted in shock. He continued enviously, it was only 2 days ago that you broke through the chilled ligament Ghost Valley, and now you've broken through the unrestricted soul spirit? Isn't this speed a little too absurd? He turned to his master, Chu Jingfeng. Chu Jingfeng wasn't as envious. Instead, his eyes were sparkling with delight. With a whoosh, the soul marks disappeared, and Xia Fei stood up and nodded at the two men. I say, do you have some sort of secret shortcut? How else can you increase your level so crazily? Is your cultivation also of the speed type? Su Luanbu asked as he came up. Xia Fei smiled. I just have sufficient spirit energy reserves and forced my way through. If one try won't do, I'll try 100 times, and if 100 times won't do, I'll try 1000. I'll break through eventually. Su Luanbu shrugged. This was Xia Fei. His energy reserves were just too frightening. No one could compare to him. After several lucky encounters, Xia Fei had accumulated 1.2 million units of spirit energy in his brain region, an astronomical number. Chu Jingfeng smiled and patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. Your cultivation speed would probably leave even the 4 great sky devils envious. Perhaps it's because you've dabbled in so many fields. Back then, the most powerful of the 4 sky devils was the broken wing sky devil, Pale Tooth, but the greatest talent was the Gale sky devil, Medicinal Cauldron Prince. But the Medicinal Cauldron Prince didn't like to fight, and he never put any time into researching combat knowledge. But you seem like a combination of both Lord Medicinal Cauldron Prince and Lord Pale Tooth, a high-speed combat version of the Gale Sky Devil. Xia Fei didn't take the comment seriously. He knew that Chu Jingfeng was just joking around. The 4 great Sky Devils were transcendent beings, and he was still far from reaching their level. Suddenly, a hair-raising whistle pierced through God's Eden. That's the alarm. Outsiders are approaching. Chu Jingfeng shouted. The air howled as the 3 of them hastened over to the entrance. God's Eden had been built by the 4 sky devils and possessed a terrifying defensive system. Everyone needed to register before they were able to get close to the garden. The alarm just now was the level 1 warning. It meant that an unregistered stranger had appeared within 100 light years of the garden. As Xia Fei and company arrived at the garden entrance, the whistle turned into something more like a train horn. That meant that the enemy was not just coming closer to the garden, but that they had come in great numbers. It was clear that a horde of unknown enemies was rapidly approaching. Where did these unknown people come from? To dare get close to God's Eden? Chu Jingfeng snarled as he looked over the warning report swiftly. At that moment, he heard Xia Fei, who had been the first to arrive at the entrance, say sternly, these people aren't unknown at all. It's the Hell Brigade. They've managed to locate God's Eden. Aya! Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu paled in shock. When they looked at Xia Fei, they saw that his eyes were like flashlights. He had already used Origin of Heaven to inspect his surroundings. How many of them are here? Chu Jingfeng asked. A lot, and they brought a large number of blue blood puppets. Xia Fei replied grimly. Demi-Dragon King Sunlight had explained the structure of the Hell Brigade once. The lowest level consisted of human puppets, blue blood puppets were 1 level higher. A single blue blood puppet had the combat power of 1000 human puppets. Among them were the brigade commanders, who were Draconid hybrids. The Hell Brigade had always moved out in the form of legions, with each legion having 10,000 people. If the enemy had 10,000 high-ranked blue blood puppets, they would be an extremely tough opponent. From how heavy the warning signals were, the enemy had clearly sent more than 1 legion. What do we do? Su Luanbu was in somewhat of a panic. God's Eden hasn't completely recovered, and doesn't have the ability to counterattack. We can only rely on the maze and seal on the perimeter to prevent them from getting close. If there are too many enemies, they will be simply too powerful, and they will eventually break through. I should have guessed that this was going to happen. If the Hell Brigade was able to find God's Eden Nursery, then they also could have found the garden itself. Chu Jingfeng deduced with a frown. There's no point in saying this now. Master, call for reinforcements. Have Dragon King Yang Guang come and help. Su Luanbu suggested. Chu Jingfeng shook his head and said sadly, it's not possible. First, we're too far, and second, this is the Annihilation Universe. The moment Yang Guang enters, he'll be attacked by the 5 ancient apexes. Those guys consider Yang Guang to be part of the Mega Dragon race. The God's Eden made by the 4 Sky Devils originally had the ability to counterattack, killing anyone who got close. The problem was that God's Eden had declined. Though Xia Fei had done his best, he had only managed to reinvigorate a part of God's Eden. Counterattack was still impossible. Standing at the entrance of the garden, one could see steps scattered about in a haphazard fashion, like standing atop a mountain and looking down on the terraces on its slopes. Those steps were the maze. One had to proceed on them in the correct way. If one went the wrong way, one would be sent back to the starting point or run into an invisible wall. The greatest advantage of a God's Eden while bereft of the ability to strike back was its position. On the outer edge of existence, thick nebulas prevented any sort of detection device from plumbing its depths. The Hell Brigade had already passed through the nebulas, and Xia Fei could even see their shadows. The situation was dire. Xia Fei's side had only 3 people, and they were facing down the innumerable forces of the Hell Brigade. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei took out Fiend Tears and Fiend Lock from his spatial ring while having Radix take control of Fiend Blade Nirvana. There's no point in saying anything now. Look. Xia Fei pointed at the terrace-like steps below. Those steps are our last chance to defend ourselves. The enemy doesn't know the secrets of this place, but we can see them clearly. Thus, we need to make the battle happen here, where we have the advantage. In a little while, I'll be the vanguard while the 2 of you assist me. If possible, we'll stop the enemy at the steps of God's Eden. If that doesn't work, we'll retreat into the garden. Su Luanbu's eyes turned red as he said, "Little Goldie. You still have little Goldie. Have him. Don't waste time." Xia Fei rebuked him sharply. "I've already calculated everything. Little Goldie can't open up a passage big enough to fit God's Eden inside, the garden is just too big. Our only chance is to stop the enemy on the steps." Whoosh! Xia Fei raised the Fiend Lock and jumped out of the entrance with little Goldie and Furball. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu followed behind. There was no doubting Xia Fei's tactical prowess and impressive calculating ability. If he felt the only opportunity was on the steps of God's Eden, then that was the place to fight. Xia Fei and Chu Jingfeng were holding up well. Not too long ago, they had fought against an arm of the Hell Brigade and accomplished the stunning feat of wiping them out completely. They also had a certain level of teamwork between them. But this was Su Luanbu's first time against the Hell Brigade, and he was naturally uneasy. The steps of God's Eden were very strange. They were all rectangles 1 square kilometer in area, with grass growing atop them. They floated in space, forming a spiral that consisted of more than 1,000 of those steps. Xia Fei's group quickly reached the very bottom of the steps, where they saw the monsters of the Hell Brigade jumping up, step by step. Coldly looking down at this dense mass of monsters, Xia Fei shouted, "Stay close to me," as he jumped. He spread out his body and plunged straight down. Chapter 1341, Battle on the Heavenly Steps. Boom! Xia Fei descended from the sky, and crashed right into the center of the Hell Brigade. Fiend Lock! Burst! Xia Fei roared. He attached the Fiend Tears that had been pumped with 1 million units of spirit energy to the Fiend Lock, and in a flash, the hair-thin lock swelled in size. Xia Fei swung his arms in a circle, unleashing the Fiend Lock. Each step of the God's Eden was 1 square kilometer in area, an area the Fiend Lock was completely capable of covering. In a flash of lightning, the Fiend Lock swept around him. At the same time, Xia Fei used his speed that exceeded 60 million meters per second to charge into the ranks of the Hell Brigade. Peacock Blue unfurled, its enormous size immediately pushing several hundred Hell Brigade soldiers into the abyss. In just a few seconds, Xia Fei had completely cleared the Hell Brigade soldiers that had packed this step. He now stood in the middle of a field of corpses. Xia Fei planted Peacock Blue into the ground like it was a jade-green celestial saber. His eyes gleaming with savagery, Xia Fei confronted the innumerable forces of the Hell Brigade and fiercely declared, "Here is where I make my stand. Let's see who manages to get past me." He was one man who intended to single-handedly hold off a horde. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu were stunned by the sight. So this was Xia Fei's plan. The heavenly steps leading to God's Eden were very strange. They could only be ascended in order, jumping from one step to the next. If you didn't do that, it didn't even matter if you could fly. You still wouldn't be able to get even one step closer to God's Eden. At this moment, several Hell Brigade soldiers jumped through the void, attempting to avoid the heavenly step that Xia Fei was guarding and come at him from above. Bang! 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 Those guys ended up crashing into the ceiling and swiftly coming back down. Fiend Lock! Slash! The Fiend Lock swept out as fast as lightning, slicing through the warriors like a laser and cutting them into pieces. Blood rained down. Xia Fei was going to hold this heavenly step, using his fiendish speed, his numerous powerful weapons, and his seemingly endless energy. With 1.2 million units of spirit energy, Xia Fei didn't fear a protracted battle. So long as he wished, he could battle here for an entire year. That was just how absurd such a huge reserve of energy was. Roar! The Hell Brigade understood now. If they wanted to attack God's Eden, they would have to get past this warrior who was brimming with fiendish energy. Countless foes began to jump onto the step that Xia Fei occupied and attack him. It was often said that small locations weren't the best places for one to exhibit one's speed, but that was only for ordinary speed warriors. Xia Fei didn't just have speed, but Peacock Blue, Nirvana, and the Fiend Lock, 3 mighty weapons. While Nirvana's attack range was a little lacking, the Fiend Lock and Peacock Blue could sweep the entire area. Such a small space could easily be covered by Xia Fei's firepower. There was also Little Goldie and Furball. These two guys were very sinister, forming a duo and targeting only the enemies who were in mid-air. Going from a lower step to a higher step required a powerful jump, and anyone jumping would be in the air for a while. This opening was when the enemy's defenses were at their weakest. Furball and Little Goldie were both small guys, so they shot back and forth like bullets. Many of the enemies died to the two before they could even get close to Xia Fei. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu were dumbfounded. Xia Fei's display of power gave them no chance to intervene. The madman and his similarly insane subordinates had put this heavenly step under his complete control. The terrifying Hell Brigade? They died as quickly as they came. As the minutes and seconds went by, a terrifying scene played out on the battlefield. The heavenly step where Xia Fei was located became a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. It was impossible to count the number of enemies Xia Fei had killed. In short, Xia Fei was standing in the middle of utter carnage. The corpses got in the way, so Xia Fei used Peacock Blue to sweep them off with a crashing boom. The dismembered corpses and the blood poured into space like a waterfall, dyeing the entire army below red. Some of these mangled corpses fell right in the middle of the Hell Brigade. Even the wicked puppets of the Hell Brigade were stunned. They backed away and looked up at the intimidating Xia Fei on the heavenly step above. There was a slight break in the battle. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu planned to join Xia Fei in battle, but Xia Fei held out a hand and stopped them. "I don't need you right now. Protect my retreat path," Xia Fei said sternly. This was Xia Fei's habit, always leaving behind a backup plan, a way to retreat. Something strange happened. The Hell Brigade began to retreat, and soon, the area beneath the heavenly step was completely empty. The enemy might be up to something. Radix whispered into Xia Fei's ear. Xia Fei nodded. Suddenly, the sounds of marching could be heard, and Xia Fei saw an orderly army appear. Blue. Their bodies were completely blue. They had the heads and tails of monsters, and translucent bodies that flashed blue. These were the higher-level existences of the Hell Brigade, the blue blood puppets. Unlike the human puppets, the blue blood puppets were made entirely of soul gems. Each one was a pure energy vessel. Xia Fei clenched his fists. Dragon King Yang Guang had been right when he said that each blue blood puppets had the combat power of 1,000 ordinary warriors. This force could not be underestimated. There was no signs of stopping. The number of their enemies continued to soar. Xia Fei's face turned blue, all because of the light of the blue blood puppets. The entire heavenly step was blue. Their enemy was too numerous, unimaginably numerous. Heavens! So many enemies! Su Luanbu swallowed his saliva. No one knew how the dragons had managed to transport this force to Annihilator, but that was no longer important. What was important was that they were facing this million-man army all by themselves. And it wasn't just the blue blood automations. There were also the human automations and the brigade commanders to consider. As the saying went, 2 fists found it hard to beat 4 hands. The Hell Brigade was absurdly large. Could they still hold out against them? The blue blood puppet army was different from the ones before it. They moved with unison and discipline. The first row of warriors suddenly squatted, preparing to jump. Around 500 Hell Brigade warriors shot into the air. And then a second row. A third row. A fourth row. It was like a cannon barrage. The blue cannonballs were all shot at Xia Fei. "All of you, die!" Xia Fei bellowed. Peacock Blue, Nirvana, the Fiend Lock, Furball, and Little Goldie threw themselves into the battle. The fighting method was the same as before, but the enemy had changed. The blue blood puppets' soul gems were very tough, even tougher than armor. Peacock Blue could sweep the enemy into the abyss, but it couldn't kill them. The Nirvana Fiend Blade had to chop twice to kill one. The Fiend Lock was infused with astronomical amounts of spirit energy, but despite its strength, it wasn't as overwhelming as before. The number of enemies was simply too great. With every passing second, thousands of enemies jumped up. With each minute, more than 100,000 warriors joined the fray. Xia Fei was slowly pushed back. While he had formidable speed, his killing power had encountered severe resistance. Even if he pushed the enemies into the abyss, it wouldn't be long before they were back. At the same time, more soldiers gathered below. Xia Fei even suspected that the dragons had ordered the entirety of the Hell Brigade to take God's Eden. Xia Fei wasn't in the worst scenario yet. He had his speed, letting him dodge the enemy attacks. But the pressure on Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu was rising. They weren't as agile as Xia Fei, and in the face of the long-range attacks from their foes, they were so suppressed that they couldn't even counterattack. Some of the enemy even managed to use their numbers to reach the heavenly step that the two were guarding. As time went by, the difficulty of the battle began to far exceed Xia Fei's calculations. The enemy was coming in too quickly, so quickly that even Xia Fei, with his astounding speed, was reaching the limits of what he could deal with. Break! Xia Fei used all his power to push a large number of enemies into the abyss. Frowning, Xia Fei panted for breath, his eyes cold. 12 hours. Xia Fei had been holding off the Hell Brigade for more than 12 hours. By now, half of the 1,000 heavenly steps had been lost, but the number of enemies was still inestimable. Looking down from the heavenly step, he felt like the entirety of space had turned blue. Xia Fei! We can't keep doing this forever. Chu Jingfeng called out. Xia Fei said nothing. His brain had already analyzed the combat situation tens of thousands of times, and the conclusion was not good. Follow me. Xia Fei grabbed Furball and Little Goldie, and then he put his arms around Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu and retreated to God's Eden. What are you doing? Weren't we going to defend the heavenly steps? Su Luanbu asked in surprise. There's no hope of victory in continuing to defend. We need to resort to serious measures. Xia Fei said savagely. What are you talking about? Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu asked in unison. Xia Fei had already brought them back to God's Eden. As they looked back, they saw the Hell Brigade rushing upward like a tsunami. It wouldn't be long before they arrived. Xia Fei didn't have much time. Xia Fei hardened his heart and gave the order, destroy the heavenly steps. Destroy it? Then how do we leave? Chu Jingfeng asked in shock. The heavenly steps was the only path to God's Eden. If it was destroyed, the space would collapse. Others wouldn't be able to get in, but they wouldn't be able to get out. Moreover, spatial collapse could easily cause a lock reaction that would put the entire garden in danger. Law of primal chaos. Boom! Xia Fei didn't give time for Chu Jingfeng to think, immediately using the law of primal chaos. The law of primal chaos possessed astounding power. After all, it was at maximum rank, and backed by Xia Fei's astronomical spirit energy reserve. The heavenly step nearest to the garden began to shudder. Xia Fei punched again and again, creating 10 some holes in the step. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu were stunned. After all, that was a heavenly step, a creation of the 4 great sky devils, but Xia Fei was actually managing to destroy it. For the next step, the fiend lock infused with 1 million units of spirit energy lashed out like a whip of the lightning god. Boom! The heavenly step shattered. Xia Fei had succeeded. With a great thunderous din, the nearby stars began to shake. It's over. The space is collapsing. Chu Jingfeng cried out in shock. Spatial collapse meant universal distortion. In the end, it would become a black hole that devoured everything. The chain reaction that all of them had hoped wouldn't happen had still happened. At that moment, Xia Fei suddenly cried out in shock. Chu Jingfeng hastily turned around, and he saw that Xia Fei's fiend lock had gone back to normal, and the fiend tears had been completely drained of energy, dropping to the floor with a clank. Spirit energy. Where's your spirit energy? Chu Jingfeng asked urgently. Xia Fei's eyes were as wide as if he had seen a ghost. Pointing at his feet, at God's Eden, he said, God's Eden sucked it all away. Chapter 1342, God's Eden is a warship. Xia Fei's words left Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu stunned. Chu Jingfeng swore in disbelief, God's Eden took all your spirit power? How? Xia Fei said nothing, pointing at the fiend lock. They looked over and saw that while one head of the fiend lock was in Xia Fei's hand, the other end was stuck in the base of God's Eden. It appeared that Xia Fei had used too much strength when destroying the heavenly step, and the fiend lock kept going after destroying the heavenly step and stabbed into God's Eden. There was no time to be stunned, for God's Eden was suddenly going through a momentous transformation. Springs of life gushed forth, and the dried-out pools began to accumulate water. The entire God's Eden was moving, not just shuddering, but actually moving. It was like a slumbering behemoth had finally awakened. Xia Fei, Chu Jingfeng, and Su Luanbu watched with agape jaws and widened eyes. An unbelievable scene played out before them. The spatial collapse was still ongoing, growing loudly. It was a little black dot at first, but the dot grew larger and larger, becoming an all-devouring black hole. The heavenly steps of God's Eden began to crumble, and the monsters of the Hell Brigade were heartlessly devoured by the black hole. There were screams and wails, but it was all futile. Not even the vast Hell Brigade could stand against the frenzied power of nature. This was insanity. All of this was absolute insanity. Xia Fei's seemingly rash action of destroying the heavenly step had stirred up a heaven-shaking transformation. As the black hole swallowed everything, God's Eden began to break away like a flying ship, heading off to an unknown destination. The springs of life had completely recovered. Water rained down on Xia Fei and the others, exciting all of them. Furball cheered loudly as he jumped into a pool of life and began to swim around in it. His little servant Little Goldie followed, the two of them playing around in the water. Veins bulged on Chu Jingfeng's forehead. He rushed into a new spring of water and shouted, "We did it! We really did it! God's Eden has completely recovered. It's back in its peak condition." The springs of life gushed, and the recently planted plants began to grow rapidly. The entire garden was brimming with life. In the distance, the heavenly steps were being sucked in by the black hole, and the Hell Brigade was meeting its doom. Turning around, Xia Fei stared coldly at the army and stuck out his middle finger. God's Eden was leaving its original position, departing the thick rainbow nebula and setting off toward parts unknown. The complete revival of God's Eden had all of them going crazy. Chu Jingfeng, Su Luanbu, and Xia Fei got together and chatted excitedly while Furball and Little Goldie played around in a pool of life. As for Peacock Blue, it lazed around next to a spring. This is an incredible secret. God's Eden is actually a ship capable of movement. That's amazing! Su Luanbu shouted excitedly. Chu Jingfeng calmed himself down and asked Xia Fei, "Try and remember, how did God's Eden activate, and how did it absorb your spirit power?" Xia Fei thought back carefully, and replied, "Now that I think about it, God's Eden was always rumbling for some reason, but now it seems like it wasn't because I was putting in too much spirit power. It's already clear that activating God's Eden requires huge amounts of spirit power. Every time I put in a little too much energy, the garden would shudder. It reminds me of an engine rumbling whenever you turn it on. Alas, we always thought that putting too much spirit power into God's Eden would damage it, so the moment the garden showed signs of activating, I would immediately reduce my spirit power. Otherwise, the garden would have been activated long ago." Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu nodded in agreement with Xia Fei's analysis. After all, God's Eden had been made by the 4 sky devils, who were unknown characters, so they had acted cautiously. It was only after Xia Fei exposed the garden's secret that everyone realized that God's Eden was actually a ship. Chu Jingfeng nodded. God's Eden truly is the most powerful miracle left behind by the 4 sky devils, hiding so many secrets. Not even my grandfather's diary ever mentioned the fact that God's Eden was a ship. We're far from the threat of the Hell Brigade now, but what I want to know now is, if God's Eden is a ship, how do we control it? And where is it taking us? Su Luanbu also expressed his confusion. After all, they were essentially on a blind journey through the universe. It would be a disaster if the Annihilators discovered them, and it would also be a disaster if they were brought to some absurd place. In short, being unable to control the path of God's Eden left them in a very passive position. Xia Fei waved his hand and sternly said, "With regards to the route, you guys can relax. When I was pouring 1 million units of spirit power into God's Eden, I was able to make contact this ship's control system. After all, this ship is flying along with my energy." Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu were startled, looking at Xia Fei with flashing eyes. By saying this, Xia Fei was essentially announcing that he was the new owner of God's Eden. He controlled everything here. After a pause, Xia Fei added, "This course was preset by the 4 sky devils. Apparently, it's a path of retreat that the garden will take if it's in trouble. I won't be altering its course. Instead, I intend to see where the garden takes us. Chu Jingfeng asked, so what do we do now? Xia Fei looked around and said, naturally, we have to use this time to plant more fruits and help this garden thrive. Xia Fei's thought process was very simple. Since the 4 Sky Devils had set a retreat route for God's Eden, the end of that route had to be a place very important to them. Xia Fei wanted to see that place for himself. The Draconids hadn't even started their attack yet, but they had sent a significant force from the Hell Brigade to try and take or destroy God's Eden. This was a sign that the Draconids were very afraid of this garden. The more his enemy feared it, the more Xia Fei needed to protect it. More than that, Xia Fei also needed to bring the garden to greater heights. Xia Fei's mindset was that anything his enemies wanted to do was something that he needed to prevent. He could never let them be happy. The innumerable springs of life and pools of life had turned God's Eden into a water park, numerous little rivers crisscrossing it now. Signs of life were as obvious as could be, and the air was brimming with fragrances. Other than the fact that there were fewer plants here than before, God's Eden had been completely revived. From a certain perspective, this could be considered a completely new version of God's Eden. Although the 4 Sky Devils had given the garden the abilities of a spaceship, it had never really moved before. But now, God's Eden was definitely moving. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu were busy restoring the outer appearance of the garden, while Xia Fei was studying how to operate the garden and the structure of the garden. God's Eden no longer needed Xia Fei to release energy. 1 million units of spirit power had been more than enough to fill its belly. Xia Fei now had nothing to do, and his brain region only had 170,000 units left. But Xia Fei didn't feel any regrets. Everything had a price, and 1 million units of spirit power for the rebirth of God's Eden was a bargain for him. 24 hours later, Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu came to find Xia Fei and report on the garden's situation. We've confirmed that there are now 1,350 springs that have started to flow again. This number is enough for us to plant all the seeds and seedlings we brought, and we still have leftovers. Chu Jingfeng declared excitedly. Xia Fei made some mental calculations and informed them firmly, God's Eden has 1 million springs of life. In other words, I would need at least 10 billion units of spirit power to restore all the springs. 10 billion units of spirit power was too shocking of a number. Even Xia Fei couldn't help but make a face after he made the calculation. Chu Jingfeng said, we don't really need to restore all 1 million springs of life. What are we even going to do with that many? Even now, more than half of the garden is idle. Growing plants has to be done slowly. Xia Fei said, what we need right now is energy, not only energy to expand the garden, but also to propel it. Did you guys notice? During the last 24 hours, God's Eden made several hundred hyperspace jumps. We're extremely far from the annihilation universe now. This sort of traveling speed is bound to consume a lot of energy. Once the energy starts running out, God's Eden will go back to declining. Thus, the only way to preserve the garden is to keep giving it energy. Su Luanbu stuck out his tongue. So easily using up 1 million units of energy? God's Eden really had a big appetite. This naturally hadn't been a problem for its creators, the 4 Sky Devils, but in the hands of Xia Fei and company, energy was the most formidable obstacle. Chu Jingfeng clenched his teeth and said, I can get my hands on some spirit power. If it comes to it, I can sell off my clan's properties. But it's best if you uncover the secrets of the garden first, so that we don't just waste all this energy. Xia Fei shook his head helplessly. To tell the truth, even I find it very hard to understand God's Eden. The secret to the garden's movement is underground, and underground is a complex network of cables, as complicated as the neural network of the brain. I don't even know where to start. Su Luanbu let out a deep sigh. This God's Eden doesn't have a mechanical structure. Nope, Xia Fei replied firmly. If it doesn't have a mechanical structure, how is it moving? I'm not sure, Xia Fei said frankly. It was clear that the structure of God's Eden exceeded their knowledge and was not something that they could understand. After chatting for a while, Xia Fei suddenly stood up and looked around warily. What's wrong? Chu Jingfeng asked hastily. We've arrived. This is the destination. God's Eden has stopped moving forward, Xia Fei said. Chu Jingfeng quickly looked around. This place didn't seem very different from any other part of the universe. In the distance was a nebula and countless stars. Is there anything special about this place? Why did the 4 Sky Devils have God's Eden retreat here in times of danger? Chu Jingfeng muttered. Suddenly, Su Luanbu shouted from a distance, "Look over here! Look below God's Eden!" Xia Fei ran over to the edge of the garden and peered down into the darkness of the universe. Chapter 1343, A Super Special Present. God's Eden had stopped. Xia Fei went to the edge of the garden and looked down. What he saw was a black hole, with no way of telling where it went. Chu Jingfeng did a small test and found that this black hole had a seal applied to it. Xia Fei said, "This sort of arrangement reminds me of the time when I first saw the cosmic gate. From its size, this black hole should be able to fit God's Eden. The four sky devils might have used it as a reference to build the garden." Chu Jingfeng nodded. God's Eden speed is really quite fast. In just 24 hours, it managed to reach such a distant place. Unfortunately, we don't know if this black hole is actually a cosmic gate. If it is, where does it go? Xia Fei replied, "Could it be the 9th universe? So far, we know that the 7th universe is the base of the dragons and the 8th universe is where Ig Dragon King Yang Guang lives. As for the 9th universe, we don't have the slightest clue about where it is or what's going on there." Chu Jingfeng said, "Someone did an analysis based on the area of the universe when it was still in one piece, and they estimated that the 9th universe would be very small, at most the size of a standard star region. Meanwhile, the other 8 universes are made from tens of thousands of star regions. Thus, the 9th universe has an almost negligible existence." After some thought, Xia Fei said, "The more things are like that, the more problematic they are. For a single star region to be split off on its own, either the 9th universe is extremely important or those big hots in the Heroes Alliance are crazy." Chu Jingfeng said, "We've now found the endpoint set by the 4 sky devils, and we can't go into the black hole. What's our next step?" Xia Fei thought it over for a bit and said, "Our next step is naturally to find a safe place to hide God's Eden so that the Hell Brigade doesn't come again." "What place would be the safest?" Su Luanbu asked. "The 8th universe," Xia Fei declared. "Nothing will go wrong with old Yang Guang protecting God's Eden." God's Eden set off again. When it arrived in the 8th universe, all of the Ig dragons had to come out, and it was only with great effort that they managed to get the massive garden inside. Xia Fei called back Peacock Blue, which was how he had been controlling God's Eden. Peacock Blue had planted itself in the ground and linked up with the complicated network under the garden, transmitting Xia Fei's orders. God's Eden was a mystical place, and appeared to have a mind of its own. When Xia Fei thought of a set of coordinates, the garden immediately headed towards that location. While this method of controlling the garden wasn't as convenient as installing a computer, there was an incredible level of privacy. Save for Xia Fei, nobody could move the garden a single centimeter. "Heavens! You really succeeded!" Yang Guang laughed heartily. He looked at the thriving garden in disbelief. Standing to the side, his wife's smile was also very excited. Xia Fei and Chu Jingfeng explained to Yang Guang what had happened over the last 2 days, and Yang Guang's eyes widened in surprise as he said, "Be at ease. Leave God's Eden with me. Those guys would have to come themselves. The insects from the Hell Brigade will be doomed if they came by themselves." Xia Fei trusted in Yang Guang's strength. He was the king of the Ig dragons, the ruler of the 8th universe. In addition to the 3 members of Yang Guang's family, there was also the rest of his race and countless exotic beasts. All of them listened to Yang Guang's orders, so when it came to numbers of warriors, he was completely on par with the Mega Dragon's servant army. After settling God's Eden, Xia Fei finally sighed in relief. God's Eden was currently Xia Fei's greatest resource, and he didn't want to see the garden that he had gone to such great lengths to re-establish to suffer any damage. Yang Guang wanted to have Xia Fei stay for a while, but Xia Fei looked at the time and saw that it was about time to see old Yat, so he refused Yang Guang's kind offer and returned to the Annihilation Universe alone. As for Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu, as the new gardeners of God's Eden, they had many things to do, so they decided to take up residence in the 8th universe. Upon seeing old Yat, Xia Fei bowed to him and said, "First off, it seems that I must congratulate you." "For what?" Old Yat asked in confusion. Xia Fei explained, "The cactus you found was of outstanding quality, and I've also thought of a completely new method. Thus, today, I plan to completely root out your illness." "Today?" Old Ye was excited. Xia Fei was quite capable, and Old Ye was confident in Xia Fei's medical skills. But for Xia Fei to declare that he planned to completely cure Old Ye after just a few rounds of treatment? The old man couldn't help but celebrate. Xia Fei had no choice but to do this. Going back and forth between God's Eden and Old Ye was just too much trouble. It was better to just get him all treated in one go. Moreover, Old Ye had promised Xia Fei a big present if Xia Fei cured him. Xia Fei had poured 1 million units of spirit energy into God's Eden, and his reserves were drying up. He was in need of money, and in need of spirit energy, a lot of spirit energy. Xia Fei had been able to tell long ago that God's Eden was an energy-devouring monster. It wouldn't be long before those 1 million units were used up, so Xia Fei needed to be prepared in advance. Xia Fei's spirit energy was the best medicine. Xia Fei combed Old Ye's body with spirit energy again and again, rooting out Old Ye's illness as one would slowly wind silk threads off a cocoon. Old Ye's illness wasn't serious, but he felt like he hadn't been able to use all of his cultivation lately, so he had made this matter his highest priority. As a senior warrior, he felt like being unable to fight at full strength was worse than death, and the matter troubled him deeply. Xia Fei had already used his healing spirit energy 3 times on Old Ye to correct Old Ye's body, and the rest would now come naturally. But Xia Fei still had to make the matter seem more complicated than it seemed, or else how could he show off his abilities? Xia Fei wanted to give the old man the impression that Xia Fei had paid an enormous price to cure him, as that would give Old Ye a good opinion of Xia Fei. He performed a string of complicated procedures, and then he used 3 bottles of soothing medicine. After an entire day and night, Xia Fei finally ended the treatment. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Xia Fei put on an exhausted appearance. Panting for breath, he said, "It seems like all the hard work paid off. Old Ye, give it a try." Old Ye stood up dubiously. He had truly been moved by Xia Fei's non-stop 24-hour treatment. He was thinking to himself that even if Xia Fei had failed, he wouldn't blame him. After all, Xia Fei was still young, and he had also put a lot of time and energy into this treatment. With a powerful rumble, Old Ye released his energy, allowing Xia Fei to finally see this old man's real power. Surprisingly, he didn't use spirit energy, but the soul power that was 1 tier lower. Though it was soul power, his cultivation was astonishing. Just circulating it through his body collapsed the wooden room. A sound like a bullet could be heard, and then the shack exploded into countless wooden shards. The immense force almost sent Xia Fei flying. This is an even higher realm. Xia Fei realized in shock. He knew that the old man had a high cultivation, but not this high. This higher realm soul power possessed overwhelming strength. Old Ye was strong, stronger even than Chu Jingfeng. Success! My cultivation has completely recovered. Old Ye shouted excitedly. Xia Fei could sense that countless experts had rushed in from all sides to protect Old Ye, indicating that he must have had an extremely high status. But those people withdrew when they saw that Old Ye was fine. Perhaps because Old Ye found this place inconvenient for using his full strength, he disappeared, running off to some place else. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and smiled faintly. He was now completely sure as to who Old Ye really was. After a while, Old Ye returned. Suppressing his excitement, he said to Xia Fei, "I can't believe it. I really didn't think a little boy like you would be able to cure this illness that has dogged me for so many years." Xia Fei said humbly, "This is mostly because Sir possesses a good foundation. That display of power just now scared me so bad I almost wet my pants. Although I have never seen you, I am sure that you are one of the strongest existences in the universe." Ha ha ha. Old Ye enjoyed Xia Fei's flattery and laughed heartily. Xia Fei's flattery was very special, for his natural expression and tone made it easily believable. "I was truly rather impolite just now, and I shouldn't have tried to deceive you. But you don't understand how important it is for me to recover my health. If not for that illness, things might not have." He stopped midway, seemingly overcome with sorrow. "Forget it. It's pointless to say these things to you. In any case, you were of huge help to me. You need to be rewarded, richly rewarded," Old Ye declared excitedly. Xia Fei was waiting for these words. No matter how high Old Ye's cultivation was, he wasn't guaranteed to stand at Xia Fei's side. It would be better to get something a little more solid. Xia Fei smiled and said, "Sir, I'll be honest. Upon arriving here in the Annihilation Universe, I found that everywhere I go requires money, almost making me go broke. There are so many new and interesting things, and my heart is itching to buy them. If you say such words, I really might take them seriously. Sometimes, one had to act this way." Frankly accepting something was sometimes more understandable than insincerely making excuses. Old Ye was very relieved to hear those words from Xia Fei. Old Ye patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. This old man does whatever he promises. Starting from today, you can buy whatever you want. Money? That's nothing. I'll give you something way more useful than money. Hearing this, Xia Fei gratefully thanked Old Ye, and Old Ye laughed heartily. Knowing how to give compliments wasn't a skill. The real skill was to make compliments that everyone was happy to hear, and Xia Fei was a master at that. Stepping back on a warship, Xia Fei took off his blindfold. He saw that blue-blood-saddened patriarch Roderick was smiling at him. Xia Fei felt like the man seemed a little different, perhaps looking at him with a little more respect. The warship stopped, and Xia Fei disembarked. Roderick led Xia Fei to a place that seemed quite familiar. I feel like I've been here before, Xia Fei said in confusion. Roderick replied, you're definitely mistaken. Last time, you went to the Fiend Race's Warehouse 3. This one is Warehouse 2. What? Xia Fei was stunned, not believing what he was hearing. Yes. Old Ye's present to you is that starting from today, the 3 great warehouses of the Fiend Race are all yours. Roderick declared triumphantly. Chapter 1344, Fiend King's Scepter. Starting from today, the 3 great warehouses of the Fiend Race are all yours. Roderick declared triumphantly. Xia Fei was so excited that his heart almost leapt from his chest. The 3 great warehouses of the Fiend Race contained all the most valuable resources of the entire Fiend Race, everything from weapons and armor to daily supplies. Xia Fei had been to Warehouse 3, which was where he had gotten the Fiend Lock, the Fiend Tears, and Fiend Scar, all 3 of which had been very strong. This was particularly true for the Fiend Tears, which had the formidable ability to boost the power of all weapons and armor. The resources of Warehouse 2 were 1 grade higher than those of Warehouse 3, and Warehouse 1 was essentially the treasure house of the Fiend Race. Any item in there was priceless. Xia Fei had Fiend's blood, as did the entire Skywing clan. The 3 great Fiend Race warehouses were far too important for Xia Fei. Smiling, Roderick added, while Old Ye has given you all 3 of the Fiend Race warehouses, there are some limitations. Every month, you can take any 3 items from Warehouse 2 or any 10 items from Warehouse 3, but for Warehouse 1, you may only take 1 item. Xia Fei was startled, asking swiftly, why make this sort of arrangement? Old Ye doesn't seem like a petty person. Roderick agreed, Old Ye naturally isn't a petty person. After all, giving you all 3 Fiend Race warehouses is an immense gift. But Old Ye is worried that your foundations are still too shallow, and getting too many nice things at once will draw the envy of others. That's why he's placed this monthly restriction on you. There's nothing bad about this arrangement. In any case, it will all be yours eventually. No one will steal it from you. Xia Fei nodded and indicated that he understood Old Ye's decision and expressed his thanks. In truth, Xia Fei had already finished analyzing and comprehending the real truth. Old Ye was doing this so that Xia Fei would remain loyal to him. If Xia Fei was willing to follow him to the death, he would have endless rewards, able to take what he wanted from the 3 great warehouses every month. But if Xia Fei wasn't loyal, the deal would end immediately. As expected of one of the 5 ancient apexes, a monster who had lived for eons. He tempted Xia Fei with enormous rewards, treating him gently. But by controlling the rate at which Xia Fei could take the treasures, he controlled Xia Fei. Upon understanding all this, Xia Fei said firmly, then, sir, I will have to trouble you to take me to Warehouse 1. Roderick was startled, and then he said, while Warehouse 1 is of the highest grade, you can only take 1 item at a time. Besides, the treasures of Warehouse 2 are perfect for you, and you can take 3 at a time. Xia Fei smiled. When it comes to armaments, the stronger the better. Even if there's only 1, it's nothing to worry about. Roderick shook his head. Fine. In any case, this is the decision you made. Follow me. Roderick led Xia Fei to the entrance of the warehouse and stopped. The fiendish energy in the warehouse is very heavy, so I won't accompany you inside. Take your time to pick. In any case, it will all be yours eventually, Roderick said as he opened the door. Xia Fei nodded and strode inside, upon which the door closed again. Fiend Race Warehouse 1 was much smaller than the other 2. Xia Fei looked around and found that only several hundred treasures had been carefully placed here. Each treasure had a detailed description and occupied its own large alloy cabinet. It was clear that the people of Annihilator held these items in very high regard. Fiendish energy roiled about him. Even the treasures the Fiend Race had used had a powerful aura. Standing in the center of the warehouse, Xia Fei felt like he was standing with the ancestors of the fiend race, the place overflowing somberly. This really is a treasure house. I don't even need to look at them for me to feel the resonance from all these treasures. Radix said excitedly. Xia Fei frowned and walked forward. He went to the deepest part of the warehouse, where several items flashed ostentatiously. The Fiend King Scepter, the Fiend King Law Wheel, the Fiend King Gold Scale Armor, the Fiend King Six Wings. Xia Fei read out the names on the descriptions. These 4 flashy treasures all had the appellation of Fiend King. There was also a note that said that these 4 treasures were called the Pillars of the 4 Kings. Fiend King? Could these be the weapons and armor used by the leader of the Fiend race? Radix asked. Xia Fei shook his head. He didn't recognize what these things were, either. In any case, it was clear that these 4 Fiend King items were different from the other Fiend race armaments. The armaments produced by the Fiend race generally had 2 commonalities. One was that they had sharply edged appearances. Whether it was a weapon, armor, or even a house, it expressed the property of sharpness to the maximum. The second was that they were weird. Their forms were weird and the materials used to make them were weird. Xia Fei had no idea what the 3 armaments he had were made of, but they were essentially weightless. But these 4 Fiend King armaments were far too flashy. They were all a resplendent gold, certain to dazzle the eye if they were placed out in the middle of a dark space. Xia Fei held each of these 4 golden Fiend King treasures, and all of them gave Xia Fei a sensation of immense power. This is the one, Xia Fei said, taking the Fiend King scepter. As he was about to leave, Xia Fei took one more look at the treasures of Warehouse 1, muttering to himself, "One day, all of you will be mine." Roderick registered the Fiend King scepter while muttering to himself, "I can't believe you didn't pick a weapon. That's so shocking. That is the Fiend King scepter. Take good care of it." He was constantly staring at the scepter, as if this item had some special significance. After leaving the warehouse, Xia Fei went straight to the 8th universe and told Chu Jingfeng and Yang Guang about what had happened. They had very intense reactions, particularly Chu Jingfeng, who was so excited that he shouted, "This scepter symbolizes the authority of the Fiend race. I thought you didn't care about authority, but it turns out that even you aren't immune." Chu Jingfeng grinned at him. "Authority?" Xia Fei said in confusion. "It's only a scepter. Does just having it grant authority?" Chu Jingfeng and Yang Guang looked at each other and smiled. "You said yourself that you felt some inexplicable power. This power is the allure of authority. It means that authority succeeded in tempting you." Xia Fei waved his hand and said disdainfully, "This is absolute nonsense. Authority means nothing. Fists decide who is the true king. Without sufficient strength, even with a scepter, people won't take orders from you. Moreover, you guys are completely mistaken about the use of this scepter." Xia Fei took out the Fiend Lock. He wound the lower half of the Fiend Lock around his arm so that he could swing it around, and then he put the Fiend Lock and Fiend King scepter together. The two actually matched each other perfectly. What's going on here? Chu Jingfeng and Yang Guang were both astonished. They couldn't understand it. How could the Fiend Lock and the Fiend King scepter combine so perfectly with one another? Xia Fei took out the Fiend Tears, injected around 100,000 units of spirit power, and then inserted it into the bottom of the scepter. Miraculously, as if they had been made for each other, the Fiend Tears were embedded in the Fiend King scepter. Xia Fei still wasn't done. He inserted the scepter into his armor, the Fiend Scar. Again, a perfect link. The 3 Fiend race treasures all became one with the Fiend King scepter. Xia Fei swung the scepter around and said, "Do you get it now? The Fiend King scepter is a set with these 3 Fiend race armaments. They were always a single piece. When the Fiend race was exterminated, those people probably didn't understand this, so they placed the 3 Fiend race armaments in Warehouse 3, rather than with the scepter." Chu Jingfeng and Yang Guang stared in disbelief. Yang Guang asked, "Since they were one, why haven't the Fiend Tears activated and applied energy to the Fiend King scepter?" The Fiend Tears were a mystical item that could fill any weapon with energy. But this time, the Fiend Tears showed no signs of activity, and the Fiend Lock was still that hair-thin chain. Xia Fei smiled and said, "That's because I haven't given it the order yet. Watch." Xia Fei pressed the red jewel on the top of the scepter lightly. As if it was a lightsaber, the Fiend King scepter exploded with immense power. The Fiend Lock stopped being soft and pliable, instantly turning taut. This is the ultimate form of the Fiend King scepter. Even Roderick, the one protecting the 3 great warehouses, didn't think that the scepter was a weapon, but in reality, the scepter is the finest weapon, and it's a set together with the 3 fiend armaments. I can now more freely control the fiend lock, making it hard or soft whenever I want. I can also release or call back energy freely. Xia Fei declared. Chu Jingfeng and Yang Guang were dumbfounded. They suddenly realized that Xia Fei had made the right choice, a very smart choice. He now had the scepter, and he had also boosted the power of his 3 fiend race armaments. Yang Guang pursed his lips, seemingly intending to say something. Suddenly, he grew angry. Those guys again. Aren't they tired yet? Yang Guang roared as he strode out. Xia Fei asked, who are you talking about? The soul familiars of the 4 sky devils. When you weren't here, those guys came over quite a few times. Every time, they asked me where the medicinal cauldron prince's metal book is, as if I was the one who had lost it. Yang Guang snarled in frustration. Xia Fei's party left Yang Guang's palace, and sure enough, the 4 soul familiars stood proudly in the distance, floating in the air. You're making me angry. This is the last time. The medicinal cauldron prince's metal book isn't here. Yang Guang roared, his body radiating wrath. Wing, Gale, Ocean, and Calamity all laughed. Wind came forward and said, Old Dragon King, we didn't come to find you this time. We came to talk about something with Xia Fei. With me? Xia Fei was startled, saying in disbelief, what do you want to talk with me for? Wind didn't reply, instead waving his hand through the air and letting out a tightly bound human. With a sharp tingle, Xia Fei's right arm started shuddering, and his face paled. This person held the last immemorial mystical armament, the metal mystical armament absolution. Xia Fei could sense it clearly. Xia Fei placed his hands behind his back and asked coldly, what do you want? Wind chuckled and pointed at the warrior he had captured. It's very simple. We want God's Eden, and you want the immemorial mystical armament. This is a trade. Xia Fei was surprised, but he shook his head firmly. I won't agree to that. Dragon King Yang Guang seemed very angry. He strode forward and said, did you hear that? Xia Fei doesn't agree to the deal. Hurry and get out of my house. The 4 soul familiars looked around, and Gale said indifferently, Old Dragon King, don't be angry. Since Xia Fei doesn't want to agree to the deal, we'll just leave. But then Xia Fei suddenly said, I don't agree to that either. Everyone looked at Xia Fei in surprise, wondering what he meant. It's very simple. God's Eden is mine, and so is that man. You leave that man behind or none of you will leave here today. Xia Fei proclaimed quite unreasonably as he took out the fiendish blade Nirvana. Chapter 1345, Taking on the 4 Soul Familiars. God's Eden is mine, and so is that man. You leave that man behind or none of you will leave here today. Xia Fei took out the fiendish blade Nirvana and made his unreasonable demand. It was not just the 4 soul familiars, even Yang Guang and Chu Jingfeng were shocked by his words. For some reason, Xia Fei had become very arrogant, challenging the soul familiars who had served the 4 sky devils. It had to be understood that these 4 were a portion of the sky devil's soul, and were existences on par with Chu Jingfeng. Even Dragon King Yang Guang did not dare to fight with them so lightly. Whoosh! Nirvana curved through the air as Xia Fei's eyes erupted with killing intent. He was not giving the 4 soul familiars any room for negotiation at all. Wing stepped forward and demanded angrily, say that again. I'm saying that you leave the immemorial mystical armament here and then scram. Xia Fei answered, enunciating each word. With an ominous rumble, the 4 soul familiars' inner demons exploded. Xia Fei's challenge had ignited the savagery in their hearts. Yang Guang frowned and looked at Xia Fei. He now understood Xia Fei's plan. Him, his wife Hang Xiao, Chu Jingfeng, Su Luanbu, and Xia Fei. This force was enough to battle against the 4 soul familiars. This was Xia Fei's only chance. If the 4 soul familiars left the 8th universe, Xia Fei would no longer have the support of the Dragon King, so challenging the 4 soul familiars would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. At the crucial moment, Xia Fei again exhibited his decisive attitude. The chance could not be lost and might not come again. He would take care of these 4 troublemakers in one go and take the metal immemorial mystical armament as well. Smiling, Yang Guang stepped forward and said, you heard what Xia Fei said. Leave this man behind, or else, none of you will be leaving here. Although Chu Jingfeng found this course of action rather risky, the 4 soul familiars had asked for God's Eden, which was a taboo subject to Chu Jingfeng. Gripping the Tahara Buddha star, Chu Jingfeng prepared for battle. Ha ha ha! Wing, Gale, Ocean, and Calamity laughed loudly. Gale pointed at Xia Fei and asked, Old Dragon, Chu Jingfeng, it seems like you are planning to stand on Xia Fei's side, in opposition to us brothers. Correct. So long as you leave that man behind, I will let you go out of respect for the 4 Sky Devils, Yang Guang declared in an iron voice. The soul familiars glanced at each other, and then Gale said, So what do we do now? These guys are very strong. Wing rubbed his thumb across the tip of his nose and said in disdain, Strong? The verdict's still out on that. Whoosh! Wing suddenly shot forward, Gale, Ocean, and Calamity right behind. With a crash, 2 laser beams slammed into each other. It was Xia Fei. The speed-type Xia Fei had started fighting with the speed-type Soul Familiar Wing. As the broken wing Sky Devil Palatutha's Soul Familiar, Wing possessed transcendent speed. This was his greatest source of strength. Alas, Xia Fei's speed was also transcendent. They were completely on par with each other in terms of speed. 2 clashing streaks of light whizzed here and there, leaving everyone dazzled. It was hard to say if Xia Fei or Wing was faster. Xia Fei and Wing had exchanged more than 1,000 blows in a single second. The 2 of them split apart, standing opposite one another. Wing had quite the interesting expression. Wing looked at Xia Fei and blurted out in shock, Broken Wing. Transcendent speed? Who are you? What's your connection to Lord Paletooth? The speed that was on par with his was enough to leave Wing flabbergasted, but Xia Fei also had broken fiend wings. That was the symbol of Sky Devil Paletooth. Why did Xia Fei have them? Xia Fei smiled. It appeared that Wing believed that he had some connection with Paletooth, which made him very nervous. Xia Fei had no desire to explain. In fact, he was anxious to further the misunderstanding. He released even more fiendish energy, making the tattered wings behind him even more prominent. Let alone the 4 soul familiars, even Yang Guang couldn't help but wonder if Xia Fei had some connection to Paletooth. The thought left him wary and alarmed. Xia Fei was a person with a strong personality, and his methods were varied and ruthless, rather like that old demon Paletooth. It wasn't just Yang Guang thinking this. The 4 soul familiars thought the same. Battles depended on skill, but even more on aura. Xia Fei had revealed a speed that exceeded 60 million meters per second in his broken fiend wings, breaking the aura of the 4 soul familiars. Xia Fei was the one who had provoked this battle. If he wasn't confident in his chances, how could he have dared to do such a thing? Hold on, the smartest of them, Gale, suddenly spoke up. Actually, we don't have a use for this person, but the fruits of God's Eden do have some use for us. Why don't we let you have both the person and the garden, and when the fruits ripen, you just give us some, Gale offered. Everyone looked at Xia Fei, including Yang Guang. In truth, he didn't want to fight with the 4 soul familiars. Xia Fei chuckled. You guys must be dreaming. I went through all the trouble to restore God's Eden, and you just want me to split the literal fruits of my labor with you? Aren't you getting off too easily? Gale smiled. We certainly didn't just ask. We've even brought you the last immemorial mystical armament that you need. Moreover, it wasn't only through your work that God's Eden was activated. The Chu clan can't be happy about such a claim. Chu Jingfeng immediately came up and shouted, There's no need for you to try and sow discord between me and Xia Fei. God's Eden was able to recover entirely because of Xia Fei. He is the inheritor of the fiend race. Our Chu clan once worked for the 4 Sky Devils, and now, we only work for Xia Fei. The 4 soul familiars were all shaken. Xia Fei was the one who had awakened God's Eden? What was going on? The 4 soul familiars knew that God's Eden had belonged to the Sky Devils. If Xia Fei had been able to revive it, did that mean he had some unspeakable connection to the Sky Devils? Paletooth's soul familiar wing quietly recovered and shot glances to his 3 companions. He whispered, Xia Fei's speed surpasses 60 million, and he has a pair of broken fiend wings. I really can't tell what's going on here. The 4 soul familiars had lost their confidence. Gale was the medicinal cauldron prince's soul familiar and the smartest of them. After some thought, he came up with a smile, We've had a talk. You are all either the Sky Devils' descendants or their friends, while we are their soul familiars. Nothing good will come from us fighting one another. The shadow of the dragons has re-emerged, and the Hell Brigade has appeared across the universe. We should be uniting against this common foe. Gale truly had a way with words. It was almost like he was giving a speech. Xia Fei frowned and asked, you know of the Hell Brigade appearing in Annihilation? Gale nodded. We know quite a lot about it. If you're willing, we can trade information in exchange for this guy. But we need the fruits of God's Eden. This is our final offer. Xia Fei was very curious. Why were the four soul familiars so obsessed with the fruits? God's Eden is enormous, and there are innumerable kinds of fruits planted there. You can't want all of them, right? Xia Fei pressed. Not at all. We've been to the plant nursery and found remnants of Jade Dragon Frost. We learned that the Jade Dragon Frost has mutated after a long period of time and how it has gained formidable survival abilities, so we want its fruit. We won't take anything else. We then went to God's Eden and saw the black hole and the signs of invasion from the Hell Brigade, through which we learned that the Draconids were starting to make their move. Finally, we came here. It really was the Jade Dragon Frost. Xia Fei mentally noted. In God's Eden, that was the most miraculous of the plants. The four Sky Devils had been trying to finish nurturing this plant so that they could take it with them, but they had ultimately failed. It appeared that the four soul familiars were telling the truth. After some thought, Xia Fei asked, tell me, why do you want the fruit of the Jade Dragon Frost? The four soul familiars glanced at each other and exchanged words. Apologies, we can't say the reason. In brief, we are the soul familiars of the Sky Devils, so we would not do anything that would hurt them, Gale said for them. Xia Fei curled his lip. From what I know, you guys are very loyal to the Sky Devils, but you're not very loyal to the Fiend race. How can I trust you? Gale justified their stance, we are the soul familiars of the Sky Devils, so isn't it only natural that we're loyal to them? Your Fiend race is on the same level as us soul familiars, so why should we serve you? We serve the Sky Devils. Gale was treating Xia Fei as a spokesperson of the Fiend race, saying your Fiend race, as if the Fiends had nothing to do with them. I've said everything I've had to say. Can we reach an agreement now? Gale asked him. Xia Fei said thoughtfully, let me think for a moment. There's no need for you to think any further. We must have the Jade Dragon Frost's fruit, whether you agree or not. We'll even steal it if we have to. Gale threatened, clenching his teeth. Xia Fei had never been one to fall for either cajolery or threats. He was somewhat easier to deal with when sweet-talked, but since Gale was resorting to threats, Xia Fei was very displeased. Xia Fei took out the Fiend King scepter, holding it in his hand as he said grimly, that definitely isn't all they know. Let's go and seize them. With a rumble, the Fiend King scepter activated, and the Fiend lock that was linked to it became dazzlingly bright. Strangely, the moment Xia Fei held up the scepter, the four soul familiars paled, and when Xia Fei activated it, Gale dropped to the ground in pain, his body convulsing. Xia Fei looked questioningly at the scepter. Was it really this powerful? He hadn't even attacked, but one of the four soul familiars had already fallen. Xia Fei! I understand! Radix shouted. The Fiend King scepter isn't just a weapon, but a tool the Sky Devils left to control the four soul familiars. This is a weapon that's fatal to them. Upon hearing this, Yang Guang, Su Luanbu, Hang Xiao, Chu Jingfeng, and Xia Fei all became excited. This was like seizing the head of a viper. Xia Fei had a weapon that could make the souls of the four soul familiars leave their bodies. Whoosh! Xia Fei's group surrounded the four soul familiars with wicked smiles, as they were all ghastly pale. Tell me everything you know, or die. Xia Fei glared at them. Chapter 1346, Fusing the Five Elemental Mystical Armaments. The Fiend King Scepter's emergence had the soul familiars quaking in their boots. None of them had known that this was the supreme treasure the four Sky Devils had left behind for the Fiends. Not only was it powerful in combat, it could control the four soul familiars. Arg! Gale was in excruciating pain, howling loudly. It was like the Fiend King Scepter was a lethal threat to him. He rolled around on the ground so crazily that there was no way his pain could be feigned. Wing pointed at Xia Fei and shouted, "The Fiend King Scepter! Why do you have that?" Xia Fei was very naughty. He turned off the scepter, lessening the pain Gale was feeling, but then he turned the scepter back on, sending Gale rolling around on the ground again. After testing it several times, Xia Fei stopped experimenting and finally said, "It doesn't matter how I got the Fiend King Scepter. In short, I have it. If you want Gale to live, you'll withdraw. I have questions to ask him." "How can we trust you?" Wing demanded shrilly. Xia Fei smiled. You don't have any choice except to trust me. Remember, we're not enemies, nor do we have a conflict of interest. But I have to know what it is that you're up to, Xia Fei answered coolly. After some thought, Wing said darkly, I can tell you everything you want to know, but call off the Fiend King scepter and stop using it to threaten Gale. Chuckling, Xia Fei shook his head. You? Forget it. I'd rather hear what Gale has to say. Xia Fei's plan was clear. He had already noticed that while Wing was the strongest of the 4 soul familiars, Gale was the smartest and the one who made most of the decisions. Moreover, he had the means of controlling Gale, but not the other 3 soul familiars. Thus, he preferred to hear what Gale had to say, as the Fiend King scepter ensured that Gale would be telling the truth. Recent events had left Xia Fei feeling a sense of danger. It was clear that Wing, Gale, Ocean, and Calamity knew a lot, and Xia Fei needed to extract the useful information from their mouths. For that purpose, Xia Fei did not mind offending the 4 soul familiars. Xia Fei smiled naughtily as he activated the Fiend King scepter again, causing Gale to howl in pain once more. Stop hurting him. We're leaving. Wing said hastily. The 3 soul familiars left Gale behind and retreated from the 8th universe with a whirl of motion. Yang Guang and Chu Jingfeng sighed in relief. Chu Jingfeng said, it's a good thing the 4 soul familiars know when to retreat. If we had really fought, we all might have ended up heavily injured. That was very risky just now. Xia Fei said grimly, you're either friend or foe. Did you not notice? The 4 soul familiars are a huge problem, keeping their distance from both us and the Annihilators. I don't like putting off problems. It's best to resolve them as quickly as possible. Returning to the main hall, Yang Guang released that fellow that the 4 soul familiars had bound up. The moment his restraints were loosened, the guy lunged at Yang Guang, his teeth bared and his hands like claws. Bang! Yang Guang was very annoyed. The dignity of the Ig Dragon King could not be blasphemed, and he naturally didn't like this guy trying to run into him. With a casual slap, he knocked the guy unconscious. This guy's body can't endure the powerful energy of an elemental immemorial mystical armament. We found him hiding in the wilderness, eating birds and beasts. He had completely lost it, Gale explained calmly. Xia Fei nodded. He had Su Luanbu tie the man up again so that he didn't cause any more trouble. Please sit. Xia Fei was surprisingly polite, asking Gale to sit across from him. Gale was startled, but he sat down on the indicated chair. Surrounded by Xia Fei's people, Gale had given up on trying to strike back. You are the sole familiar of a Sky Devil, so you shouldn't be our enemy. But your actions are too weird, so you forced me to do this. Please explain yourself. Xia Fei's opening words were very frank and open, but Radix and Chu Jingfeng, who knew Xia Fei, found themselves very disgusted. The 4 soul familiars had been acting too weird? It was clearly Xia Fei's conduct that didn't make sense. Xia Fei knew that the pressure of martial might coupled with gentleness was the key to winning hearts and minds. After saying his piece about the greater good, Xia Fei changed the subject and said, it's still the same question. Why do you want the Jade Dragon Frost's fruit so badly? Gale sighed. After looking around, he whispered, this matter started a very long time ago. As you know, we are the soul familiars of the 4 Sky Devils, and we each carry a part of the soul of the Sky Devils. This is why we are very reluctant to take orders from the fiends. Later on, the Sky Devils abandoned us, leaving the 4 of us in the care of the fiend race. This matter still troubles us, so we've always been trying to find out where the Sky Devils went. In the process, we came into conflict with several of the fiend race's kings. You fiends feared that we would cause trouble, so they used the pillars of the 4 kings left by the Sky Devils, sealing us away in the cenotaphs of the 4 Sky Devils, where we remained until you charged into the tomb of Broken Wing Sky Devil Pale Tooth, releasing Wing. Wing released us, and so the 4 soul familiars returned to the world. Everyone nodded. They were already familiar with this history. The 4 soul familiars believed that they had inherited the souls of the 4 Sky Devils and were on a higher level than the fiends. As they were unwilling to accept the control of the fiend race, the 2 sides had never gotten along well. After pausing a bit, Gale said, once we were out, we had no plans on involving ourselves in the affairs of the Annihilation universe. We continued to search for the 4 Sky Devils, and we ultimately realized that Lord Medicinal Cauldron Prince's Iron Book and his unripened Jade Dragon Frost might hold some clues. Thus, we began our investigation around Annihilation, but alas, we found no trace of the Iron Book or the paired comets, so we turned our attention to look for the Jade Dragon Frost. We then discovered what had happened between the Hell Brigade and God's Eden. As for this guy who controls the metal mystical armament, we came upon him on our travels. We knew you were in the middle of gathering the immemorial mystical armaments, so we brought him to trade with you. We didn't expect that you had found the Fiend King Scepter, which resulted in this. Xia Fei was baffled. You're looking for the 4 Sky Devils? You know where they are? Gale nodded. We don't know their exact location, but that is a place that all experts will ultimately go to. The universe has been fractured into 9 regions, but it's actually still in one piece, which can be seen by how spatial rings can be used across the universes. We speculate that the Sky Devils are located beyond the heavens. Beyond the heavens, everyone gasped in shock. By which I mean outside the universe. As you've probably guessed, the 4 Sky Devils are not connected by blood to the fiends. They were just like experts who were passing through an area. They simply rested there for a few years before setting off on their journey once more, Gale said firmly. In the end, the 4 soul familiars were born from fragments of the souls of the Sky Devils, so they knew much more than Yang Guang and Chu Jingfeng. After some thought, Xia Fei asked, what about the 5 elemental immemorial mystical armaments? What do you know about them? Gale replied, only when the 5 elemental mystical armaments are fused together can they exhibit their combat strength. From what I know, the fusion is not easy, for metal, plant, water, fire, and earth both complement and counteract each other. But the fiend race considered this the most effective means of battling against the evil dragons. Perhaps the 4 Sky Devils had privately told them something. In any case, the fiend race had a very high regard for the elemental mystical armaments. Gale's reply was quite sincere. After asking all his questions, Xia Fei had Gale go off to another room while he spoke with Chu Jingfeng and Yang Guang. What do you think about what Gale said? Xia Fei asked them. He didn't seem to be lying, Chu Jingfeng said, and Yang Guang nodded in agreement. What do you plan to do with him? Yang Guang asked. Xia Fei replied, we'll keep him here for now. I plan to fuse the 5 elemental mystical armaments as soon as I can, and then I can think about what to do with the 4 soul familiars. The 5th immemorial mystical armament crawled onto Xia Fei's body. The immemorial mystical armaments were very strange, insisting on rooting themselves in Xia Fei's body. Safe in the distance, Chu Jingfeng and Yang Guang stared at Xia Fei. After all, nobody actually understood how the fiend race had fused together the 5 elemental mystical armaments. Several minutes went by, after which Xia Fei shrugged at Yang Guang and the others, indicating that nothing had happened. It was like the mystical armaments were sleeping. They showed no signs of fusing together, or anything else, for that matter. Rumble. As Xia Fei was wondering what to do, 5 beams of light suddenly shot into the air. Green represented plant, yellow represented earth, red represented fire, blue represented water, and black represented metal. Together, they created a blinding light in the sky. These colors that represented different elements turned into clouds and then drilled into peacock blue on Xia Fei's right arm. Peacock blue was Xia Fei's first elemental mystical armament, so the fusion used peacock blue as the base. Those outside had no idea what was going on, and they didn't dare to get too close to Xia Fei, for at this moment, the 5 elemental mystical armaments had all gone crazy. Xia Fei had become a dark silhouette, his body surrounded by a cage made from flames, giant rocks, water, and metal. Except for the plant elemental peacock blue, the other mystical armaments were seemingly at odds with Xia Fei, encircling him in a frenzy. Chu Jingfeng felt like Xia Fei had become a cauldron, and the 5 elemental mystical armaments were blazing within it. Xia Fei needed to rely on his own strength to melt down the 5 elemental mystical armaments and forge them into a new mystical armament. Xia Fei suddenly accelerated, slamming into the cage loudly and sending it tumbling through the air. It appeared like a rainbow dragon, Xia Fei leaving a trail of 5-colored light behind him like the tail of a comet. He moved faster and faster, as if he wanted to transcend the limits of the law of speed. Chu Jingfeng stared at the measurement device in his hand as he cried out, "Heavens! Is that the current limit of Xia Fei's speed? Just how fast is it?" Yang Guang looked down at the device in Chu Jingfeng's hand, and he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. So many zeros! So many! After cultivating the chilled ligament Ghost Valley, Xia Fei had broken a speed of 100 million. Everyone knew that the speed of light was 300 million meters per second. Xia Fei had far surpassed the limits of the law of speed, reaching a third of light speed. Moreover, this was only the power of the first rank of the chilled ligament Ghost Valley. There was no telling what astonishing speed Xia Fei would reach once he completely cultivated the sacred text. Yang Guang's eyes shone as he cried out, heaven-defying! Truly heaven-defying! As the most difficult law, speed was incredibly deadly, possessing immense combat power. Xia Fei had already reached an unprecedented speed. Only the broken-winged sky devil Pale Tooth could have compared to him. With ongoing rumbles, the chaotic scene in the sky continued as Xia Fei continued to wrangle with the 5 elemental mystical armaments. Chapter 1347, The Dragon Binding Rope. A thunderous explosion. Xia Fei stood motionless in the middle of the universe, his broken wings prominently unfurled and bursting with fiendish energy. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that Xia Fei was holding something in his right hand. Like a dragon, it coiled around Xia Fei and nuzzled Xia Fei's hair with its body. Success! Xia Fei succeeded. Chu Jingfeng cried out, rushing forward. Don't get close to him! Yang Guang bellowed. He turned back into his original form, using his enormous wings to protect everyone. Thum! Fiendish energy exploded, radiating from Xia Fei and causing the entire planet to quake. Fortunately, Yang Guang had acted in time to protect Chu Jingfeng and the others, or else they definitely would have been wounded by the shockwave. Once the storm had passed, Yang Guang drew back his wings and turned back into a human. A corner of the Ig Dragon Palace had collapsed, and the planet was sporting a new unfathomably deep valley, as if someone had chopped into it. Everyone stared at Xia Fei in shock. The dragon-like thing in his right hand had now broken into 5 parts, green, red, blue, yellow, and black. They were the 5 colors of the 5 elemental immemorial mystical armaments. Oh, so this is the actual true form of the fused 5 elemental mystical armaments. Chu Jingfeng murmured in surprise. Xia Fei turned his head and smiled at the group. Everyone suddenly realized that Xia Fei had an indescribable feeling about him, as if the momentous change to the immemorial mystical armaments had also made him stronger and more confident. Everyone returned to Yang Guang's palace. Yang Guang cared little that a corner of his palace had been destroyed. On the contrary, he was excited after Xia Fei had subdued the 5 elemental mystical armaments. Xia Fei sat there, holding what seemed to be a 5-colored rope, closely inspecting his new weapon. Compared to its past form, Peacock Blue was smaller but more tenacious. Xia Fei could feel its powerful life force extending along his right arm. Now that I think about it, do you know what the ultimate use of this immemorial mystical armament is? Chu Jingfeng asked. After some thought, Xia Fei replied, I think I know a little, but I don't dare to be sure. Yang Guang asked curiously, what exactly can it do? It doesn't seem as impressive as Peacock Blue. After all, Peacock Blue was enormous, but now it's like a little snake. Xia Fei sternly said, King Yang Guang, I have an experiment that can prove the purpose of Peacock Blue, but I need your help. Yang Guang laughed. The fiends have been friends with the Ig dragons for generations. There's no need to be so polite. Just tell me what you need to do. Xia Fei said, I want to use the immemorial mystical armament to tie you up. Yang Guang grimaced. Xia Fei wanted to tie him up? But he was king of the Ig dragons. He would be humiliated if this matter got out. But what Xia Fei said next had Yang Guang feeling very interested. I feel like Peacock Blue's energy system has changed, and it's become more targeted. I remember that the energy produced from Dragon Qi is stronger than that of Spirit Energy, and it seems like Peacock Blue is meant for suppressing Dragon Qi, Xia Fei remarked calmly. Yang Guang was startled at first, and then he laughed. Suppress my Dragon Qi? What sort of joke is that? Come, I'll let you experience the power of the Ig Dragon race today. Yang Guang stood up straight and waited for Xia Fei to attack him with Peacock Blue. Xia Fei bowed to Yang Guang and said, then I'll be impolite. As you please. I don't believe that the mighty Ig Dragon King can't deal with that little weed of yours, Yang Guang replied nonchalantly. With a whoosh, the 5 elemental version of Peacock Blue flew through the air. As it approached Yang Guang, it suddenly broke apart, unleashing a powerful energy that transformed into 5 ropes of different colors. The 5 ropes tied Yang Guang up like magic. Humph! This is nothing. Yang Guang snorted and exerted force across his entire body to break free of Peacock Blue's ropes. But even though he tried several times, he failed. Hey? What's going on? Yang Guang muttered in shock. Peacock Blue had become like an elastic rope, exerting force whenever Yang Guang exerted force. From start to finish, it kept the Ig Dragon King bound. Impossible. I can't possibly fail. Yang Guang shouted, rather annoyed. Although Yang Guang was always saying that the Ig dragons had nothing to do with the dragons, in the end, Yang Guang was still a dragon. He had a different mode of thinking and a different kind of lifestyle. Yang Guang was more like a human, and just like a human, he had taken a wife and fathered a child, creating a family. But dragons were dragons. Deep down, Yang Guang was prouder than any other sapient life form. He was extremely frustrated by the fact that he couldn't break free of Xia Fei's peacock blue. Chu Jingfeng and Su Luanbu were flabbergasted. This was an unbelievable sight. Xia Fei's 5 little weeds had bound up the Ig Dragon King. Only Hang Xiao was smiling. The compassionate mother always seemed to be smiling. Yang Guang went crazy. With a roar, he revealed his true form. Break for me! Yang Guang cried out in his dragon form, his roar simply terrifying. The whole holy dragon mountain shuddered. Yes, peacock blue really was just a weed, but it was the most tenacious weed in the universe. Even under Yang Guang's powerful pressure, peacock blue continued to bind him stubbornly, refusing to give up. It was like a crazed dog who had bitten down on the enemy and would do so until it was dead. The 5 immemorial mystical armaments had the power of 30 mystical armaments, and this peacock blue was no longer the peacock blue of the past. In an unreasonable fashion, it bound up Yang Guang tightly. Roar! Yang Guang was furious, letting out a heaven-shaking bellow. He charged out of the palace and opened its wings. Return! Xia Fei silently ordered, and as Yang Guang was doing his utmost to open his wings, peacock blue forced them back closed. Yang Guang wanted to fly, but as he couldn't open his wings, his body plunged. Xia Fei quickly called back peacock blue, and Yang Guang finally unfurled his massive wings and soared into the sky. After making a circle, he returned to the palace, glaring in shock at the 5-colored weed on Xia Fei's right arm. It's just bizarre. How could a piece of grass be so tough? Everyone laughed. It was rare to see Yang Guang so annoyed, as this old dragon had always paid a lot of attention to his demeanor. Hang Xiao came over with a chuckle, poking her husband in the stomach. Look at you, saying such things in your old age. Yang Guang was speechless. He turned back into a human and stomped back to his seat. I was able to see very clearly from the sidelines that this peacock blue truly is very bizarre. It has the ability to neutralize dragon chi. The more you struggle, the stronger it becomes, Hang Xiao explained to Yang Guang. Yang Guang had actually noticed that peacock blue was targeting him, but his strong sense of pride left him unwilling to admit it. I now understand why the fiend race valued the 5 elemental mystical armaments so much. It turns out that they can combine into a dragon binding rope. Chu Jingfeng announced. Dragon binding rope? Xia Fei was very excited by the 5 elemental peacock blue, but before he had a chance to understand more of its secrets, he received an emergency order from the 29th place. It's a mass assembly order, Xia Fei said after looking at the Big Xia orb. The mass assembly order is the highest level of order from the trans-universal broadcast. It seems that the 29th place is in trouble and needs all of its members to gather. Chu Jingfeng thought about that and said, then you should hurry back. King Yang Guang and I are here to protect the Garden of Gods, so you don't need to worry. Xia Fei nodded. Yang Guang asked, what about Gale? Xia Fei replied, let him go. I'll tell him myself. Xia Fei flitted over to the room where Gale was located. Gale bowed to Xia Fei and said, congratulations on successfully fusing the 5 elemental mystical armaments. Xia Fei smiled. This is also thanks to you 4 soul familiars. You can go. Gale was startled, asking, you're just letting me go? Xia Fei replied, what do you want me to do? I hope that you remember what you once said yourself. You guys are the soul familiars of the Sky Devils, and the Sky Devils are the friends of the fiend race. If nothing unexpected happens, I don't want to be enemies with you, but this definitely doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you guys. Perhaps because he had been getting involved in fiend race matters more and more, Xia Fei was beginning to accept his fiend blood. In any case, it was nothing to be ashamed about. It would just cause him some more trouble. Gale stood up to leave. At this moment, Xia Fei suddenly said, if the Jade Dragon Frost does bear fruit, and if there are enough, I will give you some. Gale stopped and turned to Xia Fei, curiously asked, what changed your mind? Xia Fei explained, because you guys are very loyal. Although you're not loyal to the fiends, in the end, you are still loyal to your masters, the Sky Devils, wanting to follow them to the ends of the universe, and I've always appreciated loyal people. Gale was startled, and then he bowed to Xia Fei. Thank you. My words have some influence among the four of us, so when I get back, I will do my best to convince them. In the end, we are only unwilling to be controlled by the fiends, but we have no desire to make an enemy of them. There are no disadvantages so long as we can coexist peacefully. Xia Fei didn't reply, only nodding. The air trembled as Xia Fei's warship landed at the 29th place. The moment he disembarked, he smelled a grim odor in the air. All members of the 29th place had arrived. They included both people that Xia Fei had met and hadn't met. They were all dressed in full combat gear and boarding one of the most advanced ships in the Annihilation universe. In the distance, Shane called out Xia Fei and waved at him to come over. Xia Fei quickly went up to Shane and whispered, "What happened? Why is everyone so nervous?" Shane shook his head. "I'm still not sure, but the chief's eyes have turned purple. Something huge must have happened. We've only waited until now to leave because we were waiting for you. Otherwise, the force would have already headed out." Xia Fei was surprised. He commented, "There are a lot of people here today, many of whom I've never met." Shane said grimly, "Let alone you, even I haven't met some of them before. The chief seems to have summoned them at the last moment." Shane gave Xia Fei a big thumbs up, indicating that these people who had joined at the last minute were all experts among experts. They had been waiting for him to head out? Xia Fei guessed that this secret operation of the 29th place was connected to the fiend race. At that moment, Xiu Zaishan finally strode out. The man's eyes really were purple. His face was twisted with savagery. Chapter 1348, The Ruined City of the Fiend Race, Britannia. Xiu Zaishan had a grim expression, and his eyes had turned purple from excessive excitement. His fists were tightly clenched, as if he was holding back some pent-up emotions. Upon seeing Xia Fei, Xiu Zaishan nodded at him and said, "There's no time to get ready. You need to immediately participate in the operation and board the ship. We're leaving in 5 minutes." Xia Fei straightened up and replied, "Yes." Whoosh! The fastest and most advanced warship of the 29th place, Gloom Harbor, flew into the Sea of Stars, soon vanishing without a trace. Xia Fei and his colleagues of the 29th place remained in the assembly room, waiting for Xiu Zaishan to issue them orders. The newcomers had an obvious murderous aura about them, and it was clear at a glance that they spent most of their time on the battlefield. Not only did they have high-leveled, but they also had intimidating demeanors. It was still a mystery where Xiu Zaishan had managed to find these people. Xia Fei chatted with the people he knew, Shane and Haalan, in the hopes of finding out what sort of mission they were on. Alas, the mission this time was very sudden and mysterious. Even the two veterans of the 29th place didn't know what was going on. With a bang, the alloy door opened, and Xiu Zaishan strode in, wearing a suit of silver armor. All the warriors stood up and bowed. "Be seated," Xiu Zaishan said grimly. "The matter came up very abruptly and is of utmost importance. That is why all of you still don't know where our destination is. But let me tell all of you now that our current operation is dangerous, extremely dangerous. If you are not willing to take part in this secret mission, please leave the conference immediately." All was quiet. While a few people muttered softly, nobody was willing to leave. "Good. I will now begin issuing combat orders. All squads of the 29th place will maintain their current composition. Our new brothers from the Covered Operation Department's Pursuit Office will form the 6th, 7th and 8th squads. All 8 squads will heed my orders." The crowd became turbulent. It turned out that these newcomers were from the Shadow Department's Pursuit Office. The Pursuit Office was famed for its ferocity. They only carried out death missions, which meant missions where they took lives. They were a pack of butchers. This was nothing like the 29th place. While they did kill people, they more frequently carried out investigation missions. Sweeping his gaze through the room, Xiu Zaishan continued, "Deserters will be executed. Those who refuse orders will be executed. Those who communicate with the enemy will be executed. The cowardly will be executed." An exquisite garden, a newly built wooden hut. An old man was playing chess with a yellow-faced middle-aged man. Xia Fei's guess was right. Old Ye was Autumn Erudite, one of the Annihilation Universe's 5 ancient apexes. The yellow-faced man across from him was none other than Autumn Erudite's tactician, Lu Shooting. After making his move, Lu Shooting took a sip from his cup of tea and asked, "Old Ye, Xiu Zaishan's men should have started moving, yes. It wasn't just Xia Fei who called him old yet. Lu Shooting also did so, for his full name was Autumn Erudite. Autumn Erudite's status was such that he no longer was considered part of the Ye clan, but the backbone of all of Annihilation. Thus, according to custom, Ye's Haikyu's surname was hidden, leaving him as Autumn Erudite. Autumn Erudite nodded. They've started moving. The 29th place together with the pursuit office shouldn't lose. Lu Shooting smiled. Xiu Zaishan is almost ready to go crazy over his desire to learn who killed his wife. As you've given him this mission, he will probably devote 200% of his energy on it. I'm just a little worried that if Xiu Zaishan actually finds out who that person was, the situation might become disadvantageous to you. Autumn Erudite chuckled. I also want to learn the truth, or else I wouldn't have placed Xiu Zaishan in as important a position as the 29th place. No matter who it is, I'm not happy that they're hiding something from me. Let's investigate the matter first and find out just who is causing trouble in Annihilation. Lu Shooting asked calmly, and if it turns out to be one of those four? Autumn Erudite froze, and then he asked grimly, are you referring to our old brothers? Lu Shooting nodded. Besides the 5 venerables, there is only Wang Dingdian's group. Their group hasn't had much to do with Annihilation for some time, already forming their own thing. That is why I feel like the investigation has a very high chance of pointing toward your colleagues. Lu Shooting spoke without worry. As the strategist, he had a duty to warn Ye's Haikyu. The 5 ancient apexes of Annihilation were the last 5 living members of the Old Heroes Alliance. While Autumn Erudite enjoyed the highest status among the 5, it was still awkward to investigate the other 4, and even doing so would affect the unity of the upper echelons of the universe. Lu Shooting was recommending that it was better to look the other way and pretend the whole thing never happened. Autumn Erudite replied casually, I'm not someone looking to get into a fight with anyone, but someone who doesn't like it when people do things behind my back. Take that little fiend Xia Fei as an example. So long as he's loyal to me, then it doesn't really matter that he has fiend blood. Isn't he still perfectly fine? Lu Shooting nodded, saying in admiration, Sir naturally possesses extraordinary tolerance. Xia Fei is not only a descendant of the fiend race, but also has a relation to the 8th universe's Yang Guang and his family, with the Chu clan that protects God's Eden, with the soul familiars of the 4 Sky Devils, and even with Wang Dingdian's group. Even so, you continue to tolerate him, such is the broadness of your mind. The Autumn Erudite laughed. This is the difference between hiding things from me and not hiding things from me. I naturally have the means of controlling Xia Fei. So long as his family is under my grip, I don't fear his disobedience. But during these past few years, there have been people interfering with my investigations, and that is something I cannot tolerate. No matter what, I must find out who this is and why they are trying to hide their actions from me. Lu Shooting nodded. So you have borrowed the knife that is Xiu Zaishan. Autumn Erudite's eyes flashed with smugness as he said coolly, up until now, this has been a rather good knife, and this fiend Xia Fei healed that stubborn problem of mine. What do I have to be unhappy about? Lu Shooting and Autumn Erudite both laughed. Gloom Harbor swooped down on a brown planet. An ancient city occupied half of the planet. The forces of the 29th place and the pursuit office gathered in the command deck. Everyone looked curiously out the window, speculating as to what this place was. There's no need to guess. This place is Britannia, an important base of the fiend race, and its most secret one. Xiu Zaishan explained. Everyone gasped, and even the pursuit office warriors were surprised. Xia Fei curled his lip. As expected, this operation was connected to the fiend race. Otherwise, Xiu Zaishan wouldn't have deliberately waited for Xia Fei to arrive before setting off. Looking around at this long-abandoned planet and its storied city, Xiu Zaishan said, from what I have learned, Britannia is hiding a force, and these people might be traitors to the Annihilation universe. Our mission is to weed out these people of Britannia. Even if we have to turn over everything. No cost is too great. Right now, Annihilator's hyperspace lock has already locked down Britannia. No one can leave this planet, and no communication device can communicate with anyone beyond this planet. Those enemies already know that we're coming and have hidden themselves in the ruins. The moment we enter Britannia, we will lose contact with headquarters. We will only be able to rely on ourselves. Headquarters has issued a death order. There's no leaving until we completely clean out the enemy. Thus, there's no backing out this time. Everyone was startled. It turned out that another department from Annihilation had already seized the planet, but in order to capture survivors, someone needed to first venture inside and do battle with the enemy. The 29th place and the pursuit office had been tasked to sweep through Britannia and clear out the enemy. Of course, this mission was extremely dangerous. After all, charging into enemy lines while keeping as many alive for interrogation added on many uncertainties. If it was just killing, they could simply destroy the planet. It appeared that this force was hiding some sort of secret, perhaps one that was even linked to the death of Xiu Zaishan's wife, which would explain why Xiu Zaishan seemed so angry. Once he was done thinking, Xia Fei joined the others in entering the shuttle and landing on the outskirts of Britannia. The 29th place had 5 squads and the pursuit office had 3. Adding on Xiu Zaishan's command team, there were 9 squads in total. They landed at 9 different points around the city and entered simultaneously from 9 different directions so as to completely clean out the former Fiend city. Xia Fei was in the command team, along with Xiu Zaishan, Shane, and the others. Britannia was very much a city built in the style of the Fiend race. It was a place where the Fiends had secretly trained warriors. Just like Annihilation, the Fiend race had their own covered ops department, and all of its warriors had lived in this place, where they had experienced callous training and trials. Only after they had been through all the training could they enter the most mysterious department of the Fiend race. From this point forward, all communication devices would cease working, and everyone had to rely on their own ability to deal with any sudden developments. Whoosh! 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 Xiu Zaishan led the way, leading his small squad along a broad avenue into the ruined city. Each squad had a searcher. As they didn't have the support of any equipment, they had to rely entirely on the searchers to find the enemy. The speed they were moving was not an issue for Xia Fei, and they encountered no resistance along the way. After around 20 minutes, 8 squads met in the central plaza of the city. "Where's the 3rd squad?" Xiu Zaishan asked in a whisper. The 3rd squad was led by Ha Alan, and they were coming from the southwest. "They should have met up with us here. Could something have happened to them?" Shane asked in shock. "Speed types, move out. Go to the southwest to link up with the 3rd squad." Xiu Zaishan ordered grimly. Xia Fei received the order and sprinted off to the southwest in a blur of motion. Surprisingly, there were 2 other warriors besides him who specialized in speed, both from the pursuit office. But they were much slower than Xia Fei, only able to get up to 5 million meters per second. Xia Fei had no choice but to drop his speed to run alongside them. In front, 11 o'clock. "There's a sniper," the man on Xia Fei's right called out. The 2 warriors from the pursuit office split up, leaving Xia Fei in the middle as a target while they moved into the shadows. Xia Fei frowned. These 2 speed warriors were from the same office, so they knew how to work with one another. It seemed the 2 didn't take him seriously and had no plans on working with him. At that moment, a cold light lunged at his face. Xia Fei had been advancing at 5 million meters per second, and then he suddenly shot off, accelerating in a curved line. He instantly reached a speed of 30 million meters per second. Dodging and attacking in the same breath. Bang! Xia Fei grabbed the sniper's head and slammed it to the ground, blasting open the grey paving stones. The man's head was instantly turned into paste. Chapter 1349, Xiu Zaishan's Revenge. Bang! Xia Fei slapped the man's head into the ground, instantly turning it into paste. Their superiors had ordered them to take the enemy alive, but Xia Fei really couldn't find a reason to leave this man alive. There was more than just one enemy. They were planning to use their greater force to exterminate Ha Alan's 3rd squad. At this moment, Ha Alan's squad was already surrounded. With his ocular cognition, Xia Fei could clearly see that the enemy had first made a feint, baiting Ha Alan's team into hiding in the buildings to the sides, which was exactly where the enemy had laid their trap. Whoosh! Xia Fei leapt off the ground, crashing through the wall in front of him and charging into a 4-story building. Ha Alan's group was in this building, and the ambushers were on the 3rd and 4th floors. "Watch out!" Xia Fei roared. Like light, he appeared on the 4th floor, immediately killing one of the enemy with the fiendish blade Nirvana. Ha Alan's men heard Xia Fei's voice and scattered hastily. At this moment, the enemy charged up and began to battle with the men of the 29th place. Spurt! Spurt! With Xia Fei's nimble speed and accurate judgment, he killed his way from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor, and from the 4th floor to the roof. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 7 or 8 of the enemy, significantly reducing the pressure on Ha Alan's men. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ambushers saw that they had failed, so they began to run off into secret tunnels. It seemed they had been operating in this ruined city for many years and had secret passages everywhere, making it difficult to stop them. Several minutes later, the party joined up with Xiu Zetian at the central plaza. They had not captured anyone alive, bringing back only corpses. We ran into an ambush. Fortunately, Xia Fei arrived in time and warned us, preventing a disaster, Haalan reported to Xiu Zetian. As for the two speed-type warriors from the pursuit office, they felt their faces growing hot. They had been much slower than Xia Fei, and by the time they had arrived on the battlefield, the clean-up had already begun. Even more laughable was that they hadn't planned to work with Xia Fei because he had looked so young. Thus, they had left him in the middle of the road while they had thought of themselves and taken the back alleys. Any injuries? Xiu Zetian asked sternly. Wuzi and Sun Gua suffered light injuries, but it won't hinder their movements. Haalan answered. Xiu Zetian wasn't particularly happy that his men had been the ones to be ambushed first, a scowl on his face. He squatted down and began to check the corpses. Haalan explained, these were all suicide soldiers. Those who could run, ran, and those who couldn't cut their own throats. These guys managed to stop you? Xiu Zetian asked. Haalan's squad had always been the one to protect the 29th place's flank, and Xiu Zetian was keenly aware of their strength. There were only 5 or 6 corpses here, and they didn't seem to have a very high rank. Xiu Zetian couldn't understand how such a small force was able to ambush a veteran squad like Haalan's. Haalan replied, these are the intact corpses. Xia Fei killed quite a few, but alas, the ones that died to him didn't leave behind any whole corpses. Saying that, Haalan placed a hand on Xia Fei's shoulder in praise. Xia Fei added, it was an emergency, so there was no way to hold back and I was a little heavy-handed. Chief, these people aren't simple. We only managed to kill a third of them. More of them managed to flee underground through secret tunnels, as if they had lived here for many years. Xiu Zetian's face darkened. I know. What comes next is our real challenge. We need to enter the underground city. The underground city. Everyone was stunned. After all, Britannia was a fiend race city, and they didn't know much about it. Correct. Britannia isn't most famous for what you see now, but for its underground city. It's built on an even more grandiose scale than what's on the surface, Xiu Zetian explained. After some thought, Xia Fei asked, but what about the surface? The enemy will be playing hide and seek with us. Xiu Zetian replied, you don't need to worry about that. As the vanguard, we only need to worry about charging forward. The Covert Operations Department will naturally send more troops to guard the city on the surface. Everyone nodded. There was a small detail that only Xia Fei had noticed. After Xiu Zetian had checked the corpses, he had seemingly relaxed, but at that moment, his eyes had glinted with resolve. This situation was like the announcement of a verdict. Before the announcement, one would always be uneasy, but once one found out the truth, one would relax. This was clearly the case for Xiu Zetian. Xia Fei had checked the corpses. Each person had a number on their wrist, 0. The giant triangular steel in the center of the plaza was blasted away, revealing a pitch-black entrance. It was like a deep well, a sinister air about it. The 9 squads jumped into the well in order, but it took quite some time for them to finally land. We're currently at the deepest part of the underground city. From here, we'll cut off the enemy's path of retreat and come at them from 2 sides. The enemy will either have to flee into the city or toward us. But remember, try your best to capture them alive, Xiu Zetian ordered them once again. It was no wonder Xiu Zetian had chosen the deepest entrance to enter. It was precisely so that they could come at the enemy from 2 sides and make it difficult for them to escape. The 9 squads split up again. Xia Fei continued to follow Xiu Zetian, but even though he was of the speed type, Xiu Zetian didn't let Xia Fei take the front, taking that position for himself instead. Xiu Zetian was formidable. As the most experienced and most powerful warrior of the 29th place, he calmly and coolly handled all the enemies they encountered. Xia Fei and the others didn't even have a chance to do anything. But Xia Fei found it strange how Xiu Zetian seemed to know where to go. At the start, they could still hear the sounds from the other squads, but soon, their surroundings grew silent, and as they traveled along the narrow path, they drew farther and farther away. Xia Fei couldn't help but think about his visit to the Fiend Race's temporary base. At the time, Xiu Zetian had also split up his men and then led Xia Fei to that Fiend Race seal. Was it the same case this time as well? Xiu Zetian moved faster and faster, and he began to pant, his face reddening. He didn't seem to care about any potential ambushes or traps, continuing to stride forward, his eyes wide open. Whoosh! Xiu Zetian raised his personal weapon, a pair of peak-grade knives. That is, the paired comet. Radix cried out in Xia Fei's mind. Xia Fei shuddered in shock. He had also sensed something unusual about the weapon. The 4 Sky Devils had left behind 4 treasures before leaving. Xia Fei had Flying Eagle Plume, the medicinal cauldron Prince's Iron Book had gone missing, and as for Forgotten Veil and Forgotten Trouble, they had been brothers, so the weapons they had left behind could be used separately or combined. That was none other than Xiu Zetian's paired comet. Xia Fei was astonished. How had the paired comet ended up in Xiu Zetian's hands? In any case, it was clear that Xiu Zetian didn't care. He had taken out the daggers left behind by the Sky Devils. It was probably his ultimate trump card. The atmosphere was oppressively solemn. The squad blindly followed Xiu Zetian, not knowing where they were going. They had no idea where the other 8 squads had gone, but Xiu Zetian didn't care in the slightest. Arriving at a T intersection, Xiu Zetian sniffed the air and then chose the left side. As he entered a broader corridor, his eyes turned red. I understand now, Xia Fei said grimly. There's an 80% chance that Xiu Zetian has sensed the person who killed his wife. As he gets closer, he's even started to forget his status and mission. Radix said in shock, it's possible. Look. Xiu Zetian is starting to gather spirit energy. The enemy might be right in front of us. As Radix spoke, a golden light shot toward them, moving with incredible speed. Splack! Xia Fei dodged to the side, but the warrior in front of him wasn't so lucky. It pierced straight through his heart. Such a powerful weapon. It was a flashing chain trident mace. After striking a lethal blow, the attacker immediately called back their weapon. Xiu Zetian stared at the trident mace and bellowed in fury, it's you. It really is you. Bang! Xiu Zetian charged forward, his eyes red with bloodlust. He raised the paired comet, not in a combat posture, but in a suicidal charge. The remaining warriors charged along with him, all except Shane, who hung back and said to Xia Fei, the chief is being too reckless. You're a speedster, so you need to hold the rear for us and make sure that we're not encircled. Xia Fei was startled, but then nodded in agreement. In the Sky Wings, Xia Fei had always been the one to charge ahead, but this was the 29th place, and there was nothing wrong with Shane's plan. The squad truly did need someone to watch the rear. Thus, Xia Fei helplessly brought up the rear, maintaining a distance of 10 body lengths from the rest and watching his surroundings warily. Rumble! An intense battle was taking place up ahead. Xiu Zetian was killing everyone in his path. There really was an ambush. Xia Fei, behind you. Shane raised his weapon and shouted, joining Xiu Zetian at the front line. Xia Fei clenched his teeth and turned around. He had only run a few steps before he countered the warriors who had been coming up to encircle them. He was outside of Xiu Zetian's vision now, so Xia Fei decided to use everything he had. Whoosh! His speed broke 100 million. No one had seen 100 million meters per second ever since Sky Devil Paletooth had left. Xia Fei's sudden acceleration of speed had his opponents scared out of their wits. The 5 elemental peacock blue lashed out. Like 5 snakes, it grabbed the man closest to Xia Fei and bound him tight. Xia Fei swung his arm, slamming this man into the wall like he was a baseball. With a rumble, the wall instantly shattered. That warrior was smashed up so thoroughly that all he left behind was a bloodstain. These enemies were particularly powerful, and Xia Fei found them to be the perfect practice targets. He still needed to test the power of the new 5 elemental peacock blue in actual combat. Bang! Peacock blue pierced through the head of the second foe, leaving 5 round holes behind. Peacock blue penetrated through its enemy, and then the 5 blades of grass scissored in 5 different directions, dismembering him. The 4th had the worst fate. Xia Fei used peacock blue like a whip, ruthlessly slicing him into countless pieces. In the space of a second, blood drenched the floor. None of the enemies had been left intact. So powerful! Peacock blue is incredibly powerful now. Xia Fei said to himself. Xia Fei sighed in wonder. The current peacock blue was basically omnipotent. It could be used however he wanted. He could smash like a hammer, stab like a sword, or lash like a whip. It was all possible. It could even capture enemies. With a simple extension and constriction, even the strongest enemy would be bound up tightly, and then Xia Fei could use countless methods to kill them. This truly was the dragon binding rope, a divine weapon that could even bind dragons. Puny humans weren't even worth mentioning. Xia Fei was engrossed in the killing, happily slaying away. With his incomparable speed, he was undefeatable, the enemy attacks not even able to touch him. Meanwhile, Xia Fei could kill whoever he wanted. The several dozen warriors who had been attempting an encirclement were completely wiped out, all of them pulverized. Tui! Xia Fei spat on the ground and turned to go after Xiu Zaishan. But it was only then that he realized that his surroundings were utterly silent. The other members of the squad had all vanished. Chapter 1350, The Truth. After Xia Fei had taken care of the ambushers in the rear, he turned around and realized that Xiu Zaishan and all the other members of the command squad had vanished. Oh no! Xia Fei had a foreboding feeling. He accelerated along the underground city's roads. His mind was rapidly working. The conditions this time were very special. This was clearly a frontal charge mission, yet the 29th place, which had always performed investigations, had been mobilized. The Black Ops Division's 108th place and 29th place were responsible for internal investigations. Why had the 29th place been tasked with manning the front line? Were the other 100+ places all useless? And there was also Xiu Zaishan. Something had been off about him from the start. He had led them deep underground and then recklessly chased after that guy with the chain trident mace. Having a man with a grudge leading this offensive operation was foolish. Had the higher-ups not known about Xiu Zaishan's mental state? Various shadows lingered in Xia Fei's mind, and the fallen corpses on the ground only confirmed his theories. Jiagan? Du Wuping. Xia Fei stopped and stared at the corpses. Those two were brothers from the 29th place. They were collapsed in pools of blood and could no longer speak. The third one. Did we really fall into a trap? Radix nervously said. Xia Fei hadn't spent long in the 29th place, but he was well aware that the 29th place possessed astounding strength. The battle had only been going on for a few minutes, but the command squad had already lost 3 officers. The other squads couldn't be in a much better state. Xia Fei clenched his teeth and charged ahead. Breath control. The passage suddenly opened, and he could now hear the furious roars of Xiu Zaishan. Xia Tian came to a sudden stop and hid himself in the darkness. Xiu Zaishan had just mentioned the fiend race. Xia Fei was very sensitive to this subject, so he decided to wait and see what happened. This was a former fiend training center. Spiky pillars supported a ceiling at least 100 meters up, and the total area was 20 square kilometers. There were many bodies on the ground, both of the enemy and of the 29th place. After a fierce battle, only Xiu Zaishan and Shane were left of the 29th place. The last remaining member of the enemy force had been nailed to the wall by Xiu Zaishan's paired comet, the blade penetrating through his shoulder blade. Tell me. Even if me and my wife were investigating the fiend ruins, so what? Why did you have to kill us? Xiu Zaishan roared, his eyes red. It was clear that Xiu Zaishan was very agitated, his entire body trembling. It seemed like this was the person he had been chasing for so many years, the one who had killed his wife. Even in these dire straits, that man was full of scorn. Swallowing, he whispered, Xiu Zaishan, do you know who I am? You're the one who killed my wife. The one who broke us up forever. Even if you turned to ash, I would recognize you. Xiu Zaishan bellowed back. Tisk. The man scornfully laughed. Reckless idiot. You were the strongest investigator of the Investigation Bureau. You really think I would have dared to ambush you if it wasn't the will of an apex? Your surname is Xiu, but it seems like you've wasted all these years. Even now, you can't see the truth of the situation. Xiu Zaishan shuddered in shock. He knew that someone from the Annihilation Universe must have been behind the ambush of his wife and subordinates, but this was the first time Xiu Zaishan was hearing that this ambush had been carried out on the orders of an apex. An apex? One of the 5 ancient apexes? Xiu Zaishan's teeth trembled. He didn't understand. Why would the 5 ancient apexes want to move against him? Xiu Zaishan suppressed his rage and demanded, Who are you? And whose orders are you carrying out? The Black Ops Division's 0 place, codenamed Death's Bird. I'm their chief, Yading, the man declared coldly. Xiu Zaishan shuddered, and the hidden Xia Fei was also flabbergasted. The Black Ops Division had a 0 place? So there were 109 places in all? But why had he never heard of it? And it was the Black Ops division that had killed their fellow colleague's wife? Xia Fei was baffled. Xiu Zaishan's face was pale, but behind him, Shane didn't seem all that surprised. Why? Tell me why. Xiu Zaishan was on the verge of going insane. Was this the result of his many years of pursuit? Yading had very matter-of-factly told the truth, as if he had felt no psychological burden. Xiu Zaishan found this impossible to accept. It's very simple. You couldn't be allowed to keep investigating, for if you did, you would find out the truth and make all of Annihilation quake. Yading declared coldly. What if I told you that the fiend race never betrayed Annihilation? What would you think? Yading added in a sinister tone. What if I told you that that battle had been a conspiracy from the start? Would you be able to accept it? Would all of Annihilation be able to accept it? Yading raised his voice. And what if I told you that the fiend race had been sent on a suicide mission? They went to the rear of the Mega Dragon to flank them, but the bosses of the Heroes Alliance used a sealing spell that locked up the fiend race and the Mega Dragons together in the 7th universe. It was all to completely remove the fiend race. Would you believe me? Yading roared. Boom. Xiu Zaishan felt like his brain was about to explode. As for Xia Fei, he felt like his blood was starting to flow in reverse. Heavens! For there to be such a conspiracy. The strongest race in the universe, the fiend race, had been sold out by the Heroes Alliance. The strongest force in the universe, the Devil Shadow Dragoons, had been sealed up by the so-called Heroes Alliance in the 7th universe with their sworn foes, the Mega Dragons. Despicable. Utterly despicable. Xia Fei had heard of many despicable and shameless things before, but this went below the bottom line of any sapient life form. Such a wicked plot. Sealing up the fiend race with their sworn foes in the 7th universe so that the fiend race would have no choice but to fight with the dragons to the death. Xia Fei felt like he was suffocating. The flames of anger grew hotter and hotter, and he felt like he was about to explode. Grand Ancestor Xia Guoken had been such a nice old man, but because of an annihilator, he had been left abandoned in the Sea of Stars. Whenever his relatives were brought up, Xia Guoken would always appear very sad. How could he not be sad? But if Xia Guoken knew that his relatives had been callously entrapped by Annihilator, he would have been in the mood to slaughter gods. I don't believe it. I don't. Xiu Zaishan backed away, holding his head. This blow was just too great. His convictions as a warrior had been shattered in an instant, all of the principles he had held to be true turning out to be blatant lies. This universe was nothing more than a universe of conspiracy and profit. Even the betrayal of the fiend race had been fake. Was there anything in this universe that was real? It's up to you whether you believe it or not. The Heroes Alliance removed their stubborn foe, the fiend race, and had them fight to the death with the dragon race, and it even dealt a blow to the other small races as well. Let me be frank with you. In that battle, not a single one of the big hots from the humans or blue bloods died. The ones who died all belonged to the Devil Shadow Dragoons and Dark Moon Dragoons. Without the meticulous planning of the old heroes, do you really think the humans and blue bloods would have ended up in such a dominant position like this? I've looked through the historical records, and in that era, the strongest forces were the Devil Shadow Dragoons and Dark Moon Dragoons. Only after they were killed off were the humans and blue bloods able to thrive. Yading continued to talk, each word hammering into Xia Fei's heart like a nail. How shameless did you have to be to think of such a deranged plan? Xia Fei had once received the mental information from that three-eyed fiend race elder. Even until the last moment, he had firmly believed that his death would win a place for all sapient races to thrive. He would never have imagined that he had been sold out. The fiend race had been sold out. Everyone except the humans and blue bloods had been sold out. Justice? It was all nonsense. Heroes? Nothing more than craven scoundrels. Aic. Xia Fei's entire body was trembling, and he found it almost impossible to control his rage. At this moment, something even more shocking happened. Shane suddenly moved up and stabbed a silver dagger through Xiu Zaishan's heart. Plush! It was an extremely heavy sound, and blood gushed from the wound like a sword. You, Xiu Zaishan covered his chest and spoke, his face ghastly pale. Apologies, but you know too much now, Shane said coldly, sheathing his dagger. Shane had been Xiu Zaishan's most cherished subordinate. When Xia Fei first joined the Black Ops division, Xiu Zaishan had assigned Shane to keep an eye on Xia Fei, because Shane was the subordinate he trusted the most. But the man Xiu Zaishan had been willing to entrust his back to had utterly betrayed him. Had even dealt him the killing blow. Xiu Zaishan stumbled back. What didn't hurt the most was the wound on his body, but the pain from his heart, which had thrown him into utter despair. Everything he had believed in was fake. Even his most trusted subordinate was an enemy. What sort of world was this? Thump. Utterly disheartened, Xiu Zaishan fell to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth as his eyes stared vacantly at the sky. Even Yating of the Zero Place didn't expect Shane to suddenly kill Xiu Zaishan, and was eyeing him suspiciously. You talk too much. I'm the spy from Zero Place that was placed at Xiu Zaishan's side. I will report what you have said to our superiors, Shane said to Yating coldly. Hurry and gather your men and clear out those idiots from the 29th place. I need to go and see where that kid Xia Fei ran off to. Shane turned and walked away, but found a pair of bloodshot eyes staring at him from the entrance. Was everything you said true? Xia Fei asked grimly. His head was lowered like a wild beast about to erupt. His voice was raspy, and his hair was standing up. Shane was stunned, and then he shook his head and smiled. I didn't think you were nearby. We got along pretty well, so I was planning to spare your life. A pity. Xia Fei's face was ashen as he raised his head and said darkly, You think you can kill me? Shane was just about to reply when Xia Fei abruptly lunged. He was traveling more than 100 million meters per second. A third of light speed. Boom. Nobody knew how Xia Fei had done it, not even Shane. The pinned-down Yating had been turned into a pile of meat paste by Xia Fei's infuriated fist and fastest speed. At the peak of the law of primal chaos, one punch was enough to pulverize the man. Shane paled in shock. That was the head of the Black Ops Division's Zero Place, but he couldn't even take one punch from Xia Fei? That was the power of absolute rage. Fiend energy had the ability to boost combat power to the absolute limit. Today, Xia Fei's fury had reached the apex, and his fiend energy had risen to the apex of the apex. When Xia Fei was very angry, the consequences were grave. All he wanted to do right now was kill everyone. Xia Fei pulled the paired comet out of the wall, gripping it in his hand. Today, all of you will die. Xia Fei raised his arm and pointed at Shane.